Yo. Let me open this shit up. Oh, is there actual channel not live yet? Wait, am I early? Ugh. Where is this shit?
Oh, how about
Come on, you're late, Warcraft. Aren't they usually live 30 minutes before? Oh, maybe 15? Good morning. All right, we need to get a couple of things here. Actually, today, it's not super important, but we're going to want like map pools and stuff just to see like who should be good at every map. Maybe that's less important because I feel like this global finals is so stacked that I think like you'd realistically expect first of all the teams to be good at everything. But then again, not really. Because aren't they able to ban maps now because the banning specs thing isn't a thing? So it wouldn't banning maps go back into play? Probably. Turn that off. Yeah, banning specs isn't great for like competitive integrity. It's more for like making the cups more watchable. However, when the teams were going to make it the most interesting anyway, I think you're better off like your best chance was them to actually make it interesting today. Like if banning specs was ever going to be interesting, it was going to be a like the best teams playing each other, and that like kind of never happened in the cups outside of Liquid versus Miscount, and it almost got interesting. I would argue, isn't the whole point of MDI for people watching? Uh, well, okay, yeah, but like it's also for like teams to to compete. I think, like for example, it's not like purely a like make more people watch win money thing or like make money thing because like if that was the case Blizzard would sponsor the event, and they would make money on the event. They lose hella money on the MDI. They lose infinite money on the MDI. That's kind of there for the players to have a place to compete. um but it is interesting when talking about a tournament, like I guess, yeah, like for example, one of the major competitive integrity things in all of esports I think that's interesting is the Apex Legends tournament. Like, have you guys seen that? First of all, it's really fun to watch because it feels like anything could happen, but its competitive integrity is absolutely terrible. Like, basically, what they do is they play, it's a battle royale in Apex, and there's 60 players in the game, so they have 20 teams playing. And then, like, you reach a certain amount of points by playing enough games, and winning enough games to where you now have the opportunity to win. So usually what happens is by like the fourth or fifth game, there's like a single team that can win because they've accrued enough points. But to win, you have to win another game. You have to win a game to like win the tournament. And they like the team now. Every team knows they're gonna win, so they like just like they like turbo grief them until you get to the point where like 6 to 10 teams can win, and then it's like basically what happens in Apex is like the team who's played the best on that day never actually wins the tournament. So its competitive integrity is not amazing. However, people love it, and it's great to watch. And I think you could argue that it would be a completely dead esport if they were to do it the competitive integrity way, which is what, like, play 10 battle royale games and average your placement or give you points for your placement, and whoever has the highest points at the end of the day wins. Okay, cool. That might tell you who the best team is, but literally no one is going to watch that. It has no stakes, you know? Like, it's just not interesting. It's battle royales are fundamentally not fun to watch. So, like, they found a way to make it a great viewer experience. However, it is at the expense of competitive integrity rate. So, it's happened before. I don't know who the watch party is going to be today. I know there's a lot of people watch partying. So I just got on. Let's see who else is on here. So a lot of the EU viewers are like still awake, you know, because they've been up for a while. Yeah, so Zalia is watch partying now. Looks like Dork. Wait, did they kill the watch party buffing your viewership? Oh no, they didn't. Dude, stream together is so annoying, bro. All right, let me hit the stream together with Dork. It's actually such a, yeah, calling it a blight is so accurate, bro. I also think they do like a you're supposed to co-stream this thing. I don't know if you like sign up somewhere though. How do I send someone a stream together link? Here, I'll do it right now. Dorky said, I'm in the Fellowship Discord. What? Oh yeah, I mean I'm down to hop in here, but I also I meant like stream together on Twitch, so because other people are doing it.
Yeah.
I think it's also a accurate use of the system.
Yeah. I mean, we are actually streaming together.
Yeah. So do we stream together with Warcraft too? Should I fucking?
We have a co-stream. No. So if you go on their channel, and then you click co-stream.
Yeah, I'm there. It just doesn't show up.
Yeah. Doesn't show it? What, you got blacklisted? No way.
Oh, Dorky wants to collaborate 20 seconds ago. I don't know. Refreshing? Oh, yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
So wait, so does co-streaming supersede stream together?
I
Is it
think
the
you
same
just have
thing?
both. I'm pretty sure
I think you can have both.
doing this with JB.
Well, I also know that during the race, Echo utilized this. So like we were wondering how you could like or how you could watch party like your whole guild or stream together with your whole guild while you're like doing the race to like put everyone's viewer numbers together. But Echo found a way to do it. You'd like basically have to register your thing as an event, and then they all co-streamed off of the Echo channel.
Oh,
And then that combined all their viewership for Echo's broadcast.
dude, that'd be sick if they had that for M Plus.
Yeah. Wait, so are we... You can stream together and do that at the same time?
Yeah. I think so.
Fuck it. Alright, I joined your shit. I'm joining the call. Hello? Microsoft...
hello.
Microphone access is denied. Okay. Whatever, dude. Hey, do you have the map pools and the map pools for the teams? Because they're map bans again, right?
Yeah.
Do we have
Take a
to
look.
obtain this?
I believe so.
Dude, when you said I'm in the fellowship Discord, I thought you meant you were like in the literal
their actual
fellowship
Discord.
Discord. Yeah, I thought you were just like in a fellowship
I'll
channel.
go fucking hard.
Dude, let's just co-stream from the actual fellowship Discord. Fuck it.
Oh shit, we got a link. Nice. Holy fuck. 5 maps.
So how does that work? It's blind bans, if they end up banning the same one and there's 4 maps in the pool, they do them in like the order that it's listed here?
Yeah. Yep. So say like if first match mandatory bans pit and interrupt bans pit, then it'll just be the next 4 maps played.
You know, now that I think of it, like only having 8 dungeons for this, I feel like a lot of the bans are gonna be like I think what's fair to say in the finals is that like every team is gonna have every map. Like I don't. Let's see if we can maybe try to find a scenario where like, because like some people, like I imagine mandatory thinks they're going all the way through the upper bracket. That's their expectation. Like they've probably planned more for things like match 1, match 5, match 11, where maybe their people they're playing are like planning for match 1, or maybe not even match 1, but like match 1, match 7, match 9 kind of thing. So like sometimes when you look at someone's likely path that they've looked at, they'll have like one dungeon that's only there like once or twice, and it's like, okay, they're probably banning that. But all the teams that think they're going to make the finals can't really afford to do that, I feel like.
Yeah.
Because you need to have the ability to ban someone's map that they're definitely better than you on, you know?
Yeah, because like I'm sure these teams have certain maps that they're less practiced in, that they're like, all right, we're banning this shit for sure. But a lot of it comes down to how many of them are going to be seen in their first map. Because I forgot you can't ban the first map. So like,
true. That's
or
very important.
mandatory, for example. Yeah, like they're definitely going to play Pit, Nexus, and Magister's Terrors, right? And Mysara.
Correct.
Which means they can't afford to not play something like Algathar Academy. Well, actually, no,
I mean,
that's the
Algathar
lower
Academy
finals,
is the
so-
starting match of the lower finals, which is like,
Yeah.
I mean,
okay, so
mandatory's
never mind.
good, but like I kind of doubt they've like under practiced something that they could absolutely end up in the lower finals, right? Like that could happen.
Yeah. Especially if they see what other teams are capable of. Because, like, after today, I'm sure we're going to look at, like, oh, shit. Liquid has an extremely good, I don't know, seat, for example. And they might need to either, like, try to copy it or they might just have to try to ban it out.
Yeah. I wonder if there's going to be any, like, I think the most alpha thing anyone can do in the MDI is not ban for another team's strength, not ban because you barely ever see a map, but using your ban on a map that's actually your best map, and then you're doing it so when you're in the finals, you're not showing anything before you have to do it. That is the most Giga Chad thing any, like, you
No,
could ever
I
think
think
of.
people have done that in the past. I
Yeah,
swear
do
I
you know how
remember
much
Echoes being
confidence you need to have to
disrespect.
do that, though? I think like that's actually crazy to do in this tournament because what you're doing is you're banning a map that you're basically it's a really likely win. So you're like, fuck it, we're gonna win anyway, and we're not even gonna
Yeah.
do our best thing. Which is like, okay, that sounds great, but like, okay, now you end up in the lower bracket. Was it worth doing that? Probably not. Like, I don't think anyone like back in the day, like Echo's team was just like going to beat everyone. I feel like there's no more supremacy. Like there's no one team in the MDI that's just like
Yeah,
way
there isn't.
fucking better than the other teams. Like there's at least 3 or 4, and I guess maybe even apparently there's 5 now, right? Because apparently one of the Chinese teams is like sick.
Yeah. It's not even the same Echo team because they lost like two of their core players now in Zalia, which is like pretty essential to your MDI team.
Yeah, who's tanking?
But I mean, these guys have been popping off. Maris is tanking,
Oh, that's.
and
I mean,
Ryzen is healing. I actually haven't seen Ryzen in
yeah, I
MDI
don't
in
know
a
about
very long
Ryson,
time.
but I mean, Mirez is as good as anyone at anything.
Yeah, he is. But the thing is, like, they have like a pretty different synergy, right? Like, I can't imagine it being the same with him being DPS versus tanking.
I, I mean, he tanks in the race, right? He tanks all the time.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's really different from MD. Well, M
Bro,
plus specifically.
there's literally, I promise you, Mirez not is just as good as or better than every tank in this tournament.
I mean, he definitely is. There's no doubt about that. I'm just saying, like, in terms of team synergy, because usually there's like a
Oh, I
certain
see what
way
you
how you
mean.
want to
Yeah.
play the dungeons and stuff, right? Like, it's like when it comes to raid, you don't really have much synergy. It's kind of you just do your own thing.
Mm. If I'm a betting man, and I'm not, and if I were to throw away my bias, because my bias is Liquid's gonna win because they're the best and they're the goats. If I was, I'm gonna put my, if I were to put my money on something, I would first ask the, knowing that there's a lot of good teams, I would first ask the question of who is doing an IRL boot camp for 2 weeks. Okay, I would put my money on that team, honestly. I feel like that is
Yeah,
so not underrated. I think that's so important. I think it's like really good. They have like the means to do
that
that
does go hard.
and like fly them out to do that. I think that shit goes crazy. Like that helps you so much.
Yo, is Boomy playing, by the way? I don't know. I haven't really been keeping up.
I have no idea. I can see who's in TeamSpeak right
You
now.
don't know either? That's crazy. Yeah, take a look.
How the fuck do I know? They're like doing their own thing. Let's see.
Yeah, I can just take a look myself.
Nope. Cine is in the channel, so they probably didn't let Boomy play, or they just like,
Well,
they,
Boomy's on too, is he not?
huh?
Boomy's on too. Or is he just like,
No, I'm saying like in the TeamSpeak
there?
channel, for them like
Oh,
being
I
ready
see.
to play right now. The Cine's in the channel, not Boomy. So I assume it's Boom. It's Cine. I'm assuming that Boomy still can't play because his back, or Blizzard did not let him play again because he already subbed himself
Yeah.
out for Cine. I can see it being that too. Blizzard does have famously horrible rules, so about everything.
Dude, that's gotta be rough having a swap.
I mean, I think it would have been rough having to swap, uh, like before the cup for sure. Like 1 week before the cup, new player. That's pretty fucked. But I feel that they've had like what a month now with Cine. Like
No, that's only been 2 weeks.
it's been 2 full
3 weeks
weeks
maybe?
since their cup, and he was picked up a week before that. Yeah, it was so almost a month. Like I don't know, three weeks is a lot of time.
Okay. Yeah.
So.
Dude, why are all the Liquid players doing alt raids, by the way? Like, joining other people's raids. I just see Shaq in literally every single one of these.
They have immense passion. I
Friend
mean,
rate
basically,
Joji.
we had like some kind of a goal before Sporewalker Cho to have like enough characters at a certain level. I'm to be honest with you, I'm like not really involved with it, bro. I'm like I haven't been at a raid in like a month and a half, so I
Yeah,
have
we fuck that.
literally no clue. But I know that some players just like they kind of get addicted to like pushing bars up, and like when you have to get all of your characters to a certain eye level, there's like really efficient runs you can do outside of raid time to do like just basically void spires and chimeras. Do they do marker Keldonos now?
Some of us do, yeah.
Dude, have
Cause
you
like,
seen Lura like absolutely slaughtering guilds, by the way?
yeah, I've been hearing about this, and it's been a real thing. Which I mean, it's kind of surprising. I feel like the boss is kind of easy now.
Dude, it's like it's a crazy bell curve. And like bosses don't usually look like this, but like when like world first guilds were killing it, it was like what, like 400 pulls, world top 10, it went down. World top 10 to like world top 50 to maybe world top 100 went it dipped down into like the 200s, the 300s average, and then even some guilds did it in like 150, and then now it's ballooned back up. When you look at to like the recent kills, it's like a 400, 500, 600 pull boss for these guilds. Like it is basically what happened is normally bosses have a certain kind of difficulty that just gets easier with gear. This isn't really one of them. Like Laura, like no matter how much gear you have, if you die, like I know glaives don't necessarily one tap anymore, but like if you like if you die with the bomb or if you don't soak a thing, it's just still over, you know? So there's just like binary pass fail stuff. I think it's that. Plus I guess they just haven't nerfed it enough. Like when you have a boss like that, you have to keep consistently nerfing it as the guild skill level gets lower of like the guilds that are actively progressing it, and they like clearly haven't done that because it's the pull counts are getting absolutely out of control.
Yeah, I mean that's an insane number. I feel like there's just too much responsibility on the seed carriers.
Yep.
Like if it weren't for, because I mean, I think that's where a lot of the pain point is. It just feels like you're doing a fairly easy fight for the most part, except for the people who have to deal with the seeds, and then you're kind of just waiting for them to learn to fight. It's also, I think these guys just haven't done workshop enough. 'Cause if these guys have done workshop enough, they would know exactly how the glaives behave and how to play around it.
I think Gallywix might have tricked them on the like, because Gallywix did like the seeds for the whole fight thing, but the fight was just really easy. So they were like, okay, that's a mechanic we could just put on a boss now. And they just ended up putting the you have 4 people with seeds from the or 5 people with seeds from the very beginning of the encounter thing. Except they did it on a boss that's like literally impossible. So it's just like completely unfair.
I mean, had they put it in like the last phase or some shit, or like like moved it over so that it wasn't in the beginning of the fight, you would see a lot
Well,
more progression.
that's just a yeah, but that's just a ramp of the mechanic, right? Like the first time they came out with seeds, arguably they had them on like Halandra's bombs, and you had them throughout the fight, but you had like 3 of them. You had what is it? You had then Fire Rack happened, and you got seeds, and you got a lot of them, but they were only in the last phase. Then they ramped in the last phase though, and then on Gallywix they put them there for the whole fight. All I'm saying is, if Gallywix was hard, and the take was, if you put seeds from the beginning of an encounter on any genuinely hard boss, people are gonna be like, that's too insane. But then that fight was just too easy, so they never learned that lesson, so they ended up putting it on Laura. Like, dude, you go back in time, make Gallywix hard. There are not seeds for the entire fight on this encounter. Is what I mean.
But it's probably true. Have you seen that Race to World Last Guys video?
Yeah. Recent video? No, I haven't.
Wait.
No.
He had a new video talking about like his progression in, like now that he's reached Lura, and just like how his experience has been as a Race to Last guild or whatever, a late cutting edge guild. And when he put in perspective of only having 6 hours to, or like anywhere from like 6, maybe like 7 or 8 hours to raid per week, It's actually really rough. Like I never thought about that way, but when you spend half of your progression on Lura, you're not making. You're not gonna make it because, like, you're at the end of, you're towards the end of the season and people are burning out, right? Like you've spent half your progression time reaching Lura, and then now you've only reached the halfway point, and that's really rough for a lot of players.
Yep. Also, there are some bosses, even end bosses, where you could swap out a player and it works. Laura, you can't. It is maybe the hardest boss of all time to swap in a new player, no matter what role. Tank, healer, DPS, seed holder, not a seed holder, doesn't matter. Like, they're just, it's going to take them 50 pulls to get up to speed at the absolute least. So, I think an issue with the Race to World last, bro, that boss is so hard, man. Here's
I feel
the thing.
It's just seed people that you can't replace.
You're coming at it from a perspective of not a Race to World last guild, man. Also, in progression, if either one of our guilds had made the decision, we made a comp swap to swap in a new player, we would have instantly lost. It was just too hard. But
yeah,
okay. These guilds, this is something pretty normal. Like if you're fighting a boss for 2 to 3 months, good chances you're replacing some people at some point in time for various reasons, right? And every time you do that, you're fucked. So, wait, what's happening here? Oh, we got an intro.
Yeah, dude, they always have the most hype trailers.
Yeah, I'm fucking turning this shit the fuck up.
Actual game.
Already down to Gentrius, stopping the clock at 12 minutes, 11 seconds.
At final Athraxian, they've got him.
Wait, I was just there. That was a pic of me, bro.
What? Was there?
Yeah, from BlizzCon. Wait, I'm rewinding it.
That is crazy.
I'm hard rewinding it.
0 for Dignitas here, sweeping Team Liquid.
Wait, I'm waiting until the end of the intro, but I'm showing it.
Wow. They killed it in the burn.
Holy shit, China returns.
Yep.
We are dropping down to the single digits on Restless Heart, and in a series that couldn't have been.
Bro, WoW's gotta be popping the fuck
or
off
any
China.
crazier.
I feel like
Oh no.
it's one of those things where it's not going so great in the West.
Dude, every skip, take that shit out of your fucking broadcast, dude. Come on. Ain't none of that. All right, I'm rewinding it. They had a picture of me at BlizzCon.
Foretold the coming of the end, and they say it's here.
Why the fuck can't I rewind it? Okay, here we go. All right, I'm muting chat here.
Stopping the now.
Okay, it's like the BlizzCon memories thing.
Look at how far fast
Hold
their boss
on.
is dropping here. Are they gonna get the one face? Hold on.
I've changed my mind again.
Come on, show the people BlizzCon again.
It can be.
Wow.
Void meta on the side of Liquid. Now City is entering that void meta. 15% on the boss
God
for Liquid,
damn
but Dignitas have already.
Where's the pic of
found
me?
Gentrius, stopping the clock at 12
I think I might have.
11
No, oh, there it is. Okay, so I'm right next to these people somewhere. So there's Supreme, by the way, if you guys know Supreme. He's a gamer. And then there's Ruin. He used to be in our guild. All of us were like sitting next to each other. We were rooting for
seconds.
Are we here? I'm not here. There's like Roger, Method people, probably some parents. I think we're just to the right or just to the left of this, I think. Maybe I'm not.
Final Athraxian, they've
Oh, dude, they missed me. Damn.
So much on the line for our teams. Zyra, with BlizzCon on the horizon, do they want to win now more than ever?
Oh, I mean, for sure. In all of the winners interviews we've conducted over the past couple of Cup weekends, one of the primary motivating factors for the teams was getting to play at BlizzCon. Not only for the chance to play on stage in front of the crowd, but also because a large
All right, chat.
majority
If
of
we're
that
gonna
prize
hope for
money
anything this
is centered
weekend,
around BlizzCon. The 4 teams
we're
that
gonna
make
hope
it
that
to
Liquid
BlizzCon
wins. Let's
split
keep that $1. Second,
$300,000. It's insane.
if we hope for anything else this weekend,
Amazing. I mean, becoming our season.
we hope that a Chinese team makes top 4 So one of the other, so the 4
Hello?
teams that go to BlizzCon are accurate.
Yo, what up, Jeb?
You know what I'm saying? So what happens in this tournament is the top 4 teams make BlizzCon Grand Finals, unless one of the teams isn't Chinese, in which case they get a guaranteed spot, and only the top 3 teams make the Grand Finals. So let's hope that one of the Chinese teams is top 4, which apparently, by the way, if you haven't been keeping up, is during the Chinese Cup, one of those teams had faster runs than mandatory. So they're big blasting. Hello, sorry, I muted as soon as you said hi because I was in the middle of
Yeah, that
of a
that
speech.
goes hard as hell.
It was not meant. It was I was in the middle of a thought.
I get it, like,
no.
I had
JB Joy.
No offense taken.
What I was saying was, I said we're hoping for 2 things this week, or one thing, and then I was like, okay, well that's Liquid wins, obviously. But then after that, what we're hoping is that what the Chinese team Natty makes at least top 4, so it doesn't feel really fucking bad that only the top 3 teams make BlizzCon instead of the top 4 teams.
Are we hoping for that?
I think
I
it'd
like
be
my
super.
MDI to have some drama.
Oh yeah, from that angle, I
Yeah,
can
it
see it.
depends on how you want to look at it.
Yeah, if you want some drama, bro. I mean, it's not really gonna be much drama, I think, because like they knew about it ahead of time, right? And then you can make the same argument in League and stuff, right? Like obviously, like the LCS has a guaranteed spot at Worlds, for example. But like obviously, if you were to take the X amount of best teams, they would just take more like Chinese and Korean teams. But it's just the way it is.
Showed off all of their new cinematics. The trailer for Shadowlands was played, and we got to stay up on stage throughout the whole pre-show, and it was just incredible. Just being able to soak in the vibes from the
I wish we had
crowd.
a band
I
format
can't
here.
wait to get back there.
I want to see.
Oh, that's so cool. I'm so excited. I'm so
Teams
excited to
having
see
to
all of you
strategically
there
pick
and to
their
be there for my
comps.
first time at BlizzCon. And of course,
Although
we
we
are
won't be
going to
able
make
to
so many
see
memories,
what the best
everybody
cons
together
actually are and
when we're there. But
what the best
before that,
strategies actually
our
are.
teams have some memories of their own to make this weekend
Do you
here
guys
and
think
now
they'll
for our
play
Season
only
1
Metacon?
finals. The finals
Or
bring with
maybe
them
like
prizes
shiny
and
picks?
medals to be won. And our teams are competing for $100,000.
Well, I mean,
of course,
I
if
guess
you
the
get
question is,
higher
like,
up in the
does
rankings,
something
you get
like
more of that
Prot
prize
Warrior
pool.
and
So
Seed-
teams want to get as high as they
Is
can.
that actually better
And we
than
can't
Bear, or
forget
was it
about the
just like,
Custom
well, if
Midnight
we have to
Season 1
play
medals that our top 3
something
teams
else,
will
I guess
win.
we'll
These
play
designs
that
are
spec in this
impeccable,
dungeon,
and hey,
'cause
you
at
know
least
what?
it
You can
gives
even bring
some
them to
value.
BlizzCon, wear them around, show them off, be like real low key like that.
I think there's a
But I
higher
also-
chance, by the way. I think there's a higher chance we'll see multi-classing, like not like just offering different things in Metacomp. Because like when you're usually practicing these dungeons, you log in with the comp and then you do all your practice, and then maybe someone texts out like, "Hey, my main spec might be good here. Like maybe we could try this," or "Hey, this other team is trying this." But because during all the cups you had to play a lot of different things, wouldn't that? It's just giving you more opportunities to see what could be good. So I think as opposed to a regular MDI finals, I think we're more likely to see different classes being played just because they've had a lot of reps on it.
Potentially, but another thing to keep in mind for this weekend is the level of these dungeons is actually starting to get pretty fucking close to
Oh, yeah,
like,
wait,
legitimate high keys.
There's 16s and 19s, right?
Yeah, like the
100
19s, like that's. I mean, obviously
That's
it's not like a
crazy
23,
MDI key.
but yeah, if you're trying to do psychotic pulls on a 19, like that shit's gonna hurt.
Yeah. What even
Yeah.
are the 19s? Let me take a look.
Algathar is one of them.
Algathar, holy shit.
Oh, one of us
Wait,
needs to do
Magus
something.
19
Yo,
is insane.
we have that picture of all the maps, right? We need to keep track of the bands. We need to like make a paint or something, but someone needs to like fully keep track of all the bands so we can
Wait, do they get bans this
Yeah, we need a
weekend?
max chat.
yeah, because there's no class bands, they have 5 maps per pool, and there are map bands now, just like
it's
you
the same as
said.
usual, JB. Yeah.
I just didn't remember which weekends did which things for rules.
I
Bro,
promise,
19
even if you
MTs would
think
be
you like
insane.
PvE,
Like, trying
Yeah,
to
I
do
want
the
to see.
entire
I want to see
hallway.
that poll into
it's gonna be a
Gamelis'
really
room.
cool time. And that gives us some information.
No,
about
I think the
AWC
one
playoffs,
in the
but let's
hallway
go
is the
ahead and
scarier
get
one,
back
no?
to what we're here for today,
You
have to deal with,
MDI and
like,
rules that we have
what?
Did they do everything from?
5 Glavers? Yeah,
First
yeah, they
boss
literally
to-
run it
yeah.
down from first boss to second boss room.
Yeah, no, I think you definitely die on 19 doing that shit.
Yeah, that's insane.
This weekend for our rules.
You get target,
that's
you can get
guaran-
2 stacks of glaives too.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's guaranteed like double glaives on somebody.
MDI season, first off. Welcome.
You know if they
Secondly,
refresh? I actually
we
don't
have
even
some
know if it
rules to
refreshes or
discuss.
not.
So
Because I remember
I'm
getting
not
double
pushing in
glazed
one
before,
direction is
but I don't
really
remember if it
format where
refreshes it.
teams are
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think many
and
people have
we've
lived to
already
find
narrowed
out.
the field to the
So,
top 8 teams. So,
but I would
the
imagine
format
you
is
get it
head-to-head
refreshed.
in best-of-3
Dude, why don't in the
dungeons.
overall
Best of
format
5.
slide here? Why don't they say 4 teams
Kind of
qualify to
interesting.
grand finals?
So you see that final blurb
Oh
there
no, they
on
don't say 4 top
finals,
teams qualify. That's how they do
They
it.
just say 4
It's
teams.
just 4
Yep.
teams, yeah.
The group stage, we had a set variety rule where every single
kinda
match
funny.
teams would ban 3
I'm just
seconds.
saying, like, I'm just trying to wonder what they say on broadcast, like, at the end of the thing when they're like, if a Chinese team doesn't make top 4, and they're like, oh, well, this team's guaranteed a spot in the global finals, and then this team, and then the viewers are asking why, and then they have to explain it. It's just, because, like, it kind of makes sense that it exists, like, it exists in other esports sometimes. It's just going to feel so, this has a potential to feel so bad. Because there's, like, exactly 4 good non-Chinese teams, right?
Is it the best Chinese team from this weekend advances, or do
Yes.
they have a separate
Yes.
thing for?
They did have a
Yes, they're
separate
very
thing,
literally
but that
just
was
doing
just to
this.
determine who got to this thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Chinese teams are just simply trying to not be the worst Chinese team.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why we don't have that for NA too. I want to see top 2 NA teams.
Yeah, we're a
versus
poverty
EU.
region. Like, give us a fucking.
Yeah, free
Yeah, what
spot.
the
Yeah,
fuck?
where the fuck is our thing?
Bro, we used to
The
have this.
difficulty is
This used to
definitely
be a
rising
thing.
proportionate to the stakes of the finals, and I'm
You know,
really
the
curious
problem
to see how
is,
the teams are gonna
it's
rise to meet that
we're,
challenge.
we are the
Of
problem.
course, while the
We still
speculation
tune in
challenge
even
might
when
be
there's
done
like
for them,
no
I
North
do
American
really come from the
representation
fact,
among the
though,
players.
that thanks
We
to
still
the
show up and
CN,
watch.
we now have
We need
all
to
of our
stop
true.
watching the MDI, so they're like, oh fuck, we got to do something to get
Yeah,
North American
yeah.
viewers back.
during their weekend.
Yeah, this is pretty hype. So we saw most of
Yeah,
the
that's fucked
specs
up, man.
across our 3 global weekends before the China weekend, but then China obliged and provided.
Max, I don't know if
you've
you've been
final
keeping
two
up with
specs that we were
the
missing, which were
NAM plus
Holy
scene,
Priest
but
and MM Hunter.
I'm
It
sure he
is
has.
crazy.
I'm sure he
Yeah,
has.
I'm tapped the
Sure he
fuck in.
jumps it every day.
Don't even need to
Look at what
inquire
we
here.
saw
I get
in
it.
Hunter. We actually saw quite a bit.
it's just funny because like right now there's
a
such a massive chasm between the NA and European M plus scene.
Hasn't that been the
It's
case
like
for
bigger than
years?
ever before. Well, yeah, it's been the case for years, but like it is big this
which
time, and
another
everyone's been
very,
talking about
very
it.
strong option. We've seen
Is it like the
last
difference
season's
between the
well
high keys or the
and
difference
some
between
of
like the
max,
average,
so
like the
definitely
score to
something
get
that might
title?
get some use, although
Both.
without
It's
the
actually
spec
both.
variety rule
Like if you
really
look at
incentivizing it,
the
there's also a
1%
good chance that
difference,
we are gonna see teams really
it's like
hone
bigger
in
than
on
ever
these
before, and
hyper optimized
same
strategies,
with the
those
top keys
dominant
being done.
hog evoker comps that we
Like
saw a
NA,
lot
well
of,
not NA.
when
Well, I mean,
teams-
does
when
Oceanic count as
teams
NA?
saved the
Yeah,
spec
right.
variety
Yeah.
rule for that
They've
last
been on
series.
NA servers
NA
forever,
just
too.
got 23 Brazil, and EU got
Yeah,
that
you know,
like
it was
2-3
really
weeks
fun to
ago.
see
Who got
Sarah
23
We're
Brazil?
working on
taking the approaches. And of course,
Zorfus.
CN, I
Zorfus
love
did?
seeing
Okay.
His team
different
got it like
regions, but
2 hours
the
ago or so.
table. Getting to see a little Priest was also fun since we didn't see much of it early on. So glad we can round out all of the specs and also get some really great gameplay and some fantastic teams here now for the Season 1 finals. After that weekend with CN,
Dude,
we
even
actually got to
Australia is
see
better than
who
North
all is
America.
gonna
What
be
the
here
fuck?
for these finals, and we have a ridiculously stacked lineup.
They are
all
part of
trying to
NA.
outrace each other. Zyro, what are some
Not
of
in the,
teams we're going to be seeing today?
Not in the
Yeah,
MDI
so in case you
historically.
missed
They
a
had their
couple
own
weekends,
region
I'll
for a
give you
while.
brief
I think in
rundown of
high
how
keys
all
in
the
general,
teams look back in their
EU and
respective
other
groups,
regions are
starting
just
off
more
with
likely to do
Group
that in
A,
NA. It's same
mandatory
thing in
started off our
Fellowship,
competition
which is like
strong,
literally a Mythic
putting
Plus
together
game.
an entire death
Like,
list
dude, the
weekend. Not a
EU
single
server is
event
just so
on
much more
any of their
popular. I
dungeons
think the idea of
the
pushing
entire
Mythic
weekend.
Plus
Really?
for
Can
score
they keep
or
that up?
for
These players have-
difficulty
some of
is
the players
just
in this team
like
have won
right up EU's alley.
12 MDIs throughout the years of the winningest players.
Well, I
of all
mean,
time.
WoW in general is
They'll
just a
want
lot
to
more
add another
popular.
one to their
EU.
list there.
High
No
level
underdoes
WoW.
manner.
I think
As for
WoW is more
Says
popular in
Bubba,
general, but I
upset
also think
Polish
like
Mountain that weekend
your
to win
likelihood
Solo
as an
at the
EU
number 2
player
slot,
to
playing in the global
like,
finals,
are you
and
going to be a
then
high level
playoff
player is
set
just
this
percentage
weekend.
points higher
Have
than
to
it would
find
be
out.
as
Dude,
someone
what
who's
is
playing
this
in
sick ass Chinese
Ended up
logo?
winning the weekend, but not after going through some
Yeah, that
Big
goes hard,
Lucky?
doesn't it? Looks like a
Auntie's Angels
tattoo.
actually won
What
the
the
upper
fuck?
finals
That shit goes
match
crazy.
against
Apparently that team's really
Angels.
good.
That was able to come back to the lower bracket and win
Yeah,
the grand
that's
finals to secure
Sean's
the number
team,
1 seed, but both
aka
of these
Henry.
teams
Yeah,
Liquid's
Liquid's
playing
playing them.
them.
Dude, Liquid's
We'll see
first
if they
2
can
rounds, if they
clean up
were
their
to
play
like
this
win
time
their
around.
first round, is
The
against
Group
Big
C was
Lucky, who had
Toss
like I think the
looking
fastest
very
times of any
dominant
team.
throughout the entire weekend. Overall,
And
Team Liquid
Yeah.
looked
and
a little
then
less
they would
strong than I
play
believe
the winner of
these guys
mandatory
first
versus
thought.
the
Of
8 seed.
course,
So they
Liquid did have a
potentially their first 2
substitute in
maps are
City
against Big
subbing
Lucky
in
and
for
mandatory.
Booney at the last moment, probably about
It's
4 or
actually
5
really
games before
fucked up
we get
because
into
you would expect
qualification, so
some of
they've
these
really
other
worked
teams to
their
be in
strongest point, where
the
last
top
couple of weekends
brackets,
of practice
but
have helped them to look like
it
the
feels
number
like
1
seeding's
seed
kind of
winning
fucked
team
for.
in
Yeah,
Austria
seeding's weird when
regardless.
you add in a Chinese seed, but like there's
And
no.
of course, we capped it off.
It's hard to tell
Chinese
exactly where
weekend
they
with
put them.
Big Lucky actually looking like
Yeah.
one of the strongest Chinese teams that we've seen in years, since the Aster days. These guys were incredible. They put
By the
up
way,
some
these guys are going to
fastest
BlizzCon
times
too, right?
in
That's
all of
actually.
the dungeons. Over all of the
Has there
games,
ever
they
been a
had-
Chinese
they had
team
times
like
that
at
were beating
BlizzCon?
mandatory times, which is something we have
I don't know.
never seen from a Chinese team. They looked incredibly powerful. I think they're going to be a strong contender
Yes.
this weekend.
Even for like
Interrupt
PvP,
looks
for example.
solid, but I think they have a
I'm
lot
pretty
of
sure
work
when
before
I'm pretty
they
sure
can
the BlizzCon I was at,
potentially
not the
match up
first one,
against
but the
number
second
one
one.
seeds. Although, like we were
I think
talking
there were
about,
Chinese
guys,
teams.
It's been weeks since we've seen some of these teams play. There's been a lot of time for
Interesting.
iteration,
Maybe.
evolution of strategies.
There were Chinese
Never
teams
really know what they're
at
gonna bring when it comes to the
Columbus,
finals.
I know.
It's such a good group, and I think that they're
Yeah. There
So,
were.
mean,
I
we
remember
have these
sitting
heavy
outside
hitters
the
like Ronnie Zyro, but then also these teams coming
what's the
in
hotel
that
next to the
put up
Hilton?
some seriously impressive times. So if any of you want
Sheraton?
to watch the teams from their point of view,
Or-
even as you're tuning into the
Dude,
MDI,
as good of
There's one that's on the street, and I remember one of the Chinese teams. I was sitting out in front of that hotel, waiting to get a shuttle to the airport, and one of the Chinese players came out and asked me for my autograph, which I was like,
That's so funny.
yeah, all right, dude.
That's awesome. Did you ever give it to him? So he still has
Yeah,
it?
hell yeah. It was really weird. I was like, dude, you should not be. I was like, it's like you're BlizzCon competing, dude. You should not be asking for my autograph.
All right, let's talk about the storylines that we have for today with the bracket. So first off,
So-
the first series of the day is mandatory versus interrupt.
Today's very hype. I'm very excited.
Favorites, they were the number one seed during time.
I think
trials.
there's a
They had the
chance
most
that there
accomplished
are,
players in the world on their team,
like,
and they're
at
amazing
best,
stuff.
one good
So
series
how
today,
is
and
mandatory going to look?
there might be
We didn't
zero.
really know how they were gonna look
Maybe.
going into the group weekend with this new configuration of players.
I don't know.
that is
I don't know.
They went deathless through their weekend.
I
They
think
completely- They were dominant.
there's a decent
And
chance
I don't
some of
think
these.
there's a better way to
I mean,
really
part of it's
explain
just
it.
it's the
Interrupt,
MDI,
they
like,
got a really big journey ahead of them.
and now
being
that the
able to play
keys are getting
outside
higher
is really
level,
massive. I think for
there's
interrupts,
what we
there's
didn't
a
really
couple
see. I
levels
think
that were
in
good for them.
group
Maybe, like,
stages
Magic
was
Showcase really good.
keys
What
that
does
were
the
high
league
enough
upset look like?
for you to
We have
be
my matchup
legitimately
today.
worried
Big
about like
Lucky
trash
versus Liquid
mechanics
in that
killing
second
you.
matchup.
Maybe
Yeah, we
you
wanna
could
see
get
blood.
overpowered.
Put up a
Maybe you
massive
could get
record
overpowered by
during the China finals.
the sheer quantity of things in the
A lot of
pool,
the Western
but
region
you
versus
can always
Liquid
scale
HD,
that back if you're
during
really
their
worried
group
about it.
weekend,
But you start
is
getting up
very
into
guaranteed
19s,
that a
there's some
last-minute
pulls you're gonna
replacement
feel like you
was
have to
causing
do
them some
to
problems, right? It seems like
compete
they were a little
that are
bit
gonna be
overgeared in
inherently
certain
dangerous.
compositions,
And
some maps they just weren't able to
we may
achieve
see some
on.
wipes this weekend, which
Well,
is
now
what
that
we
they have
really
everything in
didn't
gear,
see
they're
out of the good
dominant,
teams
right?
at
They
all.
look fantastic in
Yeah.
Liquid. Has Liquid
Is
the
like
additional
full wipes
practice that
or
they
like
got the last
catastrophic
couple
wipes,
weeks.
and
How is
that's
that going
been
to let them
a very
match up
prominent
with big luck?
feature of
I feel like
MDIs
that
in the
is a
past is
series
seeing
that could go
teams
to three
just
maps and is going to be
fall
quite
over
close.
mid-run.
Then we have the triple threat
And I
versus
think
Well,
we
it's
could
more
get
that
some of
like
that this
in the
weekend.
past there was tech,
They
and
were very good
nowadays
Yeah.
tech is not allowed. So like you don't get to see spicy strategies being employed.
I think you're still gonna
But
see
even-
spicy stuff because like if they just try to run
You
back
think
what
so?
they
That'd
did,
be
if
crazy.
I bet some of these routes, if they try to run back what they did in the 16s and now they're on a 19, I think shit could get weird, right?
Have the triple threat been able to recover from that?
And like the way you're gonna start practicing those dungeons, right, is like you doing a smaller pull on a 19 is only what you would do after conceding the fact that you can't do the 16 pull, right? Like you start your practice with the 16, and even if it's inconsistent, you're gonna just try to make it more consistent, right? Because it's the fast thing.
Being quite good at any format we give them because they've talked about
Yeah.
time and time again. that
Dude,
they
I
can
wanna
push
see
the
some
format over speedrunning,
smart shit.
but they are really good at both.
I think we will. I think every team in here is going to
Yeah, it's
feel
honestly
like
such
they
an
just have to
impressive
send,
lineup of teams. And I mean,
like,
there's a lot on the line.
you're
as
definitely
you're
going to have some
looking at
strats
what's my
where
kind of course that I'm charting
you
through this bracket, right?
sort of draw it up in
Zero,
MDT
what
and
do
you're
you think
like,
is the
I
best
don't
way
know,
for
man,
this
that
team
seems
to
really
secure victory
risky.
today and get
But
BlizzCon
you
locked
you
in?
talk about it
Yeah, I mean,
amongst
the
yourselves and you're
obvious,
like,
most important thing to
we
look
like
at
we
is
have
the
to do this
semifinal
pull. Like if
match,
we
right?
don't, we're just going to
Win
lose.
your first two matches,
because we're
you're
slow.
into BlizzCon. That's a top three
So
slot secured. So
even if
that's
it's
gonna be, like,
inconsistent as
the main
fucking
part
practice,
of
we just have to go
season
for it and hope that it
Talk
works.
a lot in the group stage about how maybe you don't think you're going to win your first match.
Okay, Big Lucky versus Liquid's gonna be sick.
No, that's not going to be on any of these.
Could be
teams'
sick.
brackets.
Yeah, I'd
Win-
say
win-
that
win
one
first two
and
matches, get to BlizzCon, right?
Dignitas and Anti-Angels
Yeah,
will
you
be.
wanna lock that victory
Is
and
Boomy
have
back
it
this
be
weekend or no?
interesting.
No.
What we love is
I don't
when
know
we
whether
see
it's
when it comes down to the wire
he
and the teams are,
can't
like,
play
fighting to lock it
injury
in and they're just
or
gonna make
can't
it.
play
But the
like
teams are
Blizzard
like,
didn't allow them
we
to
just
do
wanna
the
be
double
sure that we're going.
swapperoo.
We
I have
wanna
no
win
idea.
if we can. Let's just keep focusing and find the clearest way through. So no doubt the teams are really going to want to come right out of these opening series as strong as they can, which means they're going to be playing all out even here on day one. And of course, there's only
guys
3
see
days
Echo picked up
total
Hardchecks today?
left of season 1. So what
I heard
about
that
weeks
ago.
Well, I mean, the the announcement was today.
To watch today.
Tweeter.
I actually think we're starting off the day with one of the ones.
Why do all the top teams tweet about a pickup weeks after everyone else knows about it? We do the same thing.
Not only will will this
Bro, you have social media.
engage
You
in direct
gotta
caliber
like, you
against
gotta
one of the
save
best
that
teams
for a
in the
slow
world?
day.
But we haven't seen mandatory play in
Yeah,
over
maybe.
a month. This is
What
a team
would
that
you want
came
for a
in
slow
and
day?
did
I feel like you would want it
exactly,
for
you know, stomp
a big
through
day,
their
or
group
Nah.
weekend.
When
It
you're
was
social
an
media,
absolutely
some
incredible
days are
season. A
easy,
lot has changed since then.
and
There are a lot
the
of new
tweets just
strategies
write
that people
themselves.
have
And then
used.
some days you got to
Spec
announce new
rifles,
player
resource
signings.
out and map bans are in. There's been tank balance.
Yeah, I think
there's
Harfjax is
better
one of the
gear
players that they've
available as
wanted to pick
well.
up for a
How
long
will
time,
mandatory
right?
adjust
And
to this
he
new
was just
environment?
never
Will they
really
be able
too interested
to
in
beat the
doing
benchmark that they themselves
Yeah.
set
Well,
back
first,
in
and like even in
2018?
MDI, he didn't really want to do.
Well, you heard it. You heard it from Dratos, everybody.
I believe he
This
was busy with school or
first
some shit.
matchup is going to
Yep.
be a huge one
No,
to
he's-
watch today.
if I had
We
to
all have our eyes on how these
create
two teams are going to measure
a
up,
list
just
of-
like Dratos was
of
saying.
EU
So,
players
it is
that
time for our first prediction
I
poll
felt
of the
like
season 1 finals. Get your
should be
predictions
in a guild like
chat,
Echo and
we
weren't,
will
I
start
think he would
looking
probably
these
be
two
at or
teams
near
that
the top of the
clash here
list.
as we start things off. Now, Tuttles, this is
Yeah,
our first
he was definitely
CM
amongst one of
versus
them.
the West game. Would you say that
Him,
mandatory
Yargi,
was
Ashine.
here, or how do you
Yeah,
think
Ashine-
it will
Ashine was
this
like a-
weekend?
I mean, I think
like a
mandatory
6-year project for both
I feel-
guilds.
I feel like that is a team that voting against them. We talked.
Shine
Why
always
did
struck
he-
me as one of those
Oh,
guys
Lord.
that was not in a guild because he was just like, fuck this.
I
Like,
think that's correct.
I'm not
Yeah.
joining those other fucking guilds.
Assumed that right, where it's like we should probably vote for them until we have a reason to believe that they are going to lose any map. And
Oh, apparently in the
mandatory
tweet, yeah,
will
he was
be
just finishing his computer science degree.
phenomenal.
Harfjax
I
it is.
think that they are the favorites here for sure.
Yeah, I think it would be a long shot for Interrupt to
Did
overtake
any
them,
other
but
team do a boot
Interrupt
camp,
did
or is
show
it just
well. I mean,
mandatory?
of
It's
course,
got to
the
be
two
just
Garcia
mandatory,
teams
right?
are looking
I think it's
stronger
just
than
them.
they've been in
I
past
would-
seasons,
Yeah,
especially with the
probably.
speed of games. So,
my
maybe
heart
shot
wants
here, but Zyro, I think it's gonna
wants
be even
Liquid to win
harder
this
because
tournament,
the
but
two
I
of
would
them
put
together
I
in
just
person doing a
I
training
put
boot
so
camp to
much
try and
stock
really
in
get
that.
in some
Like
extra,
playing
you know,
together
team
IRL and like
camaraderie.
practicing together
Do you
IRL
think
is
it's gonna give them a bump
extremely
before the
fucking
finals?
insane. It's
Oh,
so
dude,
good.
absolutely. This is so cool. I think this is the first time
Especially
we've
before
actually had an
BlizzCon.
MDI team do an in-person boot camp. They've
Dude, that should have been
been at
Dignitas
mandatory
too. They got
headquarters
picked
for
up
the
by
past
Dignitas.
10 days
That
now,
goes
I
fucking
believe,
hard, by the
practicing
way.
together, eating dinner together,
I haven't heard of
going
Dignitas
off
in a long
and
time.
doing
Oh, yo,
social
there it
media
is
together, just
on the big
bonding
screen.
as a team,
At the
getting ready
beach
for
minus
competition,
Gingy.
and for a team that already looked as
Minus Gingy.
Drama? Question mark?
They were deathless in their cup weekend, which is wild to say. If they get better than that for this weekend, all of the other teams need to be on watch. I believe we also have a live feed of them in the studio as well. Yeah, here it is. This is so
Oh
cool.
shit, there they
This
are.
is actually literally just a live feed of them.
Yeah,
right
that
now,
shit's-
getting ready to play their match. Getting
It's just
prepped.
insane.
Over
Like,
in
dude,
France.
Can't wait for this one.
Oh my god, they're in the capital of Vermont.
Yeah, that's exactly
No.
where they are, Titles. You got it. You got it. Your American is showing just a little bit. That's okay. I'm also there.
Oh,
This
showing
is
out that
amazing,
French
though.
money.
Honestly, I love seeing them come together like this. It's so fun to see.
Dude,
the
I can't
team
believe
and know
Now's not
that
here.
Right
How
now,
crazy
they're
is that?
gathered all together, and no doubt that training is going to.
Yeah,
pay
that
off.
is
But of course, I mean, Interrupt is the only team that took a map
of
off
the
Lucky, which is the real
enduring
powerhouse coming out of the CN bracket.
esports
So, Dratos, do you think that they
partnerships
might have a shot at being able to do
now
that
and
to
Gingy
mandatory?
felt as
Absolutely, yeah. This is a
close
team that
to
definitely could
like
play an
forever
upset role
as you
here.
could
This is a
get.
team that
Not
hasn't
seeing
been
the two of them
tested,
together is weird.
against the West yet, and they are also warmed
Who
up.
even
They
are,
played
like,
just 2 short weekends ago.
the
so,
people in
I think
esports that
mandatory
are-
definitely, this is one of
you
the
would think
more
of them as like a
lopsided
group.
ones on paper, but the MDI is played on paper. It's played on World of Warcraft.
Let's see. At this point now,
Dratos, you never fail to just bring revelations that blow my mind. Thank you so much for
Wolf
your
and a
insights
shine.
and your astute observations. It is. We're playing.
Or I just meant
Wolf
like,
and
you
a
know,
Shine, everybody.
in
And our
esports.
team
in
oh,
general.
just
we're seeing the
esports. I don't know.
bans.
I don't follow esports close enough.
Wait,
So it
fun
looks like
information.
we have Windrunner Spire and Mysara
Mandatory. I don't really care about Interrupt, but mandatory banned
Windrunner
Windrunner Spire. Let's look at the rest of their map pool to see if that's like a.
The lineup looks for these two teams.
Okay, yeah, Windrunner Spire is one. It's map 5 in upper finals, and it's not in their second round match in match 5. So that could be like a real ban, right? It's also not the starting map for any lower bracket one they would ever be in. Right, that's only
Yeah, they're actually not gonna play at all.
yeah, so I feel like that's like they've I mean, I would like to think that any team okay, I think it's one of two things. It's like either they have crazy tech that they don't want to show, or but if you look at it from like an MBI competitor's perspective, looking at this map pool being Echo or being mandatory, whatever, like that is a map you'd be like, okay, we can just literally never play this, and that would save us practice time to be good at everything else.
But especially with the higher key
They
levels,
would actually
do you think
literally
there's
never
any
need to play this.
additional challenges coming their way? Oh man, look at this mandatory. Yeah.
Dude, Tettle said his
Holy
house
99
flooded.
to 1.
Mandatory is definitely the favorite
Yeah,
team
he
here,
was
Zyro, if
talking
they
about
go into
that
the
last
next
week week or so.
Wow, the fact that it's 99% of the broadcast is actually insane. That is a
Upset
fucking
about
crazy
having a
number.
decent-looking, Magister's Terrace. I would say it's a solid Magister's Terrace.
Is this team like bad?
Big Lucky just like didn't have.
That's just
Yeah,
it. I don't know
they're
that
probably
anybody
the worst
knows.
team.
Well, I mean, no, I mean like,
I watched some of the.
like someone said
Chinese
Big
games
Lucky's
last
good.
week.
We found out Big Lucky's good, but like, how good is this team? Like, what
Yeah.
are their times compared to like
They're
the other
not
top
good.
teams?
They're probably the bottom seed team.
Perfect dungeon against these guys in order to beat them, and even then, you kind of need them to make mistakes too.
So I will say something that's kind of unique is like since the Challenger's Peril has been added at the very beginning of the War Within, the 15-second death timers, and especially with how close these teams have been during group weekends, but now we're gonna expand that into the finals. I think that if a team has like 1 or 2 deaths,
Bro,
and a player
Dranos
is
has
able to
got to
make
wear
things
something
work,
besides the
that
fucking
almost
leather
makes
jacket
map
one of these
between
weekends.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen
He's
it
in
really
rocking that.
play a huge role, and of course, it's
At
gonna
least
play a
this
role
time I
in
can
the
see that
series
he
as well.
does have a
But we
shirt
gotta
on
get our
underneath it.
predictions in, even as you were getting yours in chat. So, let's kick things off. Dratnos, who do you think's gonna take it, and by how much?
I'm going to go with a controversial prediction here that I hope nobody else will copy me on this one because this is my own innovative idea of what's going to happen in the series.
Dude, I had a
I'm gonna
major
go
life
with a
moment recently.
2-0 for mandatory.
I had a restaurant open up, like a walkable, nice like sandwich shop in my neighborhood that opened up, and it has a banger breakfast
So
burrito.
brave.
Put it for
Yeah,
all of us.
yeah. I
Come
would
on.
feel like
say,
that's such a
I gotta
crazy
agree with
life
Zyro.
hack.
Unless titles, are you gonna oppose this? Or are you going to?
This might not
How
sound
much is
crazy
the
for people who
breakfast
live in
burrito
like
there?
walkable cities or something, but like LA is the least walkable city of all time, and it goes crazy hard.
Listen, this is
Bro, how many
This is a
dollars
classic
is that
David
shit?
versus
It's
Goliath
got to be like a
matchup, right? Like,
$12 sandwich.
yes, mandatory.
I have
are
no
the
idea how
insane
much it
favorites,
is.
but like Tuttle
It's
said,
a tier 3 sub.
If they stutter a little bit, if they slip and fall, Interrupt could potentially upset here. There's an outside.
I thought you were
chance.
going to say you
Okay,
opened a
it could happen,
restaurant.
but It could happen.
No,
If they have internet issues, all 5 of them are going out at the same time.
That's true.
dude, I wonder. It's really hard to tell with mandatory because like, okay,
I agree.
I think I know the answer to this, but like, there's 2 lines of thinking, right? Like, if it's a team you think you're gonna beat, and you're doing a 19, do you do like a pull you think you could wipe on, or do you do a safe route, or do you practice like you play, which is what I think. You do the thing you're gonna do the whole tournament just to like get reps on it with all the lights on broadcast, unless you like don't want to show it, but like. With all the tech restrictions they've done, the chances that if you think about the cool stuff that people have brought out, like the Echo snapping the bears and shit in Halls of Valor, like that kind of stuff literally can't happen anymore. They don't let you do it. So like, I don't know. I wonder how much tech people are really going to hold up their sleeve because they've just which sucks too, right? Like it sucks that Blizzard did that. Because that's like the coolest part of the whole tournament.
Today by winning 1 match. That is an
Yeah, I think if there's like something
incredible motivator
actually
for these
crazy,
teams.
they would probably hold on to it.
That course
But
it starts today and here and now.
when it comes to just like playing with Dungeon, I'm sure they'll play it just as a
2
I'm
rules.
trying to think through like what we do on live right now that would be considered
with the CN weekend,
crazy
what
tech
did we see
that
from
would also
Interrupt? You said
be
we're looking like
legal.
they had at least a Magister's Terrace that was strong.
Oh,
Was
I
there
mean,
anything
something
that stood out to you?
like in Windrunner, for instance,
I
teams
think
start doing
they're
the shit where they
actually really
like
good at navigating
CC
the
out
Spectre
the
rule, which that's not something that's going to be super present here.
stewards.
I think,
You get like the
somebody
taunt ring
pointed out that they had,
out
like,
and
really
then like
weird
gather the pool
Yeah,
and meld it off.
extracting
And
mobs.
like that stuff, I'm
well,
pretty
so
sure that's got to
having
be
been
legal.
able
Like
to
I don't think there's anything
solidify
about that that would be.
Yeah, it's definitely
more
legal.
meta compositions,
So
think
I
is
could
kind of
see
a
them.
question of-
To me, that
I
would
think that there's
be
also still
the
room
kind of
for
stuff I would maybe
innovations
expect
in
would
terms
be
of compositions,
like surgical
while
pulls,
the unholy
where
DK
you see
augmentation
them.
of Oaker
That
Dragon
requires
Demon
so
Hunter
much
is going to
setup in the
probably be a very
MDI
popular
though. I
composition
feel like
this
it
weekend.
usually ends
We
up
did
being
see
a
lot of
time
Bones
loss.
Warrior and, like,
Maybe.
Havoc Demon
But
Hunter
if it
and
lets you
Frost
get
last
some
night,
like really good
those could be specializations that pop
mobs
up this weekend.
and make a
Is there
pull
ever going
that-
to be a surprise pick that gives you a
or
an
like
edge?
figuring out
That's
like a
kind of
mob
question
you can
I
bring
have
in on
as
a
well.
boss.
It'd be
Um,
exciting
shit,
to
okay,
see,
here we
and
go.
we're gonna
Dude.
hopefully see
Watch out the
things
Warlock.
here. There it is.
You know that
Mandatory
walkable thing I was
versus
just telling you
Interrupt.
about?
This is our
I've always
first
walked there, but
map
because
of
I'm doing the
the
MDI
day
this
as
morning
we
and I
come
really
in
wanted,
here
I'm
and see
ordering
how these two
delivery. So there's
regions
going to
are
be a
going to
delivery
clash,
driver that
Dranos.
pulls up
All right, the
and doesn't see
Warlock
my
showing up
address.
for Interrupt already.
They
The
get the food,
Destruction
and then
Warlock.
they look at the
Actually something
address,
that
and
did
they're
get quite a bit of
literally
use
going to drive
over
down
in
the
that
street and
region
bring
if
it to
anyone's
me.
looking for some more MDI action,
and then
as
probably
Barton
yell
can
at you
go
for not
catch those
tipping enough.
VODs, of our rebroadcast.
Bro, that
of the
I'm
China
pretty sure it's gonna be
weekend
the
from 2
best
weekends
fucking
ago
value
whenever
they've
we're
ever
done
gotten in
here,
their life.
with the MDI.
So I'm
and
sure there's like a
AWC.
minimum they get.
Mandatory,
Yeah.
on the other hand, I think playing a lot more of what we're expecting, the most common.
All right, we do
composition
have
to do
meta
this
comp
weekend,
for
right?
mandatory
That bear,
and
that Mistweaver,
almost
the
meta
Auto
comp.
Invoker, the
Look at
Unholy
that Destro
DK,
lock damage.
and
Holy.
the Devourer Demon Hunter. Such
Bro, he's showing the
strong
real OP class.
specializations. 3 of the the hero classes as well. All the DPS
2
are hero
milli.
classes. An interesting phenomenon with this composition.
Or flashback to
doing as much as-
Shadowlands.
Saw above the damage meter for both of these
Yeah.
teams. They both elected to pull 40%
That was the last time Warlock was
enemy
good.
forces
That's
in their
crazy.
first pull
Yep.
of this dungeon.
Or the only time.
Once this
Hold on.
pull is able to get
Interrupt
dealt
huge
with
fucking-
by teams, they are
No.
going to have north of
Warlock
Well,
gang.
I guess it depends
out.
what
The Bloodlust
context.
is fading for
Because you
Interrupt.
played
They're already
Warlock
going
in
and clicking
MDI
those,
and
quarry
Dragonflight.
camp residents. And for Mandatory,
well, fuck
they're
MDI.
still dealing with
Are
the
Yeah,
Manda-
what
is
the fuck's
mandatory
Interrupt doing?
doing more
Yeah,
count?
interesting. Interrupt actually.
Dude, the
able to
Warlock
get
fucking
quite a
gapped
good
that pull.
advantage
Wait.
Out of the
Well,
start
yeah,
of
yeah,
this
but what are they
dungeon.
doing here? This
The
is-
gateway
oh,
comes
no,
in
no.
as well. That's probably
Never
a
mind,
big
this is
part of the
boring.
reason for the Warlock
I
here
thought
for
the
Interrupt
bear was
is
about to do
that
crazy shit.
exact
I mean, this is kinda
gateway,
crazy.
allowing them to walk
It's a big
past
pull.
that Proto Drake, some of those more annoying enemies over there. Mandatory
Mandatory's
are
doing
able
a
to
skip
here,
dodge
too.
that as
So what do we have
well,
here? We have
but you can see here it's going to
a
involve
Lich?
They had a lock
and
gate, and
probably
Mandatory's having to
rescue on
do
this
some
three-seater
nonsense.
mount.
Oh,
Yeah,
on the
Rescue
boss.
bullshit,
Looks
yeah.
like Mandatory able
Your
to set this
whole
up as
Interrupt's
well.
going
Bro,
crazy.
Interrupt's going fucking
Bro,
stupid
maybe
on
we're-
this shit.
Yeah, maybe we're
Are they just
underestimating these guys.
Snow
Bro,
bear,
Desperate
snow
Boss is
bear.
fucking 4 million.
Two-seated Chinese
Yeah,
team.
bro,
Look at
Snow
this.
Bear's a
They have
fucking- that nigga
engaged
goes hard.
Forge Master
Snow
Warlock.
bear,
Now,
snow
their
bear.
Tank, he does not have Incarn available, and this is a
No
lot
Incarn
of
for the
trap
initial
pumps.
part of this. He
31
still has
mobs to
survival
be
instance
exact
if he
that are
wants
just
it.
pelting down on the tank.
Yeah, he's
I mean,
gonna
this
pop
is
Fading,
just the
and now
16.
he's
So if
rotating
you
to
were
that
going to see
Incarn
massive
while
pulls in
also
any
getting
dungeon
that life cocoon.
this weekend,
And
I think.
Interrupt
Question
here
is
It's
like
definitely
Mandatory
better.
gonna have more boss
Trying to
damage
chip
than the
away the
Warlock here,
HP,
though?
but
You know,
Mandatory-
while
now they have
accomplishing the
also
same thing.
engaged
I
the
feel like
boss.
Devourer outplays Warlock
That
at what they're
destruction
doing here.
Warlock is just absolutely melting
Devourer's
everything
kinda
here
weird
for
in MDS
Interrupt.
situations.
They already caught up on the
$1
boss
million
damage when you
DPS,
have-
more than 50% ahead.
but if they lose
of
damage having
anybody
more
over
targets.
on Mandatory. Really impressive performance from that destruction Warlock. But
It's
as the
what's their?
Thrash
It's
starts
they
to die
want
here,
up to
is it
3,
gonna
and
start
then
to
above
fall
that,
off compared to
they're
Mandatory's
like Void
damage
Ray gets fucked
composition?
up or something.
I think the answer
Yeah, they
might
lose like
be
10%
yes
damage
here.
by having
You can see
funnel.
Interrupt still holding on to a slight lead on the boss.
Nah,
about a
Mandatory's gonna pull ahead. Like
5%
Mandatory just has a
lead
better
as
combination of
almost
single
all
target
of
and
the
AoE.
trash
Like the
is
Warlock
now
in
dead.
both pulls so far
And it
has
looks like
absolutely
they're
melted all
Interrupt
the
just-
trash, but just doesn't
Interrupt
matter.
just pulled back ahead. They fell behind and then pulled back ahead.
No, yeah, but Interrupt is about to have Infernal too. I don't know how big of a
I
cooldown
think
that
it's
is.
one of those things.
So.
It's kind of hard
Let's
to
That might-
speculate.
actually get
Pulling back.
additional single
Let's just
I mean, it's
make
gotta
it
be a
up.
big cooldown,
They're
right?
about
Like,
to get
you're
Infernal.
drop
I don't know
a
what
big-ass
that means,
fucking
but
Infernal.
I bet it's fucking enormous.
Nah, look, watch. In 10 seconds, you're gonna drop a big ass rock from the sky, and it's gonna be big damage.
I hope it one shots the boss.
Alright, someone in chat said I was 20 seconds behind. I fucking refreshed it.
Giving their evokers a little bit more funnel. But
Okay, here we
like
go.
you were
Bang.
talking about, it's actually kind of hard to be able to overtake a team.
Look at that, they're blazing ahead.
He's at 650K. Does it go
It
up?
doesn't really matter too much the
Dorky,
composition,
what
although,
what
compositions
percentage
do
is
matter a
Interrupt's
little bit.
boss for you
But
right now?
I think that for Interrupt, look at this. They're
27.
actually gaining
I'm like 3%
an
boss
advantage
ahead of
on,
you.
Boss damage compared to
What the
Mandatory.
hell?
20? I'm
You're
at
a
20
YouTuber
now
or
right
what?
now.
Yeah, I'm
this
at
is
20 right now,
wild.
same with you.
Interrupt are just doing
I did a
so
fresh
much
refresh
DPS
recently,
here,
though.
and I was a little bit worried about this destruction warlocks maybe falling.
Wait, hold on.
off.
Hold on. Are fucking is Interrupt
The
cooking?
last extra mod
Yes,
was done.
yes.
I'm telling
I
you,
told
it's
you,
the-
you guys
we
are
drop a rock
underestimating
from
the
the
teams this
sky.
weekend.
Okay, dude, what are you talking about? Literally, right as soon as the game started, I said, "Yo, this shit looks sick. This team's good." That's what I said.
Yeah, but you were like, I think a bunch of the games this
No.
weekend are going to be boring.
I did say that, but I was that was off of me asking, "Is Interrupt good?" And then Dorky was like, "No." So,
Yeah,
They
Dorky was like,
weren't
this
that
is
good in
shit.
the cups, okay?
It's all goes
They
back to
even just,
Dorky,
like,
bro.
They went back to the hyperbolic time
prisoners
chamber,
and charging
and they
towards
spent,
Dude,
like,
they're fucking.
Okay,
They're actually fucking. Mandatory hasn't even killed the
Dude, if
boss yet.
Mandatory loses this
Yeah,
game,
they're
I
close
think
enough.
they will actually just get
Dude, they're
kicked
gonna
out of
leave the
venue.
facility. They're gonna leave the facility.
Dude, holy shit.
Basically,
They're gonna
take
pack up
all
their
of the
computers and
trash
fucking
off,
leave
they
before
can
game
quickly
2.
counter on the right-hand side of the
Back
screen.
to the
bears
beach,
left.
baby.
A couple. They have one more pull and one more boss that awaits them before they're able to stop the clock. Are
Oh,
they
look at
going to be
Evokers
able to
going off doing the
maintain
bitch
that
job.
17-second lead? It is actually kind of hard to out DPS 17 seconds, but that is only one death. One death.
No,
separates
Gingy being an
Interrupt from
Evoker is
being
kinda
in the
weird
lead
to me.
Versus falling behind
It
the
comes
likes of
off as like
Mandatory.
a
And for
beta
Mandatory here,
move, you know?
these are the most
He should be.
accomplished players in MDI history.
Think about it, he should be like the Devourer.
That's such a good bit.
It's
It's such a
This is
good bit
exactly-
because you know that would actually make him mad.
Yes,
Like,
if he heard, I can tell.
He'd be
this is
so
kind of
mad if
shit.
he heard that.
If I was another team, this is the kind of shit I would say.
Isn't it?
like on a
Yeah.
public channel.
.. Isn't it kind of beta?
Isn't it kind of beta? Like, I mean, it just seems kind of beneath him, honestly, to play Evoker. I thought he.
Look, everyone knows
this.
this.
Come in
They're
when
just
they're a
not saying
little bit
it.
more stable on this
Dude.
boss.
It's
He's a
so
plague
funny,
boar,
man.
Not a plague boar. That's a different boss.
Sorry. I don't know why I was thinking Plague Boar or Gingy. That's a blast from the past here.
There's a
Both of
joke in here
those.
somewhere about
Look at
that
this,
beach
though.
pick and
For
Gingy not being in
they're
it because
actually
he's off
falling
doing
behind in terms
like
of
an
boss damage on
Evoker
the
job.
prick encounter, and mandatory Are they just
Yeah, all go over.
Did mandatory pull ahead?
Boss? Maybe they were just focusing down the trash, and now they're gonna. slow
What's
Shades
the
of
poll
Prey.
count here?
Yeah, it looks like
Not
they are
really.
indeed
Yeah, 'cause-
focusing that damage, and
I
now
think they have
they're
similar
moving the boss
count.
around.
They're
Oh,
like
they already-
neck and neck on the
Scarier,
boss.
right? Because those shades of
Well,
Crick, look at that, the Shade
Interrupt
Bomb
already killed
cast
Shade
No,
of
Interrupt's
Crick.
still ahead, yeah.
Through for
Is it going
mandatory.
off?
Look at that
Dude,
cast
if
bar. Are
Interrupt
they gonna be
wins
able
this
to get it
game,
done in
oh
time?
my
Yes, just
God.
barely.
Oh my God, they did.
But that was the enrage of the Shade of Crick cast there. Shade,
Dude,
yeah,
surely
if that had
Warlock is
gone
cooking
off,
on this boss.
it would have exploded
Two
mandatory
targets.
and wiped them. So they were optimizing.
I don't know if Destro's as good
every
2-target as it's been
single
historically. I know that was the
millisecond
case
out
this
of
raid
boss
tier a little
fight.
bit, but I don't know if that's a
And that
raid
led
versus
them to
Mythic
a
Plus
little bit
thing
of a
or a
lead at the
talent
start
thing.
of the fight. Although you could see that then they
That's the
kinda
one
gave
thing
that
I hate
time
about
back
not
as
knowing
they
anything
did
about the meta
eventually
class.
have
It's
to
like, you know,
swap,
you would think
maybe
that,
even a
like,
little bit
Warlock
inefficiently onto
is
those
good at
last
two-target,
couple of
and they're
targets
good
to
at
make
mass
sure they did
AoE.
die before that Shade Bomb went
And they have, like, a
off.
lot of fun
And
and
now
stuff.
both teams are going to be ignoring this.
But, like, I
next
just literally
bomb
have no idea what they
Dude.
do.
Focus on that
Interrupt
bomb
is
damage.
banging
Interrupt
ass.
Still in the
Oh my
lead here.
Yeah, yeah,
Is
they
the lead
fucking
opened
smoked
or
this boss.
closed
Dude, are
compared
we
to the
gonna get
first boss,
2
though, is the
Chinese teams at
question.
BlizzCon?
I think it's
There's
close,
no
but
way Interrupt
only
loses from
by
here.
a
Like,
couple
how
of
can they
seconds here.
even?
Mandatory are going
You
to
are
behind.
you are
stop the
putting
clock on the
dangerous
second
things
boss,
into the
and
universe
they're
right
They
now.
get DQ'd.
No, no,
This is
Shady
how they
knows what
do it.
exactly I'm talking about.
No!
Wait, no, they didn't. Wait, they fucked
No!
up.
Dorky.
It's an evoker in combat.
Dorky
for
did
Interrupt.
this!
Yeah, they gotta go.
Dorky did
No,
this!
wait.
Shadow meld.
Oh my
So
God,
Interrupt
Evoker
are
cheats.
going to
Dorky.
have to adjust their composition here.
Oh, what do they
their
do if they're panicking?
strategy,
They don't know what to do.
what they
The
were
Bears
planning
getting
to
absolutely
do.
fucking
Meanwhile,
This has
Mandatory
never happened in
setting
practice
up
before.
the rescue,
Gingy's
although
failing
it looks
the
like
skip.
they're also
Oh,
maybe having
no.
some evoker-related difficulties.
Oh, Mandatory's gonna win on a
no.
technicality.
This has cost them some time.
No,
so both
man.
teams
Biggest
Dorky.
asterisk in the history of MDI.
on the evoker rescue.
Bro,
You
this
gotta
is
go all the way. You gotta go all the way. It's about to be the most epic pull in the history of MDI.
They're about to be overcount by like 20%. This is amazing.
If they win in spite of this,
No,
this
their
will be
DK's
the
gonna
most
die.
alpha win of all time.
Nearly there on death's door.
Oh God, you
About
know it's
I believe it.
shambles because they just fucking
over,
cocooned the DK.
To Ice
Yeah.
Crown Citadel there, but able to stay alive for Interrupt.
Dude, they don't know what to do.
I mean, it's
Like,
fucking
it's
cooked,
not
man.
part of the script.
Yes, they do. They know what to do. They win. That's what they do.
Here, but a lot less scary when you don't have that 4-pack
Oh
involved.
shit, there's just
I
shit all
think
over
that
the
if
place.
Interrupt is able to deal with this pull, they
Oh,
should
this is
still
chaos.
be in the lead because they're not going to actually have to do that weird time wasting.
Bro,
thing
here's the
with
thing, even if
Worm
Mandatory
Stone, and
wins
they're
this,
gonna be able
they're
to pull the
shook.
boss almost immediately.
Bro,
I
they
didn't
have
even
two
know this is
casters
happening.
and bolting
able
them
to
in the
actually
back.
Get this pack
You
dealt,
see that
dealt
shit?
with. They actually have a cold wraiths that are
Oh
stuck
my
in
God,
the back
this
of the
is a
room.
mess.
Oh my God, Glaciath is just dead for Mandatory.
Wait, do they already have
here.
Glaciath dead?
Maybe that
Oh,
is
fuck.
actually a big
Yeah, this game's
differentiating
done. Yeah, it is
point.
looking
Is Mandatory
Dorky, that's in. There's such a good clip to be had during this. You were like,
has just been evaporated.
it was
How
like
could they
by
lose?
the. It was
Now,
almost before you
Maris
even
has the
finished
final
speaking. They
remaining
fucked
little
that
bit of
skip up.
trash
I mean,
now. He's jumping off
it was
the
just like
ledge.
a
He's
live
going
key
to be
from there on
tagging
out.
these
Like,
two
there
Graves.
was just
Kush
nothing
dead!
you could possibly.
My
Wait,
God,
Kush,
the
yo,
Graves
wait,
Blade
hold
down
on.
and killed Kush.
That is not good at
Yo,
all
yo.
for Mandatory Kush down.
It doesn't matter.
Does
It
get
doesn't
the
matter.
res,
They're
but
still
that's
low-
only
they're-
15 seconds. Yeah, this Glaciath is
That
so
wasn't the
slow
pack-
though.
That wasn't the
Yeah, it
pack
is
Grave
so
Blade.
slow.
That was the old Grave Blade.
Oh
in the
my
back
God,
that we
dude, this
were
would have been
trying
the
to deal with.
freest win of all time for Interrupt. Oh my God.
They would have smoked these guys, like, it wouldn't have even
for
been close.
Mandatory. The
15
cold rate
second
actually
death
got
Wow.
paralyzed off to the side there for them. Now they are.
I don't know.
in
What if
combat with
what
this
if
boss
Destrolock does
well
something
ahead
fucking crazy
of
on the
when
boss?
Interrupt were able to get in
No,
combat
no
here. That
chance.
RP still going off for Interrupt as well, but Mandatory do have
Oh,
to manage
man, what a
all this extra
disappointment.
trash
God
on the
damn it.
boss,
Oh my
whereas
God,
Interrupt
this
are
was gonna be
get
such a
just
good
focus
game.
entirely on
Yes.
boss DPS and those 15 seconds of death timer. This one's gonna come right down to the wire.
Yeah, this one's going to be so close. And for Mandatory,
there's no way
their
you wipe on
deathless
a
streak has been
16
broken. This
in-
was kind of one of the
on the
main
boss, so, like,
narratives
this is
coming
free
out of
for
the group
Echo.
weekend is that Mandatory went completely
Mandatory,
deathless in the
sorry.
group weekend.
I know
We
you paid a lot of
determined
money
they were
for me
gonna
to
be
say
super
that.
Automatic in the finals, having a first death in the Pit of Sauron on this 16 Keystone level. I mean, this is the door opening for Interrupt. The Interrupt's going to get Bloodlust about 5 seconds ahead of Mandatory.
this actually
Who do you
wouldn't
think
have
is in the
even
lead
been
here?
close.
I think it's still Mandatory, but I'm not convinced.
Yeah, this is
No,
going to be
Interrupt
such
would have,
a
like,
tight
had
finish
this
here. You
boss
can see
dead,
that
like,
last
right
grade
now.
Why are the
right now
casters hyping
going
up
down
this being a
Mandatory.
tight
Mandatory
finish?
still have to kill off, that
It's not.
Well, I mean, there is a 15-second differential, and the boss is going fast. It will be a tight finish.
Wait, did you
It's just-
cheat it to nothing?
So that's an extra target that needs to go down.
Well, I mean, you have
Now,
the
Oh,
fucking...
dude, that is
focus
so
on
lucky if he
boss
has
damage
cheat.
here. It shouldn't slow them too much to have
He
this
may have
cold
known
break
he had cheat and
involved
just
here.
fucking
So I think Mandatory
accepted
has
it.
such a lead on boss HP here that even
Tactical
with those
cheat.
15 seconds, I do prefer
mean,
their position. Bloodlust
If
now
you have
rolling,
the
though,
CD
for
at the end of
both
the fight,
teams.
you know there's
This
nothing
is
else
going
you'll
to
need
be
it
a
for, and
huge
you get to finish a
opportunity for
cast in it.
interrupts,
Then
as we
fuck it.
now have the lust plus AoE section for the Destruction Warlock to just absolutely pop off here. The
Is this like the
Infernals
Spurs Nick
falling
game
from
4?
the sky as well here for Interrupt, but Mandatory are about to stop their
It's a
clock
sports
here. The
reference.
boss
One
just
team came back
Yes.
from a huge
slivers of
deficit.
HP left.
But it wasn't
goes
even
down.
like a huge
Mandatory
deficit.
gonna
It was
put an
the
11-minute
10 seconds to kill it.
on the board. Interrupt.
Nah.
7 seconds left.
GG.
To try
Oh
and
my
equalize
God,
here.
dude, what
The
a
boss
fucking
is
tragedy.
So low, but heartbreakingly, it is
Dude,
going
that
to
was
be
a tight finish.
I mean, dude, Interrupt should have won that game. That's
God
crazy.
damn.
They straight up just were. I mean, I wonder if other teams will copy that though, because like, dude, they were gonna be like 15, 20 seconds fast. I don't know what other teams' times are gonna be like in here, but like, Interrupt's Pit of Sauron. Do they? Okay, let's say, and it's likely now, right? They have to win 2 games, and Mandatory has to win 1. Looking at map pools, is Pit of Sauron in the lower bracket for this team a lot? It is in both matches they would play, right? Match 7 and match 9 has Pit of Sauron.
Yeah, but it's not the first map.
It's not the first map, and like maybe other teams will ban it now against them. Who else should have a good Pit? Pit isn't the starting map of any other series in the entire tournament, except for this one.
Yeah, it isn't. Yeah, that could be a thing too. Like, it could be that Mandatory doesn't care that much about Pit.
And they would have been ahead of Mandatory.
Dude, I just like feel different about. I just don't know if it's wrong, but I just feel different about Gingy watching him play Evoker now, if that makes sense.
Who also had 1 mistake.
Yeah, you don't seem the same, right?
Yeah, it's not
good
the same.
place to be for Interrupt. I mean, this is a team that I wouldn't have been surprised going into this.
Because like, you know,
but
when
Evoker's
people play
actually
a certain
hard to play
role,
now.
Like old Gingy,
Yeah,
old
like-
Gingy, when they were like talking about who's gonna play what, like they'll literally have a DK main, you know, and then he'll just be like, I have to play DK and you're playing Evoker because like I can't be seen playing it. But like he didn't do that this time.
What were you seeing in this back and forth?
I mean, like when you look at Automatic Jack, for example, you know, like that looks like a healer to you, you know.
The Destro
You just can't imagine him playing anything else.
Insane.
Do you know what my first interaction with Jack was ever? Was doing this is gonna age me a little bit, but that's okay. Was him. I was coming in to do sales of Archimond, and he was just wanting to be. He wanted to solo tank it as Blood DK so he could do like the most breath damage possible. So he was like doing crazy shit, like sit in the lava before pull. He would yell anytime anyone would taunt off of him, and then like just to know all these years later, he's just a fucking healer, you know.
Just a
Wait,
fucking healer.
Automatic Jack? I would never picture him like that.
We had this nice little Wernstone skip
Dude,
also to get citizens
that's
to
so
get
sad for
into
Interrupt,
the
bro.
mix, so
They would have
get
had a
really
chance to
upside.
make this series
Like,
interesting.
there's
Actually, I'm a believer in them now. Like they clearly have the potential. Like what's their next map?
Right. I think Interrupt just run away. With this dungeon, the duplicate just griefed them. Now they identified the
Terrace.
correct.
I wonder if
play,
someone will
just
have a
pressed W
naturally
before
better
you
Pit of
have to
Sauron than
play,
Interrupt
but
has
it
this
cost
weekend.
them so much single target damage
That was like
with
so
the
strong.
zero.
Who else do you think is gonna even play Warlock in there?
We kept talking about Mandatory's Deathless Weekend.
I have no idea.
Well, that ends.
Yeah, I don't know.
On the first map.
The spec bans made it really weird.
There's no more. I guess in Liquid's map they have Pit of Sauron in there. I just don't know if it's a ban.
That's their first death of the weekend of the entire competition.
Actually, Pit of Sauron could be a ban for.
But I think
Actually,
this
I
puts
highly doubt
every
it.
other team on high alert.
Dude,
I
how
think
did
like-
Kush die to the
Warlock
Greyblade?
pick in this Pit of Sauron looks incredibly strong.
I think Liquid's
How
gonna
many
have a
other
Pit of
dungeons
Sauron
do we think this
because they have
Warlock
Pit of
is gonna
Sauron in
really
their
powerful?
first match,
Special is like
and then if they
Glory of
lose
the
their
Ever
first match,
Leader,
it's in
second
every
favorite.
single lower bracket
Was that-
match.
Was that
All of them,
threat
literally
on
all
that
of them.
old Graveblade is what killed Kush, Zyro? What happened?
All right.
Yo,
It was
Maris
the
is not playing the
previous
bear
one in the
build.
hallway,
Holy shit,
and
that's hype.
I guess he just had
Magister's
The,
Terrace
jumped
19.
downstairs and
Yeah, here's where I feel like if
I'm not
Interrupt
exactly
is
sure.
gonna have
It
huge
happened,
balls
but,
and do enormous
they
pulls,
killed-
this
they
is the
focused on
dungeon
Dude.
where I think
targeting
you
down
could.
Glacier.
They
They
have
were
massive
all
balls,
crashing
right?
down, and that ended up
Right.
costing them just
I
a
feel like
death.
they'd have to.
It was still a really
See
solid
what I
pick.
what in
Still a
my
really solid
mind,
dungeon.
Snow Bear
But, man,
is
what
a
would have been for
is
Yeah.
a reference to Cocaine Bear. Like
Yeah,
that's
this
what
was-
Dude, fucking
in my
facts.
mind,
No, he's
Snow-
cooking. He's
And what
cooking. He's
we
cooking.
needed to see-
Cocaine Bear, and
Yeah,
this
but
guy
we
just
needed to
he's
see
like
that mandatory
just
right
rips
away.
lines and is like,
This
let's
feels
go
like
everything
that
on
Dude,
boss.
let's fucking go. Dude, I think he's right. I think the Warlock wasn't actually a DPS decision. I think Snow Bear refused to pull anything but that stuff, and they were like, we have to play Warlock to accommodate this, and they did. It was like an alpha Cocaine Bear move.
Seeing how they performed in Pit of Sauron, seeing these skips that they pulled
Yo,
off.
by the way, Gingy's
seeing
playing
everything they were
Veil Gores.
able
Isn't
to
that shit dog
accomplish,
shit
I
on
mean,
Evoker?
Dratnos, Magister's Terrace,
experts?
do they have the advantage here?
I swear I remember them always saying it's like
that this was
bad.
such a
My
good map for mandatory when we saw
general
them in Group
rule
A,
of thumb
but on the other
is
hand,
if somebody
this is the map
from
that
a Race to
Interrupt
World First
being
Guild
lucky
is playing
in.
something that I think
So
is bad,
if you
I'm
look at
probably
it,
the stupid one.
Interrupt, the second seed from China.
I think that might be
almost
giving
beat
some people too much credit, to be honest with you.
in the pit of Sarum.
I don't think you realize
Now,
how
they did
much
beat
like
Big
a lot of
Lucky
those
in
decisions you're
Masters
talking about
Terrace.
are looked at
So,
hundreds of times by like
all
a
of
really good
that
analyst,
combined
and
by
that's
the
a question that
transitive
someone
properties,
asked.
But that's my
this
point.
could
That's my
be the
point
best
is
map in the series here,
if
and they've
Gingy's playing that,
already
it's for
almost
sure
won in the
been
pit of Sarum.
discussed.
I don't think
amongst his
analysts,
teammates.
amongst his teammates, yeah, but like I don't think there's any analysts involved in MDIs
I mean,
usually.
Miras is like basically an analyst teammate,
Is there anything you can think of that would
as
be
is Ryson. I
That's-
mean, those are two guys
advantageous way for them to
that
approach
if
this
they
match
weren't
this
playing, they would
Well, I think
be
the big thing
an
to point out,
analyst
like we
level.
already
Oh,
talked about,
that's
is
actually
level we bumped it
a
up one
really
from the
good
group stages,
thing to
right?
bring up.
19 is
Like it's
of
kind of a side thing, but like one thing that used to make Echo better than everyone else was their ability to make like better tech than people in practice. Like always they gapped people in that way. And Miras is one of those main people. Now obviously it's a lot harder to make tech now, but you can still make most of the same tech. It's just like instead of making a quick weak aura, you have to like develop an entire add-on. But like they have those resources and like a lot of other teams would not. So
Hold
like
on, where do you get 7 vers? Oh, it's a gym. Okay. I was like, how the fuck do you get 7 versatility?
how do you pronounce this guy's name? Any Mandarin knowers? Is it Mandarin?
Let's see.
What do you mean, let's see? Are you putting in Google?
Use it.
Let's see.
You know, you can always use
Anybody know this guy's name?
ChatGPT or
Let's
some
see.
shit nowadays.
I mean, even in the Magister's Terrace, right? Having an
Dude, this
internal
guy's a monster. I wonder if they pull out the
doing a ton of
Warlock in
doing
this
and
too.
graphics
Like, I wonder if
and
he's a main
this could be
lock
something
or
that
if they
sets the team
teched
apart
it.
from the other teams.
Fingers crossed. I'm excited to see what they're going to bring in. We'll see if they keep rolling with this, bringing that massive.
Honestly, I think that's
damage to
some of the most
table,
fun
and they go
storylines
into
in
what should
MDIs
be
is
one
when
of their
some team
strongest
just
maps
has
here in
like
the
a
series.
main of a
Interrupt have
class,
lot to prove
and
against
then
a
it actually is pretty
long-standing
good,
powerhouse
and
that
it's a
is
little
mandatory.
off meta,
And
but
here
it's
in game 2, they are
like I mean
well
we kind of did that with
that.
Fired Up.
In
Like there was
Magister's Terrace,
like
their
in that
attack is
season we
gonna
were
have
playing
to
with
be
you
above
guys,
those.
like
They're gonna
Hunter
have
was
to
like
also
super
stay
sick, but
out of the
Mage in a couple
confines
dungeons
if
was
they want
like
to
just
go
as
ahead
good.
and take this
I
and
know.
even
I know.
out
We
the
banned
score. Otherwise, mandatory,
Workshop
they can secure
because
this,
we
like
saw
we've
you
been
guys
saying.
practicing with
Right
Fired Up
through
in
the
there on
upper
Mage,
bracket
and it
gets you
was
closer
we were
and
like,
closer
we
to
don't know what the
BlizzCon
fuck they're doing in there. I don't think
Yo,
Mage
here we
is
go, by
good,
the
but
way.
we don't want to find out either.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
we're banning this
The
map.
reason, yeah, that was the Void Elf shit
Warlock shenanigans
as well
I thought
to
that
skip the
there would
RP.
maybe
But
be a
yeah, he
chance of
he
just,
like
an
and he did
Arms
that because
Warrior
like the
having
class he was
an
playing
Hunter
couldn't be
in here.
Void Elf and
There was
Mage
a
could blink it.
lot of Arms Warrior played during group
It was
plays and
actually
stuff.
King's
What was
Rest.
that?
Like, it is
Mystery
a
damage.
very good specialization.
King's Rest
It
Mage was
always
banger.
He's going
that
beast
and
mode.
it'll together,
Fuck,
just,
no
like, insane
Warlock.
amounts of DPS
Okay,
in
so he's
here.
not a Warlock
But
main.
No,
both
there's
teams
no
go
way
with
you
very
play Warlock
similar
in this dungeon.
composition.
But
Starting
Gingy,
off
or
with first
Gingy,
pull
I'm
into the
reading shit.
Sentry, that
God,
is-
Dorky,
mandatory
whose
destroyed
decision was
this
it
pull,
to
bro.
play
Look at that.
Destrolock in Halls?
Yeah, you got quite a bit of flexibility.
Look at how fast it
can-
is it.
Dungeon. This is also notably a plus
I mean, you just had
19
to.
key, which is higher than we
Yeah, what the
saw
hell, there's so
Their
long.
their
in
prio
any
damage
of
was
the group weekends,
fucking
right?
nasty
So
right there.
what
That
is
was
that gonna
crazy.
Oh
do
no,
for the
carried by
pacing in
Destrolock.
here? I think it gives you a lot more flexibility on when you
Wait, what
press
is the
this Force
difference?
Lust,
Why is there such a big
because
difference?
the dungeon's going to go long
Uh,
enough that second lust will still be
confused.
ready
I don't know.
when you want it at the end
Their
of the
DH
dungeon.
Oh,
is doing 0
Why are you
damage.
about 15 seconds behind?
Yeah, I'm not
Dude,
sure.
how are they 15 seconds behind
This is-
off
see,
of
this
that
is the
pull?
sort of thing
That's
that I was
actually
kind of
fuck what is
expecting.
going
The
on.
DH is losing to the
I'm so
Evoker on the
surprised
meter.
that it
That's a
didn't
problem.
happen, right? Typically what happens
He was a
when
Warlock
you have a
main.
team like
Weird.
Mandatory,
Right? Are we
play
betting
against a
Warlock
team that
main?
You think is maybe a little bit
I
slower.
feel
No
like.
way.
Just every single
I mean, you
pull
did
goes a
just
little
get
bit
done
faster
saying
for
this
them.
team was
In
dog
the pit of
shit,
Sarum,
and then
I did
I
not
feel like
say
this
that.
is the-
I did
not you,
not.
Dorky.
Oh, yeah,
Dorky was
Dorky.
like, this team
Then
fucking sucks, and then
perhaps
15
due to
minutes
strength
later,
of that
it's
destruction
like,
warlock
does this
and how
team
they
suck? And
routed
Dorky's
that
like,
dungeon.
no,
This
this
time
guy,
around, it does
this
look like
guy can't
Mandatory are the
suck.
team that is maybe gaining a little bit. That
Dude,
priority
I
damage
will
focusing
literally never
down
lose
the
faith
mob
in
that
Snow Bear
needs to die,
because of
that
his
is gating
cocaine
your
origins.
progression Here. Like, look at this. That blazing pyromancer for mandatory.
I actually
is
never
gonna
saw that
die
movie.
ahead of these
Nor
Sunblade
did I.
Enforcers and Arcane Magisters.
Did
that
anyone
actually
see
have
that
less
movie?
health than
Did anyone in
but
chat see
Mandatory
Cocaine Bear,
really
or was it
focusing
just like a
that
meme?
priority
No.
damage into the target that needs to die to then
Or was
start
it a
the
money
RP to
laundering monitoring
open the next
exercise.
wall. Whereas if you look over on the side of Interrupt, everything is actually it's also the same sort of thing here. The Pyroments are also going down for them first, but a little bit more health on everything else that they still need to get through.
Speaking of
before they're
animal
then
movies,
maybe
I saw
confident
that
walking
Sheep
forward
Detectives
here.
one recently. It was kind of sick.
Yeah,
It
so
was good.
this pull on a 19.
Highly
is
recommend.
ridiculous
What
for
movie?
mandatory.
Yeah.
What is that? That's 2 Arcane
Literally,
Sentries,
no
2
joke.
Arcane
The
Sentries,
movie is
the Pyromancer, and now
a
the
shepherd
boss with all of
gets
these
murdered,
light
and the
steel
sheep
worms
have
that are
to
going
solve
explode.
how
I
he
would
died.
not be shocked if we end up
Is this
seeing
like
a
a
player
Pixar
go down for
film,
mandatory
or-
here.
Yeah, is this like
This
a
is where all of
cartoon,
the
or-
defenses
It's
need to
animated,
press,
yeah.
and
It's
they're
actually
not
beast mode, though.
lusting this pull. What is the
Like
reason
not
for
even
that?
memeing. It's a good
Bloodlust hit the
movie.
pull at the end of the hallway. I saw Macy, and I think he hit single-digit HP there on that
Okay.
Death Knight. This pull is still not out of the woods for mandatory yet. It is down quite low, and they are finally going to be able to get the pack killed off. And on the right side of the screen, we have Interrupt here pressing Bloodlust and actually doing the exact same pull that mandatory did without that lust.
Yeah, this lust is such a natural button to press here.
That's not animated,
I
but
am-
like the
There are a
sheep
lot
are.
of teams that would even consider
I'm genuinely
avoiding this
perplexed by
lust
this
because
DH's damage
you just
in this
look at it and you're
dungeon.
like, okay, we're fighting a lot
Yeah,
of
I don't get why
trash,
he's getting
and we're
gapped.
fighting a boss, and we're getting a damage buff that multiplies with Bloodlust, right, from those worms dying. It's a
my
no-brainer,
gosh.
right? If Lust is on cooldown,
If
or
you
it's
were to
available here,
lose
you
to a
press it.
death-
Mandatory are holding it. What is that going to allow them to do?
Oh,
now?
mandatory's holding lust.
Ryzen Sun Kick. He did the same thing.
Yeah,
with the
normally you
Lich
would send
in
it for the
Pinnaceron.
hallway, I'd imagine.
He,
Dude,
transcends
mandatory
that over,
saving
he
lust
tags
and
the healer in
still-
master, he wurnstones back. This is
still
really
ahead.
nice
That
to
is-
allow
that's not
Mandatory to
good.
get
I mean-
some additional
we did
three-target
have a
aid. It
conception
looks
of
like
Interrupt as a team
Interrupt
leading into
also
last
now
match,
have
and
a
then we were
Magister,
surprised
but
Yeah.
Yeah.
by
They changed their narrative,
Well, I
bro.
think
their
they
performance.
have
Dude, the
like,
only thing we
but-
had to go off was
just
Dorky making
visible
up that they were
behind
bad.
Christos's nameplate. That
I
healer
mean,
He made it
does
up.
I was
have-
right,
oh, no, it's
though.
an enforcer back
You
there.
weren't
It's
right.
not
You
a-
fucking.
No.
They were
See,
gonna
look at
win.
this
They were going to
Magister
beat the
and
team
not
that did a
extra
fucking
healer
boot
in
camp in the
mandatory
first
did.
map of the
Mandatory
tournament.
Count
is
here after
throwing
this, it is
pit.
gonna be
That's
slightly
my.
No,
better
they're
than
not,
mandatory
dude.
They don't give a
if
shit about
Magister
pit.
does go down,
Okay.
but it is very
Mandatory
similar between
posted
the two
pictures
teams.
of team lunch
Mandatory
every
starting
day.
to
You
inch
don't
over
beat
to
a
the
team.
Yeah,
outside
exactly. That's what I'm
and
saying. In the
They
first
don't
map,
crash,
like
though.
the
They certainly
first thing
don't
of
want
global
to. They're
finals.
making sure to
There's no
place that
shot, man.
slam
Yeah,
over
they're
to
like,
the
you know,
side, so
Interrupt
they
didn't look
wouldn't
that
pollute
good.
the
We don't give a
center
shit
here,
about pit.
where they're
It's
gonna
gonna be a
pull
breeze.
For what it's worth,
for this
though,
refueling protocol
I
and
don't
then finish
think-
it off,
I
before the
don't even
next
think
phase
they
begins.
play Pit of Saron for like
I have a theory with
the
what's
rest
about
of the
to happen with
tournament,
this Bloodlust.
like
I
mandatory.
think
Like it's
it's
not
going
something
to
that's
go
in all
into
their
the
map pools. It's like
Spellblade
just
pull.
the
Yeah,
starter
yeah,
of the
that's
first
what
one.
I'm
So
saying.
like
Second
maybe,
boss,
maybe.
Just throwing it away.
glaives that get
Yeah.
applied to people, the runic glaive dot is so
Okay, here we go, though.
unbelievably
This poll's gonna
deadly.
be crazy
I would not
for
be
mandatory.
What if they
shocked
They have
wipe
lust,
here and
though.
give this game to
Some
Interrupt?
That just becomes not really a pull that.
I mean, the
seems
thing
super
is,
feasible.
Echo does
These
have
Spellbreakers,
mandatory, dude.
you know,
It's
you
gonna
see for
take me a long
mandatory
time.
here. I think that
You can
that's
call
what
them
does
Echo,
have-
right?
This Bloodlust allows
The
them to do,
problem
is to do
where
this
they
pull
have
over
now
here,
they
which
now have
other
to treat
teams
Interrupt
may
like a really
not
good
even
team.
consider. All the alternatives
So
here is
they can't
maybe
bitch out on
not
any of their
Bloodlust.
pulls.
But you
Because
see
they,
that Bloodlust
as
is
far as
coming
they
out
know,
mandatory.
Interrupt has
All of
actually
these
just been
Spellbreakers
like
with this runic
gaslighting
blade dots,
everybody
they're
and is
going out on
actually.
these
Do you
players.
think they have a
Sick as
sixth
hell.
man
Hit
actually
one
looking at
mandatory.
other stuff for
One
them
player
while
going
they're
down will
landing?
spiral into a full wipe.
They are
It's
in a
gonna be
fucking
the
land
exact
center.
same
They have a
out
7th, 8th,
Bloodlust.
and 9th man.
It
I
looks like
highly
they're
doubt there's
thinking
anyone
about
else
it.
for Echo there.
Interrupt walking forward now. The
I mean,
in-card
no, but
is
it's not hard for
rolling,
them to
and
just
they
see it
have all
themselves,
this
too.
trash here. Like you said, this is. Such
I
a
never
scary
wanted that
pull
shit on my other
Bloodlust
monitor. Were you guys the
really
person on your
gets
team that had the other
double
team on your
benefit
monitor?
from mandatory
Yeah, we
because
had
not
another
only
we had
Shaq
another
did more
player.
did that.
triple benefit,
Oh, that's not
because they're not
surprising.
only
I
doing
did
more
that.
damage,
But also,
they're
that wasn't
killing
great
the
because
pack
Shaq would just
sooner,
troll
which
sometimes.
I don't think
and-
Shaq can feel pressure, by the way.
makes
I don't think
it
it's possible.
easier to
I don't
live
think he
this
cares
pull,
enough.
right? Their defensives are going to be up for
But
a
Shaq would do the
higher
kind of shit where
percentage
we'd
of the
like,
combat,
we'd have a wipe,
and their
and then we'd
healer is
be
gonna be
like
outputting
going back
more
through, and he'd be
HPS
like,
as
"Oh my
well
god, the other
over
team just
time.
wiped," and we'd
So
be
a
like, "Really?" He'd be like,
triple
"No,
value
no,
Bloodlust
no,
for
we're behind by a
mandatory.
whole
that
They
makes
boss."
are
sense.
able to roll it into boss combat
Shaq, I
as
think, is like
well,
the
and Bloodlust
ultimate person to
still
have on your
rolling
team
when
in one
they
of these
pull the
things.
boss. A
He's fucking
quadruple value Bloodlust.
insane at the game, and
don't know if I
just
would
the
describe this
literal
quadruple
biggest morale
value,
person
just
you could
stand
ever have.
there and look at Bloodlust ticking down as the boss
Okay, yeah,
spawns,
so
but-
that's -1. So
Plus,
triple value
you do have to deal with a
Bloodlust.
little bit of
Four
chaos,
good
though.
things and one bad thing about it.
especially
There
in
were
practice.
some-
I'm sure he chaos
There
wiped
were
you.
some practices
all right. We'll
where
call it 3.5.
I have one
All right, but
practice
Interrupt on the
in
right-hand
mind
side, they actually pressed all of their
where it
defenses
was
at the
when
exact
he
same
and Fired
time,
Up were on the
and it
team.
looks like they're going to be able to
And
squeak
it was
by
a,
in terms
I
of
think it
being
was
able
a
to get these
Friday
Spellbreakers
night.
killed
So
off.
it was in the
Just
middle of a
notice
tournament.
how much
We had just
slower
gone to the lower
the
bracket
killing of
in
the
a
Spellbreakers
in a
was
series that we
for
weren't
Interrupt. They
anticipating
still
going
did
to the
not
lower
have those
bracket. So
two
we were like
Spellbreakers killed
having
off
to panic
that are
practice
required
some
to spawn
dungeons.
the boss.
We
They
had,
fortunate
you know,
enough to survive
whatever,
it, so that puts them
like
in a
4
position
hours to
where
practice
they can
before we went
catch
to
up in
bed and then had to
mandatory.
get
You
up
are
and
going to get
play.
their Bloodlust a little bit
And
earlier than
like
mandatory.
Shaq and
So
Fired Up were
is that
meaning,
going to be
and it
a
was just
position of
like,
value
guys,
or Interrupt? Maybe mandatory
I
only get one lust in this dungeon.
I
Interrupt's gonna get
need
two.
you
That could be an acceleration
to
point.
lock
but
in
for
for
mandatory here,
give
you
me
have
like
to
3
love your
fucking
position.
hours tonight
There
of
is
no,
Yeah.
no bullshit. Like just
There's
I
no
need
way.
you
Possible.
to not do this shit right
Boss
now,
is about to
okay?
get
Like
pulled
it's
here
one
for
thing when we're doing
Interrupt,
this on a
but
random
it's
Tuesday practice, but
unsurprising
like
that the gap
we have
is
very limited
opened here,
time.
as, of course,
I
Interrupt
need
uses their
serious
lust
Shaq and I need
before
serious fired up for like 3 fucking hours, or I'm gonna lose my shit.
It's so hard for them to do that together though, because like when they're together, they like communicate on a different plane than like normal humans. It's very strange. We can't even like sit them at the same. We have gone through years of iteration of like figuring out exactly where to place them. Are they in the same split together? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. At the facility, do we sit them next to each other? That's not allowed. That will not work. But they have to be in the same room, or else they keep getting up and leaving the room. But they can't be next to each other. They have to be like an exact medium distance away from each other to where it's not a problem either way.
Yeah. I mean, I think that this dungeon on 19 though is
There's an analyst probably just for that relationship.
I would not be shocked if the next pull is
that a psychologist?
MDI standard pull.
It's got a wrangler on site.
A devouring tyrant, and you pull all of the trash into the Gamillis room. And
you literally just hear him because he has his mic on the whole time, and he has his headset on no matter where he is. So you'll hear him say in open comms "mate," and that means he's leaving the room to walk to wherever he is.
For mandatory, even though they have a quite substantial lead here, they're not out of the woods yet.
Oh god, mandatory's fucking steamrolling them
in determining whether or not they are going to win this second match.
Well, I mean, if there are, like I said, maybe this weekend we actually see somebody wipe. And if that was gonna happen in any of these dungeons, this would be the dungeon I would have bet that if we see a big crazy pull. The 19 Magister's Terrace seems like the kind of dungeon where you could do a big crazy pull and have it.
Wait, Kush is charging the crystal and everyone else is leaving. Is that normal?
Yeah, this is sick.
Okay.
No, this is not normal at all.
Werenstone angle?
When you finish charging the shield, it'll start RP, which will spawn all these mobs.
And then with the power of his shift,
they're skipping.
Yeah, they weren't stone. That was sick. That was banger. Every other team is taking. That's easy to steal too.
This is gonna let mandatory start this pull so quickly without having to bother.
Yeah, it's banger. I wonder if we'll see that in the other Magister Stairs today. That's not even hard to steal.
So there's
it is hard to steal because it's gonna mess up your timings a little bit, right? Like your cooldowns.
Yeah, it will change your route.
It changes a lot.
Non-targeted like leap mechanic.
I mean, but you can practice MDI maps.
That is one of those things.
That was so smart. His Warnstone, by the way, was like literally 1 yard from being not usable from where he just was.
That's one of those changes that you'll see and go like, oh, that's easy. And then you'll go in and try to do it and be like, Jesus fucking Christ, how do you do this?
Well, I wonder how good that really is.
I
just wonder like how much that really saves.
For mandatory,
it saves the travel time and it saves.
In this kind of sequencing.
Yeah, it lets you get a head start on the pull.
They have one void caller?
Well, it lets everybody else start running instantly
Out a way to, like, meld
and start gathering the pull. So you save whatever time would normally be spent having everybody run up there.
Past where it spawns,
and then
you know, the mobs sort of spawn
it lets you skip
here.
that trash. I don't know that that's actually a useful. I don't know if that's actually useful trash to skip necessarily. But I would imagine.
Yeah, because you're just skipping.
Smaller than you've seen.
Yeah, I don't think that shit does anything. There's some shredders and stuff.
But you have to remember, this is a plus 19 key.
And also, how are they making up this count is another question.
A pull of the size that mandatory did safely there,
maybe you just pull
really
more
impressive.
shit on the
It
way
does still mean they
to
are gonna
last
be
boss.
25% more count. Interrupt on the right-hand side, though.
That seems
are saying,
sketchy.
you know what? That was
Although
a
I
nice
am curious
pull.
what they do
We're
after
gonna
this
go,
boss.
We're going to do one more here. We're going to pull even more trash.
So while Mandatory's pull had a lot of finesse and it was really cool to set up, I think this pull for Interrupt, if they're able to get it executed cleanly, it should be a little bit faster just because of how much additional count they are gathering. You know,
Cane Bear just does go right in there though, and
pull almost half as big as Interrupt.
fucking pulls everything together. So
basically full.
Or do we get the late void caller?
This is a good position where they're able to just like almost run all the way up to Decimus and get that boss engaged. But the
I don't know.
that we're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen is
that's a
very,
full health
very
void caller.
dangerous.
I don't know where the fuck that came
void
from.
Callers doing those
I can't tell where they're at in the room
They're
right now.
healing themselves over and over again. That's kind of annoying. And look at everybody on Interrupt dropping so low as we're on that 19 keystone level. All of these mobs are pulsing for an insane amount of AoE. Oh my god, a Terror Wave cast gets interrupted with the incapacitating roar at 1.1 seconds remaining. But on the left side, Mandatory at 50% on Gamillis, they're about ready to enter the triplicate phase where you have 5 available bosses and targets.
Dude, Interrupt is so behind.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge opportunity for them to leverage that extra damage and just take Gemellos.
Maybe they were
maybe
they were pit
down
one
to
tricks.
zero so quickly. Look
Yeah,
at the
I mean, I think
stack as
this
well
is
on
probably the
these
result we
Gemelli,
expected in the
4
first
of
game.
them inside a collapsing star AoE here for Mandatory. This is absolutely incredible.
I mean, if you think
how
about it,
optimized their damage
Pit of
is gonna
Sauron,
be
if
as a
this
result of
team
this pattern.
Interrupt
And they're
expects to
still getting to keep
lose
that 4-target cleave for a while
round
before
1,
finally
they play
being
Pit of
sent
Sauron
down
in every
to a
map for the rest of the
three-target
tournament.
moment during
However,
that next Cosmic Sting cast. The
they
way this
don't
boss
play
works, there are a
this
few of those casts
one
that it does,
nearly
and
ever.
those are the moments where
So
you
maybe they
really
were
wanna
planning
make
on
sure
like
that the boss
map 1,
is
map 3.
stacked
Like
up as
maybe
much
we
as
lose to
possible.
mandatory, but if we can win map
Yeah, I
1,
mean,
which
look
we
at
should
this
be really good at, maybe we
mandatory.
can win map 3.
Somehow they have
Because like
figured out
Magister's
a way
Terrace
to
could have
pull
been a ban for
additional
them in a lot of the
mobs
rest of the tournament,
into the
maybe.
boss over and over again. And they're
Yeah, that
coming
could
out
be
this
true.
boss at virtually the exact same count that Interrupt has here.
Maybe they
mean,
expected
their
a different
routing
band
seems
too.
bad.
By mandatory, I don't think there's
Sometimes
really
you look
another
at,
way of
you
describing
remember
it
like
here.
part of the
And
whole
they're
map thing
running
isn't just
all
figuring
the
out
way
your
up.
bands, it's guessing
How
what other
far
teams ban,
is
and that can
mandatory
also
going
to
influence
go?
your
Are they gonna
practice.
stop
So
this
like
Devouring Tyrant,
maybe
or are
they
they
thought they
going
would
to
ban
be
this,
going all the way top-
or maybe they're
to
just
the
getting
top of
gapped.
Magister's
Very
Spire?
possible.
It
We're
looks
just
like
thinking about all the
Merez
things
is
that could
not
happen.
going to stop for mandatory running all the way up. Now there is kind of this worry here that you could have a DK Pet incident where he accidentally
God, I'm really
pulls
nervous
a
about the next
mob.
game, man.
Maybe those tyrants could get body pulled.
Dude, that's gonna be
But
crazy.
at
That's
least
gonna be
with mandatory,
crazy, bro.
There's no reason to believe that that is going to be something that's happening to them. They've reached the top of the Magister's Terrace. They grab the additional Devouring Tyrant. They need to make sure that
Speaking
they
of
get
Henry,
some
I had a
shots on these
conversation
void
about him the
tears.
other day
And if they're
where
able to down this
I was
pack,
like,
this is the last remaining little bit of
it's
count that
it's
they need
funny
to push them
his
over that 100%
evolution as a
marker.
WoW
There
player,
is a-
because
it
I
seems like
remember
some more mobs off to the
when
side. That is very commonly
I
ripped by a
first
DK and pulled into the
became
boss,
aware of
so we're
Henry,
not
he
too worried
was
about those mobs.
strictly
Yeah, we have a
a
mob
mage player.
CC'd over to the side as
Oh, yeah.
well. That
Like, that
one
was
might
the-
come
that
up
was
with
the
us
only
afterwards as well.
So
thing
from
I
what I
like.
heard,
Pack you want to avoid
he
is the
joined
extra
Limit
tyrant
by
and
saying
void
like
caller that
he'll
hang
shit
out
on
at
any
the
of your
bottom
Yeah,
of the
I can
ramp
give you the
to
lore, bro.
get
I can give you
to
the lore.
last boss.
Yeah,
So
Okay, yeah,
that
drop
is
a whole
gonna be
lore.
Yeah,
something that we'll
I
likely
mean,
see
you're
mandatory
mainly
skip,
right.
making use
So
of
Preheat was an
effects
officer,
like rescue,
and
like those
he
shadow melts
like
as
apped
well
to our
to be able to
guild,
make that
and
skip
this is when we
possible.
still had
Let's see how
apps.
they set this up with
And
Kush.
he
He's
apped to
gonna
our
walk
guild and
forward
was
already.
like,
It's gonna be the shift,
I will
shift,
literally
and now he's
fucking
heading-
do more damage than all of your mages in all situations. And we were like, Lamau, who the fuck is this guy? Then we looked at his
Big
logs,
chat.
and they were like, so this was during an important part of our guild, like, or a unique time in our guild where we were actually doing something like we were just recruiting people and we were willing to just demote them in 3 weeks if they weren't good at it. But we were like recruiting in mass. We were recruiting tons of people to like give them a chance. Basically, like, hey, they're the one putting themselves out on a limb. They want to come trial here for 3 weeks, and if it doesn't work out, we failed a ton of people. But like, diamond in the rough theory, I guess.
Open
that-
gym.
Yeah, that was a very bad idea, by the way. We stopped doing that. It was a huge problem. But during that time, he basically was like, yo, I'm fucking better than all your mages. And we're like, okay. We didn't know if he was just like a huge asshole or a language barrier thing, but it ended up being a language barrier.
Maybe a
thing.
little
He's-
both.
He's not a
little
huge
both.
asshole. He's always been like pretty cool, but
He's not. Yeah, he's just a very direct.
He's a very cocky
yeah, it's
guy.
very.
though.
A lot of times when you're dealing with language barrier, you get a lot of very direct things that sound really weird or toxic. But it's just like, yeah.
Well, he always said stuff that like came off as toxic because, like, you know, when someone would die in M plus, he would be like, "Why'd you die?" But like, you know, he didn't mean it bad. He just meant like,
Yeah, I
you know,
mean,
like,
he's
"Look,
literally
look,
he's being objective. He's trying to figure out how to solve a problem, but like in like NA culture, you would go about that differently rather than how you die, right? But it just comes off that way. But yeah, he basically said that. And then he joined our raids and he was fucking owning, so we recruited him. And then he raided here for a while. He famously like clicked his pot and clicked his lust, and like people got a huge kick out of that. Also, if he would lust, bro, you talking about like mages like lusting on pole they're not supposed to, bro, that was a problem. He would just fucking send that shit. And then someone would say something that even remotely sounded like lust. And then he'd be like, lust? Lust? And we're like, no, Henry, no,
Lust?
no.
Lust?
Like, dude, this happened like in like world first progression. Like someone would say something that kind of sounded like lust. And he would literally start asking, like, lust, do you want me to love? We're like, no, fucking bro, no, do not do it.
It's like dog hearing something. Sounds
Exactly,
like,
yes.
Treat. Somebody say treat. Treat.
That's exactly the vibe, yeah. And he
Dude, but actually, every mage has some level of that, and any season where there's a mage in the Mythic Plus meta and we don't know exactly when we're lusting, you have to be careful talking about lust, because if you're mid pull and you start to say something like asking the question of like when should we lust, if you sequence those words in the wrong order and you say lust earlier in the sentence than the point in the sentence where you realize it's a question, the mage will just hear lust and press lust. You'll be like, no, God, I was asking when the fuck we should lust, not lust, man. You can't
Yeah,
just
that's why
press it
you
when you hear
have
the
to
word.
Yeah, you have to word it in a way that doesn't just like automatically trigger a press.
So are all of them in Echo?
Yeah.
No,
Well,
not
no.
Kush.
Kush is not.
Not
Kush is
Kush.
in method, which is like kind of like the weird part, right? Because he kind of left Echo on bad terms, and apparently he left Method too recently. I don't know why
Did he
exactly,
leave
but-
Method on bad terms or leave Echo on bad terms? I mean,
From what
I
I
believe
understand,
I don't think so.
I think Clicks left Echo on bad terms, and
There-
I think Kush and Clicks were boys.
I
And
mean-
I think Kush was kind of like, I gotta go with my boy.
I mean, it's like, at least as far as I know, it was this. Like, Method was recruiting people out of Echo by offering them more money. And at least from what I heard at the time, hope this is just what I heard. Like, obviously I wasn't there. But, like, one of those two people or someone in their, like, guild chat said, like, yeah, they're, like, offering more money, but also it's going to be nice to not worry about the, like, the race as much, you know, just, like, kind of chill out was, like, the vibe. And I don't know if that's necessarily on bad terms. That's basically saying that's like being an NA and being like, I'm going to go to Instant Dollars or something, you know? Like, I don't know if that's
Well, I thought it
necessarily
was like part of the protest because like they were all planning on joining Xaylia as like a
I don't
like a what do you call it?
I don't believe that was the case. I could be wrong. I don't think it was a now I think was that. Right.
Yeah,
Now
I don't know that there was that feeling across the team.
I see.
Maybe I'm wrong.
But yeah, Kush is out of Method now too.
Yeah. I
They
figured
got a
that would
bunch of new
happen.
players Method from what I've seen.
I think that was a really when we've made this guild, we before we ever went for World First, we had like two factions of people. We had like all the old Blood Legion people that had like been there, done that, and they didn't want to do it, and we had all the young and hungry people. And I think when like those Echo players went to Method, I think they were gonna like there was gonna be some of that going on, right? Because like the Echo people have won before, and obviously they're getting paid more to play in a guild that has a less chance of winning. And then you have the people in Method that want to like win more than anything and haven't done it before. And I think like trying to motivate those two types of people the same way is like really hard. And it's like really hard to like have a cohesive guild when you have people that obviously like have different experiences and want different things. But also that's just speculation. I could be wrong about that, but it felt that way. Because I like dealt with that before and it was weird.
Yeah.
Good, definite. They're a team that's good enough to look at
All
that
right,
and be
let's
like, okay,
fucking
that
go,
was good,
Liquid.
we can
Holy
definitely do
fuck.
that.
How do you spell Peepo Cheer? Is it with a big
The
C?
fact that they're all on site, they can literally just have these conversations and
Yeah.
just make the adjustment.
Oh my God.
Immediately as they're going through things. I mean, incredible to see, and incredible to see the runs they've been able to pull off. It seems like the boot camp is really paying off for them as well. But Interrupt still had a strong showing here, I think, overall, and we can take a look at where the bracket is going to kind of wind up after this first series.
Are we getting
with
paid, by the way,
Interrupt heading
to
down, I think there's still some
be, like,
possibility that
sponsored
there are
in the
unexpected
MDI?
things to come from them, right,
Who?
Tyler?
Liquid?
I mean,
Liquid, yeah.
anytime another
Literally
team
no
sees
idea.
Pit of Sauron, you might want to ban that dungeon.
Hopefully.
I fear that is not a dungeon that you want to interrupt
Yeah,
to
they're
play.
for sure
It felt like the
getting paid.
strategy that they had was faster
sure.
than mandatory. Like
Yeah.
I feel like for
Were you
a
paid
lot of
when
the
you
teams
were
that look at
in
Interrupt and
Complexity
they're like,
Limit?
oh my goodness. You never
No,
really know what you're gonna get with the China 2 seed
I
sometimes,
had
and
a
they have
separate
sent
deal
some
compared to the rest of the team.
very good teams this season.
Oh, were you still like
Competition
part of
Guardian.
Method as an org? or something?
No, it was Golden Guardian.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, anytime we've had to sponsor anyone, when Trill was part of other orgs and like wanted to raid here, and when like people wanted to MDI for Golden Guardians or Method and still raid here, it was always super strange.
What do you think we can
You had to, like, make
expect
something
from this
work.
matchup?
I think,
Just 'cause sponsor
we
stuff.
were talking about premier matchups at the start of the day.
If someone's
I think
sponsored
this
by
is my
Monster, they
premier
can't promote
matchup
Red
for
Bull
the
kind of
day.
stuff.
I think Liquid is a team that should look a lot stronger than they were in group stages. But are they going to look good enough to beat Big Lucky, who looked like
Does
one
Red
of
Bull
the
even
strongest
sponsor
teams
people? I feel
coming out
like
of the group
I always
stages?
see
Again, they had
Monster
some runs
sponsors,
that
but
were just
In
Never
WoW
Red Bull.
or
Unless
in
it's like,
just
in,
yeah,
like-
that one in gaming, I should say.
mandatories runs, faster
in
triple
gaming,
threat,
I think
faster
Red Bull's
than
generally in
faster
gaming. I mean,
norms.
Red Bull was heavy
Are they the
into
fastest
WoW,
team?
and then
Can they bring
they
that
got-
pace to this weekend?
I mean,
I think
Method.
Echo has a Red Bull sponsorship,
It'd be a
or at
very
least we
interesting
drink the
matchup.
fuck. We have a
I
fuckload
can't
of
wait
Red
to
Bull
see
at
it,
the.
and we're
at
only
the
gonna have
event.
to wait
I-
a few
don't
minutes
know
I
if
don't
it's
think they're
technically
major
on the-
sponsors of
on
anything.
camera
We're gonna
though.
take a break, but honestly, Big Lucky
Yeah,
versus
they-
Liquid
Them we're
is a
simping
huge
hard
matchup.
because there's a
Can
fucking
Liquid
fridge and shit
rally and
on camera.
overcome some of
Do you
the
remember
perhaps
What happened with like the method stuff?
With replacing a player and can big
Like the SCO manifesto when Red Bull just like did their own event because Method priced them out.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Like they literally like Method
forgot
ran
about
Red Bull out of WoW, just straight up.
They're going to show us, but we'll have to wait just a few minutes, so we'll see you after the break, everybody.
Well, I can say having worked with Red Bull, some people in that org were... Actually, I don't even think it was people in the org. It was some contractors. Not the best experience I've had in casting.
What do you mean? Like the Red Bull Race World First? What do you mean?
Yeah. Like the people we worked with. There were a lot of people from their company that were like real
Wait, which
chill,
raid?
very professional. The Battle for Dazzler.
Oh.
When we did it at the gaming sphere. Not a sphere, by the way. Just a building.
Yeah.
Very deceptive.
Yeah, it's in a
building
basement. It was in a basement. That was a really like nostalgic time for us because it was the first time we ever like streamed the race. It was the first time we ever like met up and we were like in London and shit. It was pretty cool. But like, dude, that event had so many problems. Like the delivery, we were right next to the entrance, so every time someone ordered delivery, they would like tap Lip on the shoulder while he was raiding and ask like who this food was for, and he was literally going crazy. Also, our two guilds, Pieces and us, were in like two different areas, and the way the AC worked is like the AC came into our area, and then all the air that went to Pieces was like recycled air that we had already breathed and shit. So like they all got sick. Pieces, like entire guild was sick because they were just like breathing our fucking fumes for like 2 weeks. It was so bad.
You get THD fumes.
Yeah, bro.
That was, to this day, the single most catastrophic financial decision I think I have to have seen in Race World First history was that when we did that first event at Red Bull, we didn't have food sorted out, and so it was just Scott giving his company card to anybody that wanted food and being like, order whatever you want off of DoorDash. And he had to have lost his fucking ass on that because people would literally just be like, it's London, there's incredible food here, I'm gonna order this like $50 fucking kebab or some shit from this place that's got a Michelin star. and so we would have food ordered all hours of the day from places everywhere. He had to have been racking up thousands of dollars in DoorDash fees like every fucking day. And I bet he spent more just on buying food for people than any other single part of that.
That makes sense.
Also, did you guys go to that? What the fuck was the name of that box cart? The place with all the little like building across the street but it had a shitload of little shops in it, and they had like bars and little
Yes. I know what you're talking about. Also, I don't know if you experienced this when you were there because you guys were raiding normal hours. When we were raiding in London, right? We started at like 5 p.m. and we went to bed at like 8 a.m. It was like really weird. But one thing we noticed when we were leaving, what are those things called that you breathe real quick? And sorry, that's a terrible description. I think they're called whippets. Do you know what a whippet is?
Yep.
Bro.
What the fuck is a whippet?
Whatever part of town we were in, they are degenerates with that shit. They were everywhere on the street. Like when you went home after like a Friday or Saturday, like I guess it would be morning for us when we ended our raid, bro, there was just, I mean, thousands of them. Just all over the street there.
I don't think I noticed that.
They just straight hit that shit.
Oh, you talking about the galaxy gas shit?
Galaxy gas? What the fuck?
Welcome back.
Yeah, that's what the kids call it nowadays.
Dude, what area was that place in, by the way? Red Bull Gaming Sphere? What part of London?
Shoreditch.
Yeah, Shoreditch.
So get in on the poll that's up in chat, everybody. And
bro, Tetl's got the mower back.
Going to win it.
Oh, his head's blocking it now.
These two teams come from different regions, but they're both incredibly strong contenders. It makes Big Lucky, big favorite from CN, but can they send Liquid into the lower
I wonder if that guy
bracket?
knows he's
I was
on
wondering what the
camera.
hell you were talking about.
Dude, what is
Really?
Rukuri
That's the
fucking
question we've
cooking
all
in the
been
air right
talking
now?
about. I kinda wanna
She said Big
reiterate what
Lucky coming from the
Cyril
China
has
region.
been
Can they
saying
send
about
Liquid to the lower
Series
bracket?
would be
The fuck?
really insane.
The fuck?
What the fuck?
Liquid in their group
Who is
is
this?
Well,
not look too strong.
Banned,
Dude, I saw
muted.
Rookery casting the Final
Other
Fantasy
side,
Race War
though.
first.
Big
I think that's
Lucky
where I
is
think she
some
was doing that
crazy,
before she was doing
crazy
any WoW
times
stuff.
in their group weekend, so
Oh.
I
Yeah, I think she
generally
was from
this
Final
might be
Fantasy when
one
they
of
picked her up.
the
Oh, dude, they have
matches
multiple
of
DPS
this
with 3-letter
weekend,
names.
so
Oh my god, that's
Dude,
scary.
yeah, that name goes
I am
hard.
That's scary.
XAX.
XCM, dude,
I
holy
mean,
shit.
These two teams, honestly, it feels
That's-
like
that's-
either
that
That's
one
looks like a
terrifying.
Russian
could
name.
That's
just
terrifying.
come out
Healer
and
is a long
put up
name,
some
though.
runs that absolutely blow us away. I'm so curious to see how they're going to compare to each
What?
other.
No, the
but
healer's,
Tunnels, I mean, Big
healer's
Lucky
Dude,
weakness
I hate
kind of
this.
was that they
I mean,
often
Liquid
had
are my
minor
goats,
issues
but like
with
Big
staying
Lucky's
clean
really
and
good.
control
I think
their
people just
runs,
didn't
and it
watch
kinda
the
cost them
regional
some
for.
matchups in the
I mean, I
same
didn't
bracket.
either.
Do you think that's going to affect
But like,
I
you
mean,
too?
it's a
I feel
big
like
name
with the
versus
additional
a no
practice
name.
time, that probably should be something.
Oh,
my
there
God,
they
Big
go. The
Lucky
votes are
winning the
coming in.
prediction.
Wow, yo, someone just slammed the.
Someone just
back.
slammed the
Yeah,
points. Hold on, I gotta
really
slam back.
Big Lucky should be
Wait, I
favored.
lost all my points during the last cup, by the way. I don't know if I have any
The
left.
question of, like,
I have 700
is
points,
Liquid
Bo.
able
I'm
to
slamming all of them,
play
though.
to the level of which we expect from them. Again, they came in second place last season in the MDI. They looked a little bit shaky. They said
Oh,
that
shit, okay,
the
so
roster
Liquid
swap was going
banned
to affect
Nexus.
them.
Big Lucky.
We're
Band.
Ooh,
also
let's look
starting
at
off
that.
in a 19
19
Academy
Algathar
strike
right
punishing.
away.
What is that really going to look like?
Yeah, like again, our key levels have risen.
19
here for the finals,
Algathar,
as they should, to
16.
up
Okay,
the
so we're gonna see
ante.
Pit
But of course,
again
that puts extra pressure on the teams, I
and
think that's a great
Seat.
point
So
of
Liquid
whether or
banned
not
Nexus Point. Let's look at
Liquid
their
is
maps
going
and
to
see
have had the time
if
to
that
practice,
makes
kind of
sense.
pull things together and get
They
settled
play
in. I mean,
Nexus Point in
Dranos,
It's
I
the
think
Nexus
especially at
Point
the
is
time
their
level
starting
start,
map of map. Yeah,
whether or
wait,
not
that's
they
a
made the best
super
use of their
weird ban,
practice time
right?
is really going to show.
Absolutely, yeah. That is a huge, important variable.
So
here.
Nexus
If you see the
Point,
bans coming in, it's the Sky Region
I guess
out,
you could argue
Big
in the
Lucky,
lower
Zenith's
bracket only
out,
shows up as
Liquid.
map 5
Starting
and
off
in match
19
12.
Algathar, and then we'll head over to that
And
pit
then,
of Sarah
but other than
and
that, it's in
decisive
every
seat of the
single. It's in the
triumvirate
it's
if
in the
we need
finals.
it,
It's in the upper
which,
finals, and it's
interesting
their
'cause I've
starting
seen the
map
triumvirate was a
in the next
dungeon
round
that
if they
threw
win this.
Liquid
That's a
some,
really weird
so-
ban.
problems.
So if
If
they
also
lose,
you're
where do we
hiding
get
it.
sent
so if
to?
we do get to
Are
that
we
map
match 7 or
3,
8?
could be
How
a
does it
really
work?
big opportunity.
I mean, they have to be
for
hiding
Big
something,
Lucky
right?
here. I think coming into this series,
Right?
Liquid are probably the favorites,
I don't
but
think so.
it's a big question mark. Big Lucky were really
I
strong
mean,
in some of their matches.
You don't
here.
think
You
it's
can see
weird that they're
50-50
banning in
Twitch
round
prediction here. I
1
actually
their
think- I
starting
think that's a pretty
their
close,
starting map of match
prediction
5?
because, yeah,
That
Big
is
Lucky,
fucking
they were
weird, right?
Not if you're
faster
not if you're
than every
trying
team in the
to
world
hide your
in their
route.
Mysara Caverns time
That's what I'm
trial.
saying, like,
They
hiding
came
their
out
route is the
faster
only thing
than
that makes
everyone
sense.
We've seen so far as well. Over
Yeah, but I mean, I think there's
Yeah,
only
maybe,
for two
yeah.
reasons that you ban
not
something.
just
You ban it because
in
you
that
want to practice, or
weekend,
you
but
ban it because
compared
you
to
want
the
teams to see
entire
route.
world. So this is definitely a team.
I mean, if you look
who
at
is
what
a
else they
huge
have, so they're
threat
doing
to
Seat
Liquid.
in this, right? Seat is the starter
Yeah,
of
it's gonna
match
be a big
7,
one.
which I
I mean,
believe they would be in
these
if they
are
lost this
some
map.
highly contested maps, and
They
like Chad is kind
also.
of showing us with your predictions down below.
What did the
I
other
think
team
this
ban?
really is
Skyreach?
something that I think these teams could take
Yeah,
either way,
Skyreach, yeah.
and makes. I mean,
They could have banned
seeing what we've
Pit,
seen with the
too.
maps. Where's your
They
mind
don't
kind
see
of going,
Pit,
and what are you
really.
thinking for your predictions?
Yeah, they don't. Well, yeah, they do. I mean, lower
Listen,
bracket
I-
pits in every single single map pool, all of them.
Yeah.
biased
But they could also
to
just, like,
Liquid, but I
permaban is
will
everything.
say, after that very first
All right,
match
I'm
of
very
the
excited to
day,
see
and
who
the
is
way
willing to
Interrupt
risk
showed up in
Max's
that one against
disfavor.
Mandatory,
Huh?
All right,
was
let's
the
see what
second
Janos
seed from
picks.
CN.
Oh, yeah,
See
let's
who's
see.
This
going
is
to
the
pick
first
Chinese
seed
teams.
from CN.
All right, let's see.
I
And then who
feel
goes on the
like
blacklist?
this is
Yeah, who's
their
getting
series
who's never
to
getting a
lose,
casting job ever
really.
again?
So I'm gonna
Dratnos, looking
lock
at you,
in
buddy.
a hesitant 2-1 in favor of Big Lucky. I think they might be taking this one.
Dude,
I
Makes is a
like it.
fucking
wait.
hater, by the way.
Holy
She is a hater. She's voted against Liquid in
Okay,
every
so I
single
think,
series.
like,
I'm
this
mad.
is like a nightmare scenario for both of these two teams, right? For Liquid.
Oh shit, here we go for
in
titles.
in a lot of other
He's picking the Chinese team.
situations, they probably were the #1 seed coming out of Group C. Big Lucky, I don't know.
Get to the point,
I'm
Tettles.
2-1 Big Lucky, but I do not feel good about it. Like I feel.
Are you fucking kidding me?
2-1 Big Lucky.
I'm messaging Mr. Liquid right now.
I feel like that's
Yeah,
I'm
tell you
messaging
now,
Mr. Liquid right now.
Tettles gonna pick Chinese. Dradnos is gonna pick Chinese.
I'm actually mad.
Zyronic's gonna pick Liquid, and Rook's gonna pick Liquid.
Variables that tips it in the favor of
This is scripted, right?
Yeah,
That's
Dradnos
true,
is going
especially with the
Chinese
IQ
team.
levels, it's very possible. I mean, Dradnos,
Zyro,
are you
Liquid,
gonna hop
Rook,
on the same
Liquid.
train? Are you going 2-1 Big Lucky, or are you gonna go somewhere else?
It's tough. I think I'm still gonna go for Liquid.
Let's
is the
go,
second
Drados, dude. My
Predicting-
actual goat. My actual
Two teams,
goat.
And I do kind of agree. I think if this makes it to
Predicting
a
the
map 3,
predictors
I'd
is
like to be
sounds
on the
scripted.
side
My
of
actual
Lucky.
goat, dude.
So I guess that means I gotta go 2-0 for Liquid, but I'm not feeling great.
Oh,
about
2-0 for
putting it
Liquid.
2-0,
Oh my
but I'll
God.
do it nonetheless.
Bro,
2-0
he said he's
Liquid.
not feeling great, but what the fuck?
Alright, show that Liquid support. Love that. Love it.
Yep.
Backing the team.
I think I'm gonna have to join in on the 2-1 Big Lucky. That's what I'm feeling.
All right,
I think
muted.
Big Lucky, they looked so
How do you mute someone on the
strong.
broadcast?
Now, if they can come in here with all of these other teams all in the same weekend and still put up some incredible runs, if they've had the time to clean up some of those mistakes, then I think they could be one of our absolute top contenders. They've definitely got the skills.
What do you guys
I'm gonna
think?
Lean towards Big Lucky.
I do think that Liquid has,
I
in my opinion, a slightly higher
am going
skill
to pick
cap than
China.
Big Lucky if they were able to get everything
Only because I
working
don't know.
between group stage to
I
now.
treat
Is
a
kind of
sub
my read
on Liquid's
this entire
roster
situation. I
as
think
a
with
new team, and I don't know
the
what to
roster
expect.
of
I've seen
competitors
what
that
Liquid's
they have,
capable of
I
with
feel like they
Boomy.
should be able
I haven't
to
really seen
come
what
up
Liquid's
with routes
capable
and
of
strategies that are,
without Boomy, with
if
this
not
with this
MDI
configuration.
winning, they're at least
So
like top two.
Cindy's really
Like, you can-
good. I think Boomy has
It's just
more
that it's maybe
coverage.
insane,
Last-minute replacement,
but
is that
I
still
feel
going
like
to
the thing
play
about
Liquid?
teams
That
is
a
it's not
still
just
an up-in-the-air
like
question.
some of
I
the
mean,
parts.
They've had a few
And
weeks now to play with Cine.
if there's anything
that
that like
enough
Race World
time?
First has taught me, it's that just like
Yeah,
putting
I mean,
insane
it's
players together
definitely-
doesn't
It's
necessarily
tough. You have to
guarantee
bring somebody
results.
in,
That's kind of
right?
what I meant
You're
earlier
losing
when
out
I
on
was
some
saying
of
how
the
like
months of
when
practice. Of course,
Mara
there's
is
still
tanking
enough
instead
folks
of
that
now. Like
know
I
the
feel like that's
strategies
such a
were,
big
have an idea of
shift,
what the approach
despite
was,
him being
but
an insane
trying to
player.
integrate, trying to get
that,
that
like, I
synergy,
just don't
trying to
know
get all
how
of those
to
timings lined up,
treat
especially
it.
when you are at such a high pressure point.
Yeah,
like
or
the
like
season
Shinji
one
on a
finals,
Boker.
is something that I think we're really going to have to see if they were able to pull off. And chat seems to be putting their faith in Liquid.
So apparently
too.
someone said
It's
Ashine was saying
slowly
Boomy did a
building. We
ton
have
of shit for
more
them,
people
which made Cups
participating
hard
than
when
I
he was
think
out.
almost any other
Yeah,
poll
and that's
that
the thing
we've
is,
had
like,
this season.
It could just be
if
like
I-
scouting.
Keep on getting in
if
here for
I
the predictions,
don't
everybody, and we'll see if you're right.
know
and
what
Liquid
the
has that
results of
slight
your-
advantage, or hey, if Big
If
Lucky,
I'd seen
they're gonna
Liquid
come in
play
and just
without
show that the
Boomy in
CN
time
region,
trials,
they
I feel like
came
that would
to
have given
win
me
in speedrunning, and if they're
like
just
if they'd
going to
if they'd have put up really
absolutely
sick time
push
trial
ahead
times
with that,
without Boomy,
it's
that would have
honestly anybody's
made me a
game.
lot
I
more
think this is gonna
confident
be a huge
going
matchup.
forward. But I just
I
feel
mean,
like there's still
Chat
such a
has
small
these
sample
two,
size
we know they're coming in here to
of
start
their
off this
games
series.
without
We're gonna
Boomy
see
that
them
until
go
I
head to
see them
head for
do
the first
something else
time.
without him,
Do you have any
it's a big
expectations
question
of
mark.
this first map as they come into it?
So you're
Dude, that loaded
you're
was
voting
hard.
for Big Lucky
Very
then?
heavily prepared
JB?
for
I
this
would
probably go
series.
2-1 Big
Both
Lucky, I
teams
think.
know
What do you think,
that
Dort?
The best path through BlizzCon is
I don't
through
know.
this series. So
Probably 2-1
very,
Big Lucky,
very
too.
important
I'm
one
turning you
for
both down.
teams to win. We start off in one of the most brutal dungeons as well, the +19 Algathar Academy. This is basically a very high key push.
Maybe
level
we see the
key
first ever
Alright,
draw
that
in
is
just
MDI
being
history.
ran by our two teams here.
It is indeed, and here we go coming in.
19.
Big Lucky versus Liquid in
Does
their
either team go left
first
first, you
map.
think?
Can they
Actually, I'm
rise
curious
to the
what they're
challenge?
playing.
Makes this is going to
Well,
be
yeah,
a
let's
tough
see.
one.
Left or right?
It absolutely is going to be just that, as both of our
The left
teams
angle looks like.
run in, make sure they do collect their buffs here, and I'm curious on where they're
Okay,
going to be
both teams
going
going left.
next. It looks like both of our teams are opting to go towards Veximus, which
Oh, a
is
Warrenstone
something
angle?
we've been
Wait, they're both
seeing
doing
time
this?
and time again from our teams to try
That was sick.
cut down
I wonder what's the
on
point of that.
the
Oh, it's
overall
so they
just
route
don't wanna do
time.
the bridge.
It's
Yep.
one of
Yeah,
the
yeah, that
tricky
makes sense.
things in this Algatar Academy. You always have a lot of runtime or, well, RP time that you need to deal with, but both of our teams are electing to play the trash around Veximus first.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Ooh,
do
one
we
of the
think we
sucks already
s-
went off.
Do we think we
Okay,
see
so
the
we're
same
looking at
fucking route from both teams?
Be able to get that value out of that bloodlust
Maybe,
is kind of a
but
question.
so
I
far
feel
it's a
like on the
little bit less
19
clean for
Keystone
Big
level,
Lucky.
We're probably looking to see a
Okay.
run that is in
One
the
thing you
upper
can't
teens
discount
in
is
terms
Yips
of
Druid, by the way.
points in terms of
I'll put it
actual
on my
time,
life that he'll out
just
DPS any
because
tank
of
that's ever
how
played this game.
much HP that you
Especially
have
on
to
Bear.
use
He's
to be
going
able to
beast
complete
mode
this
right now.
dungeon.
He's an
So
absolute
there's kind of
fucking
a question
monster.
Of, like, where are these two teams going to be looking to blow us? Look at this on the right-hand side, though. Liquid, they've already dispatched the first pull.
Look at that.
Okay, yeah, Liquid is
Quite
going.
quick
Let's
back
fucking
to
go,
back.
Liquid.
They're gonna have a similar
Very good
amount
pull.
for Big Lucky, and this is kind of a similar situation to what we saw from Mandatory versus Interrupt in that Magister's Terrace.
Yips Bear, Yips Bear,
Liquid
Yips
just
Bear.
Getting a 10 to 15 second advantage off the back of
He's seen
being
2
able to get
battle
the first
axes,
pull
okay.
dealt with a little bit quicker. Liquid Ashine also playing that spatial paradox. You see he has that activated.
You
What
bring
if
him
he
in
ends
on
up
boss
tagging
for
with
more
it?
cleave?
It looks like he actually has maybe
Yeah,
tagged
yeah,
one
it's
of the
for the 3
Ravager
targets.
mobs.
We want
If
3
that mob
targets
is
all
able
the
to
time.
come in a little bit later, that could be a bit more count for Liquid. We did see a
Okay, so again,
Entangled
same
Root
pull,
and a
looks like.
paralysis on a mob.
Are
It looks
they?
like Liquid's
No, they're
trying to
running
get some
by. They're
mobs
running
to
past
trickle
it.
in a little bit later later on.
Oh, he's
this
grabbing
call.
more mobs, I think.
We're actually seeing the exact
And then rescue him
same
back,
thing
probably?
from Big Lucky right now.
How is he getting back?
You can see
So
on the
they're-
bridge there in the back two of the moss
How's the
bars
bear
over
getting
here. They're
back?
going to be slowly walking
Oh,
towards
Warrenstone,
the
yeah. He's
pack.
there.
Yeah,
You're
Warrenstone.
absolutely right. Liquid is in the lead right now, and here's where that Lust is going to be coming in as well as the final Forager Ravager pack is
Such
going
a long
to be walking
setup,
into
though.
the boss here.
Yeah.
This is where we're
I mean,
sending
some of it was
all the
RP,
cooldowns,
but yeah,
trying to get
definitely
through
like at
what
least
is a
15
pretty
seconds there of
dicey
just.
part
Damn, this
on
fucking-
this
this shit
boss
hurts.
progression, all
19.
all
Yeah,
together
19's
to
no-
try
19's no
get
joke.
this trash
Like,
done
that's-
with as quickly as possible.
gotta
on
take
the
that
left-hand side.
seriously.
Big Lucky right behind them, doing exactly the same thing, but certainly still a little bit behind them on the overall progression.
I really like this pull pacing for Liquid here. It allows them to get the best use of Army. Like the Lust, while, you know, it was 20 seconds into the pull of Veximus, it was basically the moment that the Army became available for Wolf Disco, and Cine at the exact same time had that Void Metamorphosis. So it was like a really well-timed Bloodlust, in my opinion, even though I think a lot of conventional wisdom would be like, all right, just press the Bloodlust on pull and kind of deal with it that way. But I think that for Liquid there, just the understanding of offensive cooldowns and how to really make the best use of those offensive CDs, it makes a lot of sense. In Big Lucky here on the left side, what are they going to be count-wise compared to Liquid? Is Liquid going to be a little bit behind in terms of count makes?
Yeah, I wonder if the count's gonna matter.
Obviously, they still have
Big
those
Lucky
4
pulled. I mean, I doubt they pulled
4.35
enough that
now. Big
reduces a
Lucky
that removes a
has
pull. It's just
about the
probably
same
Liquid is
5
shifting
count coming
difficulty to
done,
another
so
pull.
There will be a minor difference in
Yeah, I
percentage,
don't know
but
what
that might not
route
matter
differences
depending
you
on
can do
how they're
here.
gonna
Well, I
be able
mean,
to even
clearly
out
the difference
even
is
at
like,
the
okay,
end
so
of
they
this
did a
dungeon
longer setup
gauntlet,
and they got more trash
dragging
count. I
Livoker
bet wherever
not
Liquid
left
gets
with
that extra, like
probably a
probably
bit
2%
of
count here,
rest there. If you do go
or
on more
3%
Echo
count,
Knight,
is
though,
probably going to be
you might
less
be talking
time
about a different story.
losing.
So let's see if that difference
Most likely.
in count
Yeah.
is going to continue all the way there. For now, Liquid is going to be on
Yeah, it's
the
definitely
way.
looking good for Liquid so far.
I mean, look at this on the right-hand side. I would not be shocked if Liquid skips all of
And
this
they
trash
got
that's in this
the
area.
Lust up
This
faster.
trash, particularly those Ravager
So it'll
pulls
come back
and
up
those
faster for them.
Foragers are mobs that are
This
not
Ravager's gonna
super
live,
efficient
too,
counts
is it not?
to HP.
Yeah.
So
And Loda's
Oh,
Yeah,
Loda
down.
going down. Boom.
very regularly skip those. And yeah, like you said on the left-hand side, Loda going down to an Arcane Orb. I think it's just the nature of having this Ravager still alive. Veximus dies before the Ravager even ended up going down, and it's just an insane amount of incoming damage.
I think the Guardian Sentry is low-key scary.
Unfortunate death for Big Lucky, and Big Lucky are actually
Why?
making their way
Because it's
back
like so
towards
much
the overgrown
less. It's like a
ancient
thing you're
area.
forced to pull.
Liquid
You can't
already,
snap things on it
engaged that Guardian
anymore.
Sentry, and they're
It's
moving
very
towards
simple,
Brawl.
but it's like
So Big
simple
Lucky
enough
have
to
elected
coast
instead
to
do
where like you make a stupid
an
mistake
RP
because you're on
snap,
autopilot.
Which, if you pull like this, it's going to save you about 15
also,
seconds
Big
worth
Lucky,
of
you're doing a
RP
completely
for the
different route.
overgrown ancient spawning. How valuable is that
They're
really,
going
though? Is
right.
kind of an interesting question. Is this route going to be faster? I feel like from a
Interesting.
lot of the top teams that we've seen from the Western region,
There's
they
no way to
play a
do
route
this
that's
Guardian
similar to what
Sentry
we
any
are seeing
faster,
currently
right?
From Liquid here on the right, where
No.
they're
You can't
running
do
that
any
Guardian
tech.
Sentry. They're not actually getting that 15 seconds worth of
Not as far as
time
we know.
saved on the RP.
No
Instead,
team has
electing
tried to do anything
play a more
sketchy.
direct
I mean, the only
route
thing you
and
could do
skip
to get mobs
the
over here is to
runtime.
snap, and you can't
That
do
is
that,
so
right?
annoying.
Right.
Yeah, it certainly has been a differentiating
It's gonna be hard to
point
tell
between
exactly
a
where
lot
the
of our
teams are
teams.
until
I'm
much
of
later.
the opinion that if I don't have to play RP or have to sit out RP, I think that is generally faster. However, because of what you're saying, because of how much walkway is in this dungeon, I think the ideal dungeon is tagging all of this trash down into the bridge right at the start and then figure it out that way.
Well,
However, that's very difficult. We've only seen it once. That
Look at
dungeon
Shun's
did win
HP,
because
only one
something
survival
else happened
instincts
later
left.
on,
Pack's
so
still pretty alive.
maybe we'll see it this weekend. I love that.
Yeah,
but
this
for now,
pull
Big Lucky
hurts
is, of
Tank
course,
big time.
fighting
He's
against
He has
having
one
kite
SI,
here.
and he
Back.
just got done with his bark
That
skin.
they have
I mean,
gotten
this
from
stuff's
that
like
death
kind of
okay.
dying.
penalty. So if they're able
Yeah.
to find even a tiny,
SI over.
improvement in routing where they can save a couple of seconds, that'll be very beneficial for them right now. You can also see that
Dude, this shit
they
lives on
elected
19.
to put that one
It's strange
pack
watching
that they
MDI
don't
and watching
need
Pose
to
live for this
spawn the
one.
overgrown ancient in the back there, and they will just pull it into the boss right then. Try and cut down on the pull timing right now, but they're still
Okay,
in
so they're
fight
coming
with those
back for the
slashers,
boss, it
while
seems.
Liquid has dealt with that Guardian and with some of the cross trash as well.
goodness gracious, for Big Lucky, that was a minute 58 long pull. That is
That's
ridiculous.
really long.
Yeah, I understand they got a lot of count from that. That feels like an eternity. And for Liquid here, on the right-hand side, I would not be shocked if...
So they did that just to skip the
runs off
RP of the
side
tree spawning?
and grabs that
Yeah.
3-pack of elementals and battle
Yeah,
axes
probably.
into overgrown ancient in some capacity.
Not sure how
Are
efficient
Big Lucky
that
going
is
to be able
though.
to convert this? I think is kind
Yeah,
of
it's an
a
easy thing
weird
to
question,
like
because
bait
for
yourself
me,
on and be
I
like,
feel like if
oh,
we're
the tree
trying to
takes
pick
10
sides,
seconds to
I
spawn or
think that
whatever. We
Liquid
should
is
go do
somewhere in the
something
order of
else. And
about
it's
a
like,
minute
what are you
ahead
really going to do
of
with
Big
that
Lucky just
time
in
that's
terms of strategy
constructive?
right now.
Well, the thing about that overgrown ancient pull is usually we see it with Lust, right? And so we're used to it being so fast because
Of
it's usually
course.
done at the start of the dungeon, and it's that big whole thing. I do agree, it feels really slow to the eye, but I think it might still work out on the tail end of
Do you have
things.
any
Let's
opinions
see
about that?
It's a
how they're actually going to be
19.
doing with Croth. Yeah, it
What?
is a
Like,
19. It takes a while just
Just
in
watch
general.
Floda LOS the knockback.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it just felt
Yeah,
like it
I
was
was
maybe
watching that
not
too.
supposed to be that long.
know you
but
were.
Yeah, your
He is
point
doing
still
big
stands
damage,
that
though.
maybe it's always
Yeah.
just going to be.
I mean, the
that
thing
long.
is,
So part of that minute
there's no
50
way
was
that
also
like saving a few
gather,
globals
into the poll. So it
like
was
that,
probably
like
a
staying
minute
in versus
30
not
of
staying
effective
in
combat
is the
time
difference
on
between
those
like
lasher
10,000
mobs, but
DPS or something. Like,
anyways,
No, it's definitely
on
not
the
a
right-hand
10,000
side here,
DPS
we
thing. It
have
was more of like
Liquid
a
continuing on
you
with
may
their
as well.
more traditional hold W route. They have engaged Croth. They have that boss down to 88%. What are we going to see in terms of strategy for how they are dunking the orbs into the goals is kind of a question that I have here. I would not be shocked if
Yeah.
we see the high key stand.
I feel like the
No,
real
I-
scary
where they
part is
throw
going
it
to be
into the
the
win goal
ending.
first, trying to milk
Gotta
as
be
much
right. Like, if
time
you're trying to do
on the
smashes
AoE
onto boss on a
cast as
19.
possible, and then dunk the
That's probably
remaining
gonna be-
orbs into the fire gauntlet. But it really kind of
I
comes
don't know.
down to
If you
offensive
have
cooldown
lust
management,
for it,
particularly that army for
they probably
the DK
die
and Wolf
in
Disco.
2.
When is that army becoming available?
I would guess they
That's the
die in
point
2
in time as
smashes,
well where you
and
actually want that fire gauntlet engaged.
you will
that fire
have,
orb, to have all those balls thrown into it.
like,
Yeah, we've
you're
seen
not
some
going to get
teams
one shot on a
really
19,
min-max
and
that
if you
burn
have
timing
all
on
of those
Croc
things
this
on top
weekend
of boss,
to just
I think just with like
accelerate
lust
this
and
boss
spinning, you'll
fight,
just
which is
naturally top everybody up
normally a rather
between
lengthy
each
boss fight.
set.
So I
So
really like seeing this, and
unless
from
you,
Liquid,
it's
I
basically
think
probably
they're
like send a
agreeing right
defensive
here.
if
We're
you
just waiting
get
for them to actually
the boss
spawn
debuff
that burn phase and then be able to get that full
with
burn.
an, like
You can see
overlapping
somebody hasn't
during their
picked up that
smashes.
orb here. Is this
Otherwise,
a Sevi?
you know,
Yeah,
just
it
send
is.
all your raid CDs,
He doesn't need it.
and I think you'll be
that
fine.
him and Wolf Disco were standing on top of the orb as it spawned, and so they were able to share it.
Okay.
So the boss
I wasn't
is
sure
going to be
because he
pushing.
hadn't that animation, but yeah, maybe.
I wonder if Yips is using this for.
The boss is going to be pushing here at 45%.
damage
It
amp.
looks like a Shine's going to have the breath. Cindy's going
Is he about to
he's
go
already
crazy
pressing
burst?
that void metamorphosis. Wolf Disco has the army available, so they're going to be
Using
trying to
what?
dunk that final fire orb as
His
quickly as
Incarn, because
possible.
he's playing
When they
Oh, I
Apex.
cancel
see.
the ruinous
All these
winds
bears are
casts
playing,
on Croc,
His Incarn
you see
just
all of
dropped,
the
though,
damage coming
the
out
before the
non-bear
burn.
build.
Liquid is trying to burn the
Well, the
boss
thing about
as
okay, yeah, he's
low
definitely
as
doing it.
humanly possible
The
inside
thing
of
about
this
Incarn is it has
10-second
2 presses,
damage
right? Like
amp,
you press
and the
Incarn,
boss
and then it
itself
gives you
is
an
actually
additional
quite
ability that you
high
can
here,
press.
even still, 19%.
And
This
it
is
looks
the
like he
maximum
held
amount of
that
damage
second
that Liquid
ability
is going to be taking, and for Zevi
for
here,
the burn.
this is going to be an
Is this-
insane
is this
skill
spooky
check.
at all?
You're going to have those Sonic
End of the
screeches
boss
coming
here?
out onto
No.
players. If
No,
Zevi
not on
ends
a
up getting
19.
locked, that can
Not on
actually
19.
I mean,
cause
unless you get hit
On a
by a
high key
tornado.
build, this is very
taking damage
spooky.
as well,
Yeah.
just from that fire or being activated.
This is just
in some
eyeball
ways,
check.
softens up
Craziest damage
players.
in a high
It
key.
takes off the passive shields, and it looks like Zevi was able to heal through the first one. I would not be shocked if we get a second screech here for Liquid.
But I actually wonder
as-
if it's
as
worth
Cross
playing
is still at
Apex in this
8%.
dungeon.
Cross kind of
Mhm.
fucking living
Yeah,
here.
this
What the
is
hell?
also where we're going to be seeing
Hey,
some
I'll
of
tell
those
you, that's that 19
defensive
shit.
once they
He's
come
just
back
been chilling
around
at
as
like
well.
5%
To
HP
just
for like
make
the
sure
last.
Sevi
Does
has
this boss
15
reset?
To survive here, we did see Cine
I don't think
use
so. I
that
don't think
blur.
you
Yep,
can
there
reset
it
him.
is, as well as
Nah,
AMS
yeah,
coming out of
shouldn't.
Wolf Disco, just to make sure nobody is being brought
All
to a
right, big
dangerous
pull here.
situation
No
right now,
lust.
and Liquid are on their way to the Overgrown Ancient. Now, keep in mind.
Were they
are
lust
also
now?
Need to do that same trash that we
Probably
saw
last
from
pull.
Big Lucky, and
Probably
they
last
need
pull,
to
yeah.
wait out
I think
the
you're
arc.
going to do
pull on the
everything on the boss.
Is that going to be faster or slower than Big Lucky finishing out on Croth and walking back as well? I'm not so sure right now. Let's see as they're
Now,
going to be
do we
grabbing
think
those
Liquid goes
lashers
and grabs the
together
bridge
with
pull they skipped
everything
to
else
drag
here
onto
in
tree?
the Overgrown Ancient area, and of course for Big Lucky,
Probably,
we're
'cause
waiting
they're
for
still
their
RP.
boss burn as well.
I would not be
And then
shocked
that
if
would-
Liquid ends up
That
pulling
seems
Overgrown
slow.
Ancient somewhere in the the order of about
Well,
30
the tree takes a while to
45
spawn.
seconds ahead of
So
where Big
if
Lucky
you
are, just looking at
send
where they are currently situated.
Like a
somebody-
healer
and go pull it.
Yeah,
More
because
so.
I don't think you'll need a healer when you're down to a couple lashers left alive.
You do see this hungry
And
lashers.
then, yeah,
they're
just send the
stacking up that
healer,
vile
tag
bite
it,
dot onto
come back,
Yips.
we're in
He's going to
stone.
rotate through his end Karn. Then
Maybe
he's gonna
CC
rotate
some of
through
the
his
mobs or
Barskin, then he's gonna
something.
get
It gives
caught alive. Actually
you,
presses SI, even layering that with that incarnation here.
additional
He's
targets
gonna
on the
get
boss
cauterized
when
by
the
a
ads
Shine
aren't
here in
up.
a couple of seconds to be able to remove that bleed off of him. But after that, Yips is going to be basically naked. He's going to be trying to.
So
And
Yips
probably
is
shake
losing
down
his
some of the
Incarn
shit you need.
soon. He has his last bark skin right now, and he's
naked
gonna
in
cycle
terms
into
of
an
no
SI.
defense, I mean, that's
What do you think,
kinda
Dorky? Is he
normal.
safe?
I don't think it's like. I
Yeah,
don't think
the
it's
pole is
that
pretty
right.
much
That was
over.
the call of that.
He chains the bark with an SI, and then he's dry though. Oh, everything's
We're
dead.
finishing out their poll
If
right
they're
now.
gonna
So we were
pull,
talking
somebody should
about
leave right
this
now.
being a little under 2
And the
minutes.
fact that, well, they
Yeah,
are
we're
dragging it
moving
towards the
towards it.
towards the pole. I
they
think
did
somebody's going for
that
it.
same poll. Liquid finishing out
Looks
in
like
1 minute. And
Zevi
let's
went
say
off?
I think
13
Zevi went.
seconds
He's
as
gone.
that final tick has ended on.
So
to
we'll
the
see him
group
snap
here.
back here
Certainly
in
accelerating.
Snap back.
Big Lucky waiting in the
So they're definitely in a
wings,
better
you could
position
call it,
than
as
Big
they're
Lucky.
finishing out
They're
Krog.
about to pull this.
They're
pole.
also
Liquid
don't have a
certainly
death
No, we
as
have to
well.
finish off the ball.
I mean, look at this for Liquid.
Yeah.
On the right-hand
Well,
side,
I don't know how the
Cornerstone
count's
is
gonna
Zevi. Zevi ends up running off screen. It is
How much
very
they're
likely
gonna make
that
up
he
here.
ends up grabbing
It should be the
some of
same, 7%
mana,
roughly.
mana mods.
Yeah,
and he ends
I
up
would
grabbing
assume
off
that
the battle
the
axe.
bridge. If you're bringing
It's a
in that
question
full
of, like,
bridge
how
pull, it's got to
much
be 7%
trash
at
did
least.
he actually pull? You see the landslide.
They just
going on. You can't exactly see how
landslided,
much
yeah. So they're
amount
rooting it
Liquid
away, I
has,
guess, so it comes in
addition
later with
to
the
boss itself. It looks
You
like
wanna
there's two
keep a few
battle axes
things
that
out there,
caught
I
in the
think,
landslide, and
to
it's that mana
stagger
thing
how
that's
many
coming in a
targets
little
you
bit
have.
later. So those battle axes, they do magic damage
Yeah, it could
melee.
be.
So maybe this is
I mean, the
point
the
that
battle
Yipes
axes
is a
are
little
also
bit
very
still
dangerous for a
light
tank.
on his,
Especially
to
when
just
you
hold
have the
out and
tank
wait
buster
for that
debuff.
bark skin before that landslide gets broken. And yeah, now
Oh
he's able
yeah,
to actually press that
bark
bark
right
skin.
now.
And
Tank buster
for
debuff
Liquid
plus
here,
battle
they
axes.
have
Oh, they're like
overgrowth
giga stunning them now.
73%,
Come on, Yips.
And Big Lucky have now
In car
finally
now, though?
engaged that boss.
Using a ring to
So
keep him
about
away.
a 25% boss HP lead is opening up for Liquid, plus 15 seconds worth of death penalty that is in their favor.
Yeah,
as well.
especially
So
with
I
the
think
death on
Liquid
Big
is still
Lucky's
about
side,
45 seconds ahead that we were talking about earlier.
This has, unless Liquid dies.
Yeah, for sure. I also
They're gonna
really
win this.
like tagging in these mobs as you were describing. I think it's very valuable to be able to do this, especially since you are usually waiting out that RP time for a lot of these teams. I like utilizing that to the most that you can, and you can see how quickly they're getting through it as well. The battle axes both extremely low right now, and we are going to be tying up in trash count here as well once they're actually going to be followed.
Is this tying up in trash count?
I don't think it's
mean,
tying up in trash
I
count.
think so.
Liquid only has two.
It's not. It's not reducing the
right?
total
So
amount of
it'd be
pulls
a,
though. Like
you
like
know,
Liquid's
81.
just gonna
Yeah, it's
drag.
just the-
He's at 87.
You
Just
have to do
gonna-
a bigger pull. at
They're
the
just gonna have
end
to do a
as
bigger
Liquid.
pull at the end with
What
less.
else?
Yeah.
They skipped earlier, and they had like
Which is kinda
3
scary,
count
but
difference.
I would assume they practice it a lot.
No.
They have lust.
I don't. I
Well,
think
then
that
they
Big
need to
Lucky
play
didn't-
more in the
If
in the
they
last
aren't
count.
separating the
So
pole,
I
though,
think it's
that's
actually
pretty
a trash
bad.
pack that's on the bridge that Big Lucky did that
Because
Liquid elected to not do, because I think Big
It
Lucky
could be
did
that
engage
Liquid
the
just
Overgrown
does a lust
Ancient
pull
Lasher
and then
pull,
goes boss,
whereas Liquid only sent Zevi back to grab that
and
one mana
Big
fiend double
Lucky
battle
does
axe
a
back. I
trash
think that
pull
that
onto
is,
boss.
Nah,
the
there's
difference.
no
I
way
think
they
the
don't
miles
do
be
trash on the
forgers.
boss.
But
20%
Yeah,
count.
I'd just say there's no way.
There's
a lot
no
of
way.
count.
There's no way you.
Nonetheless, there is
That's
a
a pretty big
7%
count
count
difference.
advantage in
That's like
favor of
3
Big
packs,
Lucky.
right?
I don't believe that that is the difference in terms of
Maybe
time
you-
currently, but for Liquid here, they're posturing to do a
Alright,
very
like,
big
I
pull here with
don't know,
Frost.
like-
Is it going to be in the Echo into the Echo Dorgosa? That's kind of a question that you have
Yeah, you
here.
do a fear.
Because these Echo Knights, with their AoE cast, the Arcane Smash are
Go through,
quite dangerous.
no.
It is possible to
Bro, we
LOS
should
the Arcane
skip like
Smash
this
damage,
on live.
but,
What the fuck?
what a lot of teams do, at
Why?
least
I
on
don't think
live,
it saves any
is
time.
they just face tank
I
it with
feel like
Bloodlust,
has to,
and they
as
just try
opposed to
figure
running
it
to the
out.
fucking
What is
mountain
Liquid
and
going to
jumping
do?
up the
So
side
they-
of it and
they started
shit.
off the pole, and they
This
had
pole
a
is so
Sigil of Misery
scary.
onto
Okay,
two
they are
invokers,
pulling a shit ton of
onto
mobs
two
right now.
invokers. They ended
They're
up,
bringing in all the
parrying
invokers.
one invoker, and then
This
they
is
ended
the
up
scary
controlling
part, is
two invokers, and they grab.
You
I
would
think,
Holy
theoretically
darkness,
need
EMZ right away.
Echo Knights.
kicks and
Five.
stuff for
Echo
all of
Dorgosa
these.
has been engaged.
There's
Is this
5.
5 Echo
Cocoon.
Knights? Oh my goodness.
Oh
There's
my
5
God.
Echo Knights. That is
Okay,
actually
there's a very real
insanity
chance
from
that this
Team
goes wrong, I
Liquid.
feel like.
We usually get
This is a
scared
pretty
when there's,
crazy
like
pull.
3 or 4. To put this into context for everybody that's watching at home,
They do have lust
They're
for
just
it,
fucking
so
circles everywhere.
Is
It should
nothing
die pretty
short of
quick.
insanity, and even
Yeah.
with that lust, that's going to be a lot of damage. That's going to be a lot of area.
And it might just be that
denial
on 19 none of this
they're
shit's
going
lethal
to need
enough.
to deal with on the
Kick,
boss
kick, 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 kick,
that
kick, kick, kick.
already has a lot of damage and area of denial. Just
Oh,
altogether, you
shine,
saw it there
Bochi.
just for a split
Scales
second. A
after.
shine dropping incredibly
Think the
low there.
invokers are
Wolf
dead?
Disco also
Yeah, they got
taking
this.
just a single hit puts him
Yeah.
down to 20%.
Don't you fucking-
Sasevi's
Shut up.
on top
Everything
of
should
it,
be-
Shut up.
keeping
Everything should be
Shut
dead
up.
by the time
Speak.
Lust is done.
Muted.
They're also using their defenses here
Muted.
to make sure that they're getting through the worst of it while
Well, they got
Bloodlust
smashes
is
going
still
off
running.
now.
The first couple of
Boom.
Echo Knights are going to be falling off just shortly, but they
Holy
need to
Cindy.
continue
Yeah,
to
they win.
survive and finish off all of the 5 ones.
No, it's
3
clean as
still
hell.
stand.
Nope.
Okay,
Shine
there's
dead.
another smash.
Okay, we're not
Does
speaking. We're
go
not
down here.
speaking.
Unfortunately for them, that also means now the Echo Knights are
Oh my God, it's
finished,
fucking
and they can
chaos,
resin back
dude.
up, but that puts them closer to
Okay,
being
they're
able
fine.
to
It's
hit
just
them
the boss
as
now.
those death timers are now
19 boss.
equalized.
Yeah, so
Dude,
the death
the
times
fucking
rise,
Big
but
Lucky
for
did
Liquid
some
here,
damn
they
to the boss
still have
though.
about a 10% boss HP
Where's
know how
where's
much
Liquid's
Shine
count
lost.
coming in?
The Evoker, a heavy momentum
Wait.
specialization.
Oh
with
my
things
god,
like the
did they miss a
duplicate, things like the
mob?
Breath of
No
Eons on top.
way.
How much damage
Or?
did Shine
Wait, no,
lose
no,
there
no, no,
is a
Shine
big
Krypton's something.
question,
No,
and
no,
for
they're
Big
fine, they're
Lucky, they still have
Wait, but is that
Bloodlust
enough?
rolling 55% on the Echo of Dorgosa. They're
1.1%,
continuing to accelerate
surely.
their damage. Are they going to be able
Oh,
to
this
catch up
is
to
looking
Liquid here,
rough.
Makes? And look at this.
Did he
Liquid
die
is
in his
still knocking
meta?
out. The final Invoker has reached the party, though.
No,
I
no,
believe that is going to
Shine
be the
died. Wait.
remaining
Or no, it was a
1.0%
Shine. Yeah,
need
Shine
Yeah, it
died.
was a Shine.
That Liquid
But
need where Big
I,
Lucky is already
it's a
done
pretty
with
big
Cap.
loss if
If
your
you lost all your
Evoker dies.
dupes and
That
shit,
is
like
Yeah,
insanity.
Evoker
The
chains a lot
way
of damage.
Liquid
yeah,
got
you
through this,
you
even with
need
that one
to
death,
be alive on Evoker.
I wasn't sure that was going to be
Come
possible.
on.
I'm sure it has worked out in practice
Is an Invoker
enough
enough though? I
for
actually
this
don't
team
know.
to be able
There's
to
no way
floor
they
this
missed a
route
mob.
in the season finals here, but it's certainly a very scary
just-
thing to do. This is not something
Okay, it's
I
exact
want to
count,
be
apparently.
seeing
Okay.
in the LFG. Just to clarify that for everybody at home, but
Come on.
you can see that Big Lucky
Yeah, they-
and
Dude,
Liquid
this
are
is
way
such
they're
a
giving
Stop,
up a-
stop.
There's no way they give up
Stop.
8%.
No, but Big Lucky is about to accelerate here. Look at this. Army of the Dead is available for the
Big
DK
Lucky has
for Big
cooldowns
Lucky.
coming up.
We have Zax DH on the
Wolf is ending his
Vengeance,
CDs.
or on the Devour Demon Hunter. He's entering that Void meta, and you're going to have that Breath of Eons from XCM here
Breath
in just a couple of
from
seconds. Big Lucky is going to
XCM
accelerate
too.
their damage by a significant amount. This is their last
Holy
hurrah.
shit.
They're pressing the DT. They're pressing the Void meta. All of their offensive CDs are coming out, and they have accelerated. Look at this. They are
No,
matching
slow
the
down,
amount of
slow down.
DT that is on the boss for Liquid. On the right-hand side, the only
Oh my
1%
God.
have
Oh
that
my
DT
God, it's
from
so
Wolf Disco
close.
and that Void Metamorphosis. 5% is on the boss for both of these two teams. It looks like Liquid is just
Yeah.
a couple
Oh
of
shit,
seconds
Liquid.
ahead. Are they going to be able to
Come
finish
on.
the boss first? The boss is dead
Holy
for Liquid,
fuck.
and for Big Lucky, it's just a couple
Dude,
seconds.
okay,
That's
J-
that. That's
Who won?
the other team
JB
has won in your
J-
chat. Fucking 1 second before the
Dude.
boss dies. Like,
Oh.
JB,
fuck.
JB, you tried so hard to fucking throw that. You did it once. You did it once, and then he instantly died, and then you did it again, and then they fucking caught up in boss dam. Stop this right now.
I mean, I was right the second time. I said they couldn't give up an 8% lead, and they didn't.
Gets that first
Ugh.
point, but honestly,
Disgusting.
the approach
Yeah,
that
what
they
a close
both took to
game.
this dungeon a little bit different, right? Especially in
I
some
mean,
of
Liquid
the
definitely had the better
gathering
routing.
count,
Them
right? But with that,
doing that
what do
bigger
you
pull
think
onto
ultimately gave
Dorgosa
Liquid the advantage
is like
time-wise,
there's certainly a bigger time save.
I mean,
But it was a
I
lot
think
sketchier.
it's in the route. It's also in just getting that early speed up on the first Maximus pull, right? I think that did a lot for Liquid. They're being able to just finish.
Yeah,
up
I don't.
that one
I'm
quickly.
curious
You
as
can
to
see here in
whether
their graph,
Big
just
Lucky's
right
first
before
pull,
that 2-minute marker,
if
and
that's
then
like a
that allowed them to keep
consistent
going from there.
difference,
Also,
because
like
Liquid
doing the
fucking
extra crash
smurfed on
into
that pull.
Ancient to try and cut
Like,
down on just
their
standing around.
first
Well,
pull was
Big Lucky
dead.
also
Like,
misplayed
Of course,
their
I mean,
first pull a bit
Life Echo
because
Knight,
they
need I
had
say
the
more?
sleep
That was
desync
crazy.
and someone got slept.
Amazing to
I would
see,
imagine
and
during the
very
cooldowns,
well
too.
even just seeing how these charts almost like opposite.
But yeah, it was
mirror
definitely
each
the kind of
other
thing
and
that
how
was
they
like-
decided to kind of approach this. But Dratnos, with
that
what
was
you
a
were seeing
very
from the
dramatic
map,
difference
what
in
kind of
what was
stood out
otherwise an
to you as
identical
these
pull.
two went head to head?
That
Yeah, I mean,
it
I
wasn't
think there
even
was
like
a whole lot to be
certain things
said
died. It wasn't
about
like,
this
oh,
one.
they killed
2
everything except the
seconds between
Ravager,
these
now
two
they have to
teams
finish the
means
Ravager.
that if
It was just
any
like they just
one
killed
pull
everything
had
in the
gone
pull like
differently,
15 seconds
this
faster.
entire map might have. And I actually think the biggest time loss for Big Lucky, like
Yeah,
Mitch was
look at
talking
this pull
about,
here.
the way that this first pull went for them just took a little bit longer than it did for Team Liquid. Of course, this series did feature 1 death per team as well, so that is, I guess, probably the bigger contributor. If if you're Big Lucky and you look at it, you're like, oh, if we hadn't had that death, we would have won. But you got to remember, Liquid had the death as well. So when those two cancel out, I do think the amount of time spent in combat there with that last trash mob definitely is part of it. Now, Big Lucky had a really cool way of setting up this gather here, taking this trash
very nice.
into the overgrown ancient.
Very nice,
trash.
very
Look at
happy
Shun
with
here.
that.
He's gonna hop into that moonkin form for a sec
Yeah,
here.
Yips on the
yeah.
first Yips on the
Making a
first
bunch
pull
of threat on pull
might have
there,
won the game.
with
I
that
feel like
shake
he
at
just
that Heart
like
of the Wild,
I'll rewind it, but I
getting a
feel like
big
they killed that first pull like
During
legit
this
like
boss
15
fight,
seconds
which
faster
is
than the other team, and Yips was
normally
doing
a
1 mil
rather
DPS, and the other
lengthy
tank was
boss
doing
fight,
400k.
So I really like seeing this.
Well, the meters
Sure,
weren't
having this
accurate
round.
because
Yeah, I mean, I think
the way the combat drops.
Let's show that the
Oh, interesting. Let's see.
and Big Lucky
Yeah,
versus
it's just like one of those like
Or
scuffed.
things in this Algatar
'Cause, you know, they're doing,
that makes-
skip.
you always have a lot of
Both
run-on
teams
teams got in combat at the same
cut
time.
down on the overall routing in this dungeon. Just one.
Oh,
of
you're
the
right. You're right. You're
tricky
right.
things in this
Big
Ultra
Lucky's
are
pull
Yeah,
was
you can
10
see, like,
seconds longer.
Through to be able to complete
Yeah.
I mean, they
dungeon.
still
So
It doesn't
there's
really
another
matter though.
question
Like
of,
Well, they
Liquid's
also, yeah, I mean, they still scoffed.
Liquid's
because
poll
they wasn't
died
not
at
as
a
extras
minute
off.
They've already
and
dispatched the first poll
13.
in
Or wait, last ad's
quite
dying right
quick
now.
fashion. I think
First
that they're
poll
gonna have
died
a
for Liquid,
similar count
identical
to Big
polls at
Lucky,
1
and this
minute
is kind
and
of a similar
19
situation to what
seconds,
we
and the
saw
other
with Liquid
team
coming a
died
little bit to
at
shine. Also,
1.
playing that spatial paradox. You see, he has that activated. What did he end up tagging with?
40?
It looks like he actually has maybe tagged
So
one of the
20, they did the
Ravager
first
mobs.
poll
And if
20
that mob
seconds
is able to come
faster.
in a little bit later, that could be a bit more
I
tough for Liquid. We
I
did
feel like
see
Liquid
a
has to have had some
entangling
tech
route
that they like DPS tech or something. Like there's no way. Like that's one of those.
No. It was simply the poll was just scuffed. I mean, if you just look at it, like it was
Leading to
just
that
a
victory
terrible
by
first
a
poll.
handful of
Big
seconds
Yips is also
over
playing
Big
Apex
Lucky.
Talents, and Sean
I
isn't
think that
apparently.
Death to a shine, by the way,
But I mean,
is like
no,
a
you should-
45
you
second
one
time loss. So like
spec,
at
like
least
any
he had the
one
15
spec
seconds
in
for the
there
death,
should not
and
be
Oh,
then
wait,
he
yeah,
just
he
20
is
second
in-
pressed
difference.
his Breath of Beyond. He lost.
No,
so
no,
much
yeah, he isn't
resources.
playing
I'm pretty
Apex, I
sure
just
that
realized.
that death was the only reason that
Okay,
that
yeah.
was
So the
close.
thing about Bear Tank
If a
is
shine doesn't end up going down, I feel like
there's
Liquid are
the
maybe,
degenerate build that everyone's
you know, a
playing
minute
nowadays, right?
almost
It's
even
where you
ahead
don't play
of
any Apex
Big Lucky
talents
at the
and
end
you
there.
only
That
press
was
Thrash
a
and Moonfire.
really
That's like the
bad death,
popular
but I
build
think
right
it
now.
just
It's a lot
kinda proves
tankier.
how pivotal deaths can
But
be
Yips is
in
playing
MDI
the
and
raid
speedrunning
build,
format.
or not really like full raid build, but
Absolutely,
you
and
know,
we see these
kind of like a
teams
half raid
reaching
build
that
where
19 level, like we just saw in the
you
Alcathar Academy.
gain massive
Those
bursts.
deaths
It's like the shit
can
that we do on
just play a
Valorant,
huge role, even for
but
the
you
teams
lose a lot
that
of
have
defensive
these
talents.
incredibly clean runs otherwise. Now we'll be dropping down a little bit, heading into this Pit of Saran coming up, and we've seen this already once today. But for these two teams going into it, what can we kind of look forward to, and where do they really need to kind of focus, do you think, with what their approach will be in this one, Dratnos?
Yeah, Pit of Sauron is going to be a very different texture to the Algathar Academy. This one is a plus 16 key, whereas Algathar was the plus 19. So a lot of the baseline damage of these abilities, it's going to be like 40%
Pit of
less
Sauron.
damage.
Which team's pulling out
from a lot
Destro
of
Lock?
these incoming abilities, which
I
means that the pull
highly
sizing
doubt
has to
either
go
of them,
up
honestly.
to compensate. We saw some big pulls in the Algathar Academy. The Pit of Sauron is going to be huge pulls right off the bat. Really interested to see if Big Lucky are going to follow Interrupt, the other team from their region, that used that Destruction Warlock pick to great effect in our previous series against Mandatory, almost winning this Pit of Sauron. I wonder if Big Lucky are also on that train.
I have some numbers for you in this Pit of Sauron, if you're interested, of course, because our fastest pit that we saw in any of the groups was from Liquid. On a plus 15, they locked in 12 minutes 04. However, Big Lucky on a plus 17, that's 2 key levels higher for anybody that's taking this down. They only needed 12 minutes 51. So like 40 seconds difference. even
Let's
though
go,
they were 2
Liquid.
key levels higher. What I'm trying to say, everybody.
Anyone here
is
would like to
this is
change
going
their
be a
prediction, or are you guys
banger
still both
for them.
sticking with
I'm so excited
2-1
we're
the
seeing
enemy?
this pit.
Bro, who the fuck changes
Thank
their
you, Mace. We
prediction?
love
What
the
kind of pussy
numbers,
shit is that?
And those were
All
some
right.
really good ones.
I feel like that's
to
kind of cheating,
compare,
changing your
honestly.
prediction.
Yeah.
I mean, it's true, right?
But
These
it's
two
definitely
so close. We
looking good for
literally even just
Liquid.
saw it the last map.
I
Now, of
feel like
course,
it's
it
cheating
seems
changing
like
your
Liquid
prediction, but I'm going to
had
do
the
it.
faster overall strategy going through it. We're able to keep that pace and amp up a bit faster. But of course, we know Big Lucky can put up these impressive times, and with that higher key level, like you pointed out, Mix, I think it means that we really are going to have to see how much time they are going to be able to get.
I don't know, how do
this
you bet
one done
against
in,
that
especially since Liquid
logo?
seems to be finding
That thing
their
is so
stride.
fucking sick.
Now this is going to be Big Lucky versus Team Liquid going in
nice.
here on our second map of their series.
Looks like
Pit
some
of
Street
Saran.
Fighter shit.
And Big Lucky, they came in as one of the top teams and the top team from CN. They don't want to go
Looks
down
like it'd be on
here in the
Kuma's
lower
gi.
bracket. I'm sure they're going to fight with everything that they have to try and even out the score. Team Liquid having this 1 point on the board already, but you know, either way, these two teams are going to give us a huge run here as we take a look at this game 2 in the Pit of Saran Tunnels.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
shit,
really
Pit of
interested in seeing what
Sarons.
Big Lucky does in terms of their composition here. We saw the Destruction Warlock in the Pit of Saron earlier. It is a specialization that it seems like it was uniquely fit to be able to deal with this dungeon, and it did so much damage. And on the tournament realm, Big Lucky, they're very likely to have seen Interrupt walking around with that Destruction Warlock and entering that dungeon with that Destruction Warlock. Is it something that they maybe picked up that some of the other teams and some of the other
Okay, so we
regions
saw
hadn't really considered?
10:45
in this dungeon is kind of
from
a question that
Mandatory.
we're going to be seeing here. And for Big Lucky,
And they weren't
it
going
looks
that
like,
fast.
No.
Yeah,
that was
like,
an
I feel
Interrupt
like
special.
if
They were going
Interrupt
to be
would've put their
playing
full
the
run together, that
standard,
would've been
composition. What is known to be the
like
standard
10,
composition for this
15
dungeon.
or below.
To be that Devoured Demon Hunter, the
Sub
Augmentation
10 would be
Evoker,
insane.
and this Unholy Death Knight.
Yeah, neither.
I feel
of
like they
these
could have
two
done it.
teams opting to go
They
for
had the
Warlock.
scuffed
We
ass
did see
gather.
Liquid play
It took them
the
just like 15
Demonology
seconds just to even
Warlock
like
in their
figure
group
out what the
when
fuck
they locked in
happened
that
and start
fastest
the
time.
pull.
So
Then
them
it took
kind
them
of going back
forever
and
to
saying, we
kill
don't actually want to play that here. It's
Glacius
interesting to me
compared
as
to
well, but a lot
mandatory.
in the Pitasaron is in this very first pull. You can go
Okay,
so
no
big. If
warlocks.
you're looking at or pull count
They don't know.
counter on the right hand side for Liquid, it is still climbing up to 33.28%.
Bro, I got
that they're
someone in my
currently dealing
chat
with. Big Lucky has
telling
a
me to
little
tell
bit
Max
less,
to
but they
move his
also
camera.
finished off
Why?
the first couple of
Oh,
mobs
I see.
already,
I
so
don't have
it
it
is
full
going to
screen.
be
Oh.
quite similar for both of our teams.
I tried to put it in the middle. I'm gonna go back. I know
Is
people
already
really
adding
like
another
it to be like in the
matchup here
middle,
for
but I
Liquid
think it's
as
weird.
well. That came
I'm just gonna
running
have
a
it be on the
little
left.
bit late, so something they will need to be aware of.
For Big Lucky, look at this on the left side. Whenever we saw a mandatory interrupt run this dungeon,
Just cover up the
earlier
healing
this
done
weekend,
meter.
They actually ended up getting about 40% enemy
Yeah, it's
forces
just useless.
in that first pull. For Big Lucky, it looks like their second pull of the dungeon, they grabbed some additional trash mobs. Are they going to be taking this into the first boss is kind of the question, or are Big Lucky just going to be taking a pit stop here? Maybe they're waiting on that Plunge Talon Gargoyle.
Big Lucky's just doing a small ass
Big
pull
Lucky
here.
here, if
None
they're
of them
not
are
ready
doing
to pull the
Ventara.
boss,
Well,
I
actually,
feel like
Liquids might be
they're
doing that
already
shit.
kind of getting an advantage. Look at this.
Cocaine
for
bear
Liquid.
wrap?
They're gearing up for
Yeah.
a skip. They're going to be
Yeah, if you're gonna do a skip here and
Oh,
pull it all
Yips
onto
is
the
just
second.
all right.
moving straight into the boss. So what's going to be happening here? Is the
Yo.
Shine's going to be rescue skipping the two.
If Big Lucky doesn't like chain off of something here, they haven't touched
Yeah,
the
this
lich
is
at all.
looking not great
pull the
for
boss.
Big Lucky.
Yep, they have made
Okay,
it
they're going now. It's
over.
like they wanted to
Sometimes
kill
that
something and then
looks a little
go.
bit sketchy, but
I don't even know what
Big
the fuck that
Lucky
thing
has
would be,
gotten the
'cause the
memo.
lich is
They're
still,
on
like,
their
Gargoyle,
way
I'd
as
imagine.
well to
Might be
doing
better for
everything
count.
right now into boss. I
Bro,
think
there are
Well,
so
Liquid-
many
it was
mobs
probably
on.
that Gargoyle
Liquid
they
took
didn't
so
want to
long
have
setting up
two
this
of
pull that I don't
them
even think they
at the
gained
same
any.
time, just to
Yeah,
kind
that's
of
also true. I don't
cut
even know
down
what
on
took
having
Liquid
to
so
deal with
long.
that mechanic there, but it's everything
'Cause
into boss once again.
I don't know what Big
full
Lucky was
counter
doing, but I also don't know what,
rising on
what
both
Liquid was doing.
sides of our screen here, up to 26
Compared to
points
our
on the
goat
left-hand side,
Snow Bear, who just
25
went fucking
for
Yep.
Liquid here,
head
so Big
first
Lucky's
into the
still
boss.
on
Didn't
that
give a
Yeah,
fuck
he doesn't
about
give a-
anything.
he doesn't give a
Snow
fuck.
Bear.
He's never
the
given a
smaller
fuck.
one in that first one, so they can
The Warlock is.
equalize here as the teams are also dealing with Garfrost.
Fuck, I wish we had
Liquid,
time.
plus
We
that
need some
being
like
no
we need
blood
like a
loss
beast for
available
these watch
for
parties,
this
like a
one.
beast
So everything you're
stat
seeing right here
getter,
is
you know?
sheer power
Like I would love
will
to see
and execution from
timestamps
these
from
players.
the
Look at
Warlock
that
run, for
Gargoyle
example,
had
up to this
XCM
point.
under control for really,
Oh
really
shit,
long.
Shine cheated.
but was able to get
Yeah,
back
okay,
there.
let me see.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the additional Grave Blades on this pole make
So-
dodging and hiding behind the Serenite bombs to be quite dangerous.
First boss
But for Big
split,
Lucky,
we're
if
looking
they're
at
able to get this
408
trash
from
dealt with,
Interrupt.
they're in a fairly good position. They've had
425
slightly
from
higher
Mandatory.
in combat uptime compared to Liquid just because of their routing through this dungeon, but the skip from Liquid looks pretty sweet. And
Wait,
what you
Loda
saw
just
on
left the
inside
map,
for
what the
Big Lucky
fuck?
Is the
Is that a
incorrect
hack?
Standard.
Wait,
We
what's
saw
Zevi doing?
Loda, he ends up transcending out of the room.
Wait, they
Why are
both
they
doing that.
Tagging one of the Lich packs.
How'd they even
and then
leave?
he is going to
Is that even
Bro,
allowed?
that should be
into the
banned.
room
I'm
and
actually
let
gonna
that
message
Lich,
Blizzard right now.
Are they
just
actually
slowly
leaving, or
trickle
is it
in to
just like
give
a
Big Lucky a
observer?
big
Well, no,
pull
like
count.
they
I would
left
not be
the
shocked
boss
if we see
arena,
Zevi
came
outside of
pulled some
Liquid doing
trash
something
and came
similar.
back.
As a Tormentor coming in a
Did
little
they
bit late,
transcend out?
the Cold Wraith and then the Lich is going to be
Oh
coming in
yeah, that's probably what it
momentarily.
is.
I
Yeah,
feel
the
like
Protest
even though
coming out,
Liquid did it,
everyone's
there.
come back in.
just out of
Quick
pure
correction is a plus 16, of
like
course. I was
integrity,
still
I
stuck in
feel
that
like both
Alpha
teams should be
Academy
banned
Yeah,
after
for doing
everything
anything
like
like that.
happened there, but it is, of course, a
which
plus
team did it first?
16 for our teams here.
I
Look
mean,
at that,
it
just
kinda
on
happened at the
sheer
same time.
boss
I feel like
percentage, these teams
we have
couldn't
to
be
follow the rules here.
any closer
Or whichever
as
team did it
they're
first.
making
Let's
is the
actually
one- is the
check-
team that should
let's-
be banned.
boss fight,
We
like
should
you
check
mentioned,
their
that Lich
necklaces,
has
maybe?
pulled in
Both
from
teams?
both of our teams as well as a little bit
This is
lower.
actually
So
gonna
far,
be
For
bro,
Big Lucky on the left-hand
they're
side
both
could be-
here.
slower than
Interrupt
Interrupt.
will need to
Well, yeah,
come
because
in
Interrupt
as
just
well,
went
but
right
I always
fucking
felt
ass
like
over
in the
tea
pit
kettle
of
into the boss. There was
huge difference
no setup
maker
at all.
is
Guy
Ethan
just went
Frank. I don't know if you
fucking
agree,
W
but
key.
you can just
Anyway, I do
waste so
enjoy
much
Max
time
commentary
on
where
that
somebody
boss
leaves the
fight,
dungeon
and you
and
can
or leaves
also
the boss
waste
room. It's
so
like
much
ban
time
them,
on
and
that
then
boss
Liquid does
fight.
it 2
That
seconds
is
later. It's like,
I am
or
No,
maybe
no, I said ban
would
both.
like
Actually,
to
the
already
first one I
add
saw
some
do it
Yeah,
was
take them
Liquid.
both out.
All I'm saying is we got some rules in this
Yeah, so for
tournament, and I
Liquid
want them to
here,
be followed.
Whenever they were doing the Pitaceron
We
during
need
the
all
group,
those
they were
items
kind
to
of
be from the
pioneered
correct
this
vendor.
strategy that
Okay.
we now
Well, chat's
see
saying
most
they
of
did this in the
MDI
Chinese
do on
group
the
stage.
Quick Encounter,
The
where
so they copied
it's,
from
it's
there.
kind of about
Yeah.
the mobs
My
that
bid
are
is not
gathering
landing.
into the pool and like how they're getting
It's
them
just not.
gathered.
It's not landing.
It was kind of a
It is-
question
yeah,
as
it's
to like
not.
what is the fastest strategy to get this quick encounter engaged, and it seems like a lot of the teams are now looking at what Liquid is doing and doing something very similar.
What
'Cause look
what
at their
is the
trigger.
fucking deal
As
this
you see on the
season
right
with the
side,
healer job being done by
Liquid,
everybody
they end up
but the
pulling
healer?
W, and XCM, he's the player that's kind of pivotal here.
I've seen
He runs
DH do the
down,
healer
he
job.
goes
I've
in,
seen
he
Liquid and-
Augavoker do the healer
he
job.
saves the prisoners,
They're still really
and then he
close.
cornerstones into the group. that's kind of the core of the strategy that we're seeing from a lot of our MDI.
Yeah,
teams.
the thing
Now,
that I
Liquid
found interesting is
also gave the
mandatory
boss
delayed
Liquid
killing the
continuing to
shades,
maintain that about 10-second lead that they
and
have
both
going into
the
game
like
freaking tower. But we've seen
the other
how
Chinese team,
quickly that can
Interrupt,
actually turn
Big
if
Lucky, and
any
Liquid
team has
all
a
seem to
death
be like getting
that
the
can
shades done right
actually
away.
go in favor of the other team, and you just have to be very, very
Like-
cautious about
like
deaths,
ex-
especially whenever you think the plunge
Exam.
talon
That
gargoyle is
evoker,
picking
holy
you up
shit.
and stunning you in the middle of this pull. You have to
Yeah, I
make
wonder
sure
if
that you
there's, like,
have
clean
well-timed
efficiency.
rescues, make sure you have well-timed
Yeah.
Tiger's Lust to be able to get those players out of that plunge talon gargoyle grip.
Yeah, that life cocoon was
Or it's
just
like cooldown timings.
life-saving right now. Therefore, her Draxier on Big Lucky, able to keep him out of harm's way. But just barely, that CD has now been used. That was definitely a little kind of
so
CD that
Liquid
we
has
had
more
for any
count.
oopsies. So they are going to be needing to survive from here on out without it. Good news is that
I don't know.
Oh, they're coming in.
No,
Okay,
no,
they're
no,
bringing
no.
it in.
There, yeah,
They're
there's
bringing
more
it
mobs
up.
that
coming in.
allows them to
Ooh,
now
gargoyle.
add that gargoyle, those
Spicy.
geists as well.
Okay,
And
so
finish out
Interrupt
that
killed
second
this
pack
boss
while
at
Ick and Crake are dropping. This should
6:38.
have been the last couple of
6:49
shades that we saw on both
for
teams. Look
mandatory.
at that. Team Liquid
That's gonna be
is
faster
so
than
Interrupt's gonna be
everyone here.
faster.
flooring
Yeah,
it here
Interrupt's
right
just
now.
Yeah,
They're gonna
Liquid's
be
gonna be on
finishing out
pace.
quick.
Interrupt's
They do
fucking
not
Pit of
care
Saren
about
gods.
those additional shades. They have the boss so low already, and they're going to be going from here on out as well as this boss. I mean, that was just a blitz. They came through here. They saw the boss.
Wait,
they
Liquid
finished the boss.
637,
They're on their
638?
way already. Whereas Big Lucky certainly
Yeah,
taking a lot
exact
longer
same
here.
split.
Additionally, with that gargoyle in play.
Liquid's offense.
Come on, Liquid.
Way better than Big Lucky's, I think, as well. I mean, look at
Dorky
this.
Zero
They have
Speaky.
23 seconds remaining on the army to come up.
It's impossible to
The,
fuck this skip
Dark
up. I've
Demon
never
is
seen
getting
it done.
primed for his soul generation. He's actually trying to generate some souls right now out of combat. Shine's going to have his Breath of Eons available. And for
Oh, beautiful
Liquid,
skip.
I think that
Yep.
the pull into Glaciath here that they're going to be doing, I would not be shocked that DK cooldowns.
Okay, yeah,
the
Big
Dark
Lucky
Demon
took
Hunter
a
is gonna
really
build
long
up way
time
better
there.
right now.
Yeah,
They're
what the
gonna
hell?
be
Like,
running and
this
consuming.
this
You
game
see,
seemed
some
close
stuff
until
like
all of a
that
sudden it wasn't
already.
close
If
at
they
all.
have all the abilities available, and for Big Lucky, they weren't getting any value out of that natural CDR. The DK already had his cooldowns available.
All right,
The
big Glaciath
Evoker does
damage
have
here.
cooldowns available in 15
Mandatory
seconds, but I think that
fucking
for Liquid here,
destroyed Glaciath.
Glaciath is just going to get absolutely annihilated. Wolf Disco is going to be pressing that army the moment that the shield goes up, because the boss actually the
Does
Glaciath
Icy
actually
Blast
takes
matter?
100% additional
Tank
damage.
thing?
And so, and you see Sinning.
It does quite a bit of damage,
Here
but
comes the Breath of
I'm
Eons.
sure he's
16
fine.
seconds.
16, yeah.
Liquid, and this mini boss is going to die really, really fast.
Interestingly enough,
Right, here we
Big
go. Let's
Lucky
see what
did not
Glaciath self
do the
does.
skip back
Glaciath
here.
is
We did
not
see
really
one
dying that fast. I feel like
Rouses
mandatory
come
kill
out,
Glaciath
loaded
faster
there,
than
but it
anyone.
looked like they tagged everything else.
Oh,
on
ooh,
He's gonna
actually,
be
wait.
dead
You can
before
also
this.
see,
Yeah.
that
When he
there
puts the,
are
So-
shield up, he gets
not
Yeah.
crit every
shadow
by
melts
every
being
hit.
used across the
So
board from that team, so they might just be getting a little bit of extra
somebody
count
unloads
here,
on him,
whereas
they
a lot of
will
our other
fuck his
teams
shit
have
up.
opted to take those Grave Blades and then
Oh,
drag them up the
you have to
side of the
zoom
mountain,
in
go on a
past.
little
Come
hike
on,
with them
Liquid.
as they go into the final boss. But like you mentioned, Liquid, they are just so fast. And here comes Yips, is going to be doing exactly what we've been seeing in the groups as well. This is the pack they skipped. He's going to be aggroing them, then porting back up here with the Wernstone, and all of those mobs, you know, they're going to strap on their hiking boots, they're going to strap on their little backpacks.
Dude, Liquid's
walk
fast
up
as hell
the
here.
mountainside there.
This
They will
Glaciath-
That's
take
really
a little
weird.
bit, but here
was kinda
they
shit.
come. They also have one great
It's
blade
really
on
weird,
the back there.
actually.
That's also from that
This is
previous
what
pack. You can
Interrupt's
see they
run
kinda
should have
just
looked
walk
like.
on in from the side here. This has been the premier tech, and it looks like Big Lucky doesn't even need to do that. Hold on. No, they do. So their count does work out in
What
that
was
way. Interestingly
mandatory?
enough, but
10:45.
They're certainly slower than
Yeah.
Liquid, as we're seeing right now.
What was the mandatory time in this dungeon earlier makes, if you have that on hand?
I have that on hand. So the
But they
mandatory
had
time
the
we
Kush stuff to
saw
the Grave
was
Blade.
flat out
Yeah.
11 minutes.
So their run probably would have been
I mean, Liquid here. I mean,
Like-
this
They
is
did
so
have one
fast.
death.
10, 20 something.
Tyrannus here at 69%.
Actually,
a very nice
yeah.
number, for
They
Liquid.
would have been
I would not be
faster than
shocked if
this
they have
run.
something that's faster than that 11-minute
Hold on.
flat time that we saw from mandatory. I would not be shocked if Liquid have like a 10:30. Even
Yeah, they were
at the pace that
10:45
they're
with one
currently
death.
being able to kill this boss off.
Oh, no,
This
no,
is
no, no,
really,
it's
really
10:45.
clean run for Liquid. It is
Okay, so
completely
There's
There's
11
11
minutes
Yips
for
has
them
that
with the
in front
death.
available.
So
They-
10:45, and then you'd have to
They should
subtract
be
some time
accelerating
from
a
the
little
death
bit in
on like a
terms of
perfect
boss
run. But
damage.
Yeah.
And for Liquid, I mean, this has looked like a very good series. Once they press this Bloodlust here in 24 seconds, I don't even think they're getting the entire duration of that lust. I think that the boss boss is already dead on screen.
Are they even gonna
That is
get their lust off?
absolutely impressive stuff that we're seeing right now. You know,
Like,
I'm
just
a
barely.
tiny bit sad that it looks like we're not going to be getting that Cetus to Triumvirate, because that was the dungeon Big Lucky basically beat all of the other teams in, and I really
I'm not
wanted to
speaking
see
till
them
it's over,
here
but I
as well,
have
but
some words for some
Liquid
casters and some
certainly showing
co-streamers
up
here.
in a big way. There were a lot of doubts.
I mean,
coming
it is
from
a
the group
pretty
weekend
Look, I
where
said
we
I
decisive
needed to
didn't know
see
how would
I
their
needed to see
practice
them
situation
perform
play out
with
after
Cine
having
in the
that
lineup,
swap out
and
player
they
from
have
Gumi to Cine
performed
just
admirably.
days before the competition,
And
but they're
it
here.
was
30
mostly
they're
seconds
loud,
faster than
they're
mandatory.
showing us that they got this 2-0 in the bag, and they're coming in strong.
Well,
Liquid have
All right.
come
The mandatory
out of
Let's get some
very
names
taking
here.
this
Tettles,
series 2-0.
fucking Rukuri,
Incredible performance from them and some very
makes.
good
She's a
runs
known
we got to
hater
see.
though.
Now, of course, this means Big Lucky will be moving down to the
been
lower
on the
bracket.
list.
Team
JB,
Liquid moving ahead with
Dorky.
BlizzCon one step
Guys, it wasn't even
closer
fucking close.
ahead
Like,
on
what are
the
we
distant
doing here?
horizon.
I just
But,
copied
of
JB.
course,
Not
the
even
teams have a
close.
lot to be
and
proud
the
of from
game
the
came
Yeah,
down to
runs.
like 2
I
fucking
mean,
Yeah, the
seconds.
first
match
game-
point.
yeah,
what we
it's
got
not
to
close.
see in this series.
Yeah.
Was Liquid's win in this series because they were kind of locking in when their practice paid off? Was it Big Lucky?
Where are
maybe
some
slower than
discords
their
I can
past
add these people?
performance? What do you think it was, Tuttles?
I mean, I think that for Liquid, it was. This is the Liquid that we expected to see during
My
the
goats, my
C
goats.
weekend. I think that makes just
Like,
set
the
it
Cine kinda
perfectly,
gapping on
where there was
DPS there.
questions
Yep.
about their cohesion.
Told you,
whenever
Cine's a
Cine's
fucking
not a
beast.
player. Cine was this kind of unknown variable. Everybody knows how good he is. You know, he is a multiple-time Race to World first champion. He is a very, very solid player. But getting him up to speed on something like a Devour Demon Hunter, you know, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of reps. And that's something that they said that they didn't have going into Group C weekend.
Dude,
now,
tomorrow's
this is
gonna
the
go
Liquid
crazy.
that we expected to see.
Mandatory
they are the
versus
team that has
Liquid.
reps. And now I would not be shocked if they were able to give Mandatory tomorrow a run for their money because they looked really good.
It really does seem like they have found that cohesion and they have figured out what kind of team they can be with this particular constellation. I mean, Dratnos, looking back on this one, give us your recap of this Pit of Saran.
Yeah, I mean, look at the way that those graphs are overlaid, especially at the start there. You could see the two teams on a very similar cadence to each other. Liquid, though, in the first poll, able to actually grab a little bit more trash than Big Lucky were, largely thanks to that spatial paradox coming in for the ability
I'll be
for
right back,
Sevi
make some
there
ice
to be
cream.
able to tag a little bit more trash.
Dude,
grab a
beast.
little bit more
So
of the
here's the
extra
really
enemies.
interesting
We
thing.
saw both teams, of course,
Is Liquid's
utilizing
ban
the
in this
monk out and
series
right back in to grab a little bit more
is
trash
the first
on
map they're
to
going to play
Garfrost.
tomorrow. It's the
I thought
first
what
map
was
of
really
tomorrow in
interesting, though, was
general.
the way that they executed that skip
That's just
up towards the
that. So
this
the
gauntlet
only
here. So Liquid
logic
were able to
there
get
is
this
that
done.
they
So actually
think
it's
their
not here,
shit
right?
is
'Cause
sick
this
and they
goes
don't want to
into
show it in
break
round
points
one, right?
afterwards in that general
That's
area.
that's a lot of
So
confidence. That means they
here's
think they're
the
winning this
crit
series
setup
because
right here.
that
You
that
can see
means
the,
that they're
the
choosing
Invoker tag,
to play a map
Bardstone tag,
to not play a
over
map that
there
they're
on
really
the
good
side.
at, and they're
That's
going to
something
win
that
two games of the
absolutely
series
really
anyway,
like
which
as
they did.
Well,
But then it's
I mean,
after
at some
this
point,
is
I
the
think
part,
you just have to
that
bet
I
on
was talking about
yourself.
before,
Like, it may not be
which
necessarily
is look how
confidence.
fast
It's just
Liquid were
like,
able to get this
I don't really
going
want a
in
game plan for a
comparison to what we
tournament
saw
where I
in the
lose day
earlier
one.
series.
So
Yeah,
we're
that's
just
true.
going to assume
I
we
just thought
win
the way
day
Big
one,
Lucky
and
did
if
this
we
was really
don't,
cool too,
then
though.
we're
They just
already
charged
fucked.
straight forward and
Yeah,
said,
like
"You know what?
imagine you're in
Let's just
practice,
CC that
right?
cold
And you're
break,
talking about
and then
like
let's just
really
go
wanting
in
to
and
prep
get
the
into
lower
combat
bracket
here with
rounds because you
full
think
no,
you're going to
that's
lose a
cold break,
series. Like, bro, you're already losing the
paralyze
weekend with
one,
that kind of
bring
mentality.
rest of this forward. And another benefit
Like,
of this
maybe
as well is you're just wasting no time, and you still have
we would
shadow
talk
modes available,
about practicing
to use for
some
threat
lower
drop,
bracket
which is what
shit
they actually ended up
on
doing
Sunday.
as well
Like, it would
there
be
on
like,
their
all right,
healer.
if there's a
It
chance we
was
play that
Liquid
in
at
like
the end of
lower
the day, though. It's
finals,
hard to make a replay package.
You mean
maybe
Saturday
we-
night?
Match like this. 10 minutes
but, like,
34 was the end of that
thinking
match,
that I'm
and the
going to
replay was
lose
like 2
first
minutes.
round is like,
20%
if that's what
of
you
that-
think's
of
going to
that run
happen,
was in
then
that replay package.
GG, go
Listen, when
next.
there's so much good stuff to like pull out and talk about, you can make a video that's like 3 times as long as the run. I have no doubt. But it was amazing to get to
But
see
yeah, it's not
both
even
of these
necessarily
teams
that they think their
brought
Nexus
into
route's
this,
sick.
And while it wasn't as
It's just
close
if
there,
you
we
know
didn't
for
go
sure
into
you're
that
playing that
next map,
tomorrow.
as we kind of hoped
You don't
it
want to
would
give
be.
the other
I
team
think we
any
still saw a
information.
lot from these teams that made them very
Whether your route's
competitive.
good or bad,
Now,
you don't
while
want the other team
we're
to
gonna
know.
see Big Lucky go down to that lower bracket, they are going to prove a huge adversary for whoever ends up facing off with them, and we'll take a look right now to see they're going to be having a little bit of a rematch with Interrupt, while up in the upper bracket we have some things that have been decided
excited as well makes.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be getting mandatory against Liquid, right? That is certainly something to already look forward to tomorrow. But we are also going to be seeing Interrupt versus Big Lucky tomorrow. So that means one of our CN teams is going to get eliminated.
All right, I'm calling.
As well.
I'm calling triple threat 2-0, Dignitas 2-0 next 2 rounds.
Threat against Sense Spellbook and Dignitas going up against Antis Angels. So I'm really excited for those series for today.
Let's see.
We have some incredible games all this weekend, but of course up next, Triple Threat versus Send Spellbook, as Makes just pointed out.
Yeah, I mean, I
This is
think
gonna be a
Dignitas
really interesting one.
2-0,
Both of these teams, I think, have
I
had
agree
some
with.
ups and downs in the competition, but their potential
Triple
is
Threat? I don't know.
huge. Can they have pulled it together? Just
Who's
like we
Triple
saw
Threat
Liquid
again?
Come in strong.
That's the,
make the best
other
use of
Echo
the practice
team.
time that they've had, and now blaze a path
That's
ahead.
like,
we will
Teef
certainly
and-
be seeing very soon. So don't go
Teef,
anywhere,
Satsi,
everybody. We're having a quick break, and then we will be back
Swag.
with you with Triple Threat versus Send Spellbook.
Gub and Wally.
Oh, Walleye, my goat. Holy fuck. That's an easy 2-0.
Has Teef been playing MDI? I don't remember. It's been like a few seasons, right?
I think he's done it for a couple seasons.
I have a teammate in each of the next 2 series. Dude, Yargi after the last like group finals, remember when like Liquid was playing Miscount and I was like, we need a Yargi death here, we need a Yargi death here, bro. I was like adding him in guild chat or like in Discord chat. Die.
And what did he have to say about that?
At the end of the tournament, he was like, okay, dude, XD. But I am rooting for him to win, unless he's playing the Liquid team. This Mist Count MDI team is being slowly picked up by all the Race World First teams. I wonder who's next.
I don't know if Vader Tank or Healer is interested.
Is Kira
Like,
still
as far as
in
I know,
Project?
Kira doesn't even raid. Even though he
He tanked for Project for like a tier.
I think it was just kind of subbing in or whatever, right?
Not rating would definitely not rating at all is like it would be a huge project. It would be I actually don't think those players are recruitable. Like if someone's a Mythic Plus only person, even if they're on the best team and like they're sick, like you'd at least want them to like play in like a top 20 guild at some point because it is. I mean, even Yargi definitely had a lot of like learning curves this season for sure. Like he will be way better next season than I think he was. Like I'm not saying he was bad, but like there was a lot of like deaths and decisions and stuff that are just you see it over the years is just like what someone does the first time they're doing this. And I have no idea how he slept or ate, which is usually where people mess up the most. Could all be related.
AJ could definitely be in a World First Guild. I'm assuming he has chosen not to. But he's in like a top 20, whatever Evolve was this tier. I think it's top 20. But he was not rating in, because I think when he joined Evolve, I think he hadn't really been in a competitive guild prior to that, I don't think. But he's been with Evolve now for an expansion, and I presume he's been asked at some point.
Yeah. Dude, you know, Yargi had an interesting impact in our guild this tier, in that our other hunter, Mark, played the best tier he's ever played by, like, such an extremely noticeable amount. Think, like, I mean, it's hard to speculate on something like that, but, like, it's possible he, like, saw someone that got recruited that might be, like, you know, not seen as a replacement, but, like, you know, they're trying to get the same spot in the raid you are.
It's 100%.
Competition.
Yeah,
Rivalry.
putting somebody on the same spec as you is it's just like impossible. I mean, first off, it's going to either stoke insecurity or competitiveness, one of the two, depending on how you're built.
Yeah.
But either way, it's going to cause you to give more of a shit.
That's a really good point,
And
by
then
the way.
Let's see your predictions.
And then
chat.
secondly,
These
it's going
two
to give
teams had kind
you
of an unexpected path through
another
the
data
finals
point.
weekend. Because
when
of
you're
that, I kind of feel like they both
like
arguably have
when you're
some of the most
progressing,
to prove this
there's going to
weekend.
be
Since Spellbook surprised
if
us
you're
in
doing
their
more
group
than
stage,
the other
managing to
person,
pull off an upset
then
and
you're
make
like,
it to
okay, well I know
finals,
that
and
guy's really
Gyro,
good
do
and
you
I'm
think
doing
they can
better
do
than
that
him,
again
so
here?
like that's
I think they
good.
certainly have the players.
Or
I
if they
mean,
figured out something
this
you
team
haven't
has
and
players
they
on it
start
that have
gapping you, you immediately know
some
like,
of the
okay, shit,
longest
this other guy's
history
doing more. I need to figure
in
out
the
what the fuck
MDI
that
in
is and
general.
then
I
do
mean,
that
Shelley
too.
himself has been playing
So
since
it's going to naturally
2018
cause
in
the
MDI. He was
sorts
in the
of,
first ever
same
global
thing we've
finals
seen
way back
between
in the
Echo
day.
and Liquid
So
as
if
just
there ever
orbs,
were players
where
that were going to be capable
if
of an
one
upset,
pulls ahead, the other one's going
it
to go,
is
why
this
did they
team.
pull
It is
ahead?
Sin
We need to do
Spellbook.
that
That
too.
being said,
Um,
triple threat.
and so
outside of one,
it gives you both a source of data to improve your gameplay, but then also the motivation. Like it's just human nature. Like it's like it sucks as the player. You usually don't necessarily want. I mean, it's like it's gonna give you, no matter what, it's gonna give you some level of anxiety, like having somebody else there that's
Yeah, it just depends on how you do that. Like you said, if you're built like a beast, you like try way harder than you would normally, and you end up playing better. But it can also make people shut down.
So if they can clean it up and get consistent,
Yeah,
and
it
then we're
drives you.
gonna have
It's why I'm
everyone
always in your
series on our
chat,
hands.
JB, talking shit
And one of
and
the
saying
things
how I'm doing more
actually
damage
that
than you.
I know, and I
was
appreciate
pretty
it.
strong in our group was actually handling that
Yeah.
same variety rule.
The thing is, I give you
It's
useful
not like
tips
they're
too.
gonna be at a
I don't
disadvantage
just go in there and just say some bullshit.
I think I'm gonna go back to what Zyro
No,
was
I had,
saying and just
I actually had somebody message me and be like, "Bro, Dorky's been playing Mystery for a week and he's trying to coach you on it." And I was like,
he's
I was like, he's not
I'm
like
beast now.
he's not saying anything wrong. Like I don't.
Yeah, like
you
just
know.
because I played it for literally a week doesn't mean like I'm bad at it.
which maps are
People
the
always
ones they
conflate
want to be
that.
playing, and they're going to be identifying which ones
I
they
kind of
want
had that. I kind of went through that. I think because
I
like
will say Twitch chat might be a little bit
when
more
I was raid
difficult
leading this
to
guild
do.
and tanking, I was doing that plus taking the like primary tank responsibilities. Like you could say like carrying the tanking role, and then like when we recruited Ben, it's like you have an idea with playing like as a raid leader, you're like always raid lead first, but I felt such a pressure to like improve my game while also raid leading because Ben was so good.
You know, 9 out of 10 times triple threat wins. I think if triple threat is going to lose this matchup,
Yeah, it's
the
also
prestige and the caliber players that they have on their team,
I feel like there's a difference depending on how many like spots are available. If two people are playing for one spot, it's going to cause different reaction than two people where there's potentially both of them would have a spot. And obviously there's going to be competition even if you can both get in the raid, but if you know that like it's basically either me or him, then
Yeah, maybe
going
it's
to give you
deeper,
a
but I
different-
feel like at the highest level, like if you're tanking and there's literally two people at the role, it's you and one other person. And in a lot of cases, you're playing the exact same class. Like for whatever reason, we always played like two of the same thing. For like many years, there's just such a direct comparison that you, even though you're like raid leading, you just don't want yourself to ever be outplayed, right? When there's just such a direct comparison right next to you. I guess when it's about a raid spot, it can be deeper, but at least for me, it felt very real. I didn't want people in the guild to be like, you know, like you can't tank or whatever, right? I
if
wanted to be
you both have a spot, I feel like then there's room to be more collaborative. Where, and not to say that that can't happen even if there's only one spot, but if there's two spots, then it's like, okay, look, we're both going to get a spot, so let's make sure we're both playing really well. But I feel like if there's only one spot, there's going to be at like some level, you're gonna have second thoughts about sharing information where you're like, fuck, dude, if I figure something out and I tell the other guy and he starts doing it, maybe I've just given up the advantage that would get me my spot. So you're always,
yeah. I mean, that's such a strange mentality, though.
I mean, obviously,
It makes
from
sense, but yeah.
from an org perspective, you want everybody to be, you know, pulling for the team first. But if you know that doing what's best for the team might also cost you your spot, you're like, well, I don't really want to sit.
Okay, well, it's, you know, anybody's game, and
Yeah.
anybody could have made improvements since.
Dude, I reacted to a video this week where a, like, I guess, like, guild leader of some level was advocating that you should treat your bench differently than other guilds and what they do systematically. And I'm sure there's some guilds where this makes sense because I do understand, like, being a perma bench player sucks and you're probably looking for a new guild. But, like, he suggested they have, like, shifts in raid and, like, halfway through the raid night, regardless of their progression, they're going to change people up and bring people in on the bench to, like, their current progression. And, dude, that sounded like the worst fucking idea of all time. Like, You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine you only raid 3 hours a night. You make
kinda
some,
have to, though.
you make some semblance of progression in the first like hour and a half, and then you just like swap 5 people out, and you're just like regressing the entire rest of the night. I mean, I get it. Like, you're getting people involved, and you're forcing them to be like updated on information because they know they're coming in. And there's like different guild levels where there's different expectations. But from the perspective of like a guild that cares about their progression, I feel like that would drive me insane.
Well, that part's kind of weird. I mean, I thought you were talking about like bringing people in for different bosses.
No, that
You
makes
know, say,
sense.
like,
The
go to
same
the
boss,
first one,
like
then just, you know.
same boss. You're progressing
Yeah,
a
that
boss
part's
for
weird.
3 hours, and you change your comp halfway through to get more people involved.
Do whatever you want, and I think
Like a mythic
Yeah,
boss.
that's
That's
definitely
crazy.
weird.
tapping into that.
I have realized now why Tettles is a hate watcher. You never
Well,
learned
I mean, they may be
to
struggling with turnover if they don't.
Yeah, because I think what happens in most guilds, right, is that realistically, if you are benching someone for most of the tier, it's just only logical for that person to look for another guild, right? So, like, I guess by doing that, what you're doing is you're keeping the same bench players, or you're keeping a stable roster of 23 and 24 for potentially years at the cost of progression 100%, but you don't have to just, like, recruit 3 or 4 new people constantly because everyone's leaving your guild.
I mean, that's why the flex rate is such a big deal.
Yep.
Because a lot of players, they can field roughly 15 to 25 players, but having them sit or having them, like, you know, be ready to fill in is like such a hard ask.
Yeah.
I will say, you know, on that note, when Mythic Raid came out, its
Hold
big
on.
selling point was
Real wild off
Oh.
better, but yeah.
We got wife on the warrior here.
In here, right out.
He
okay.
is-
So
He is a
we finally see a non-meta. I feel like spec.
Honestly, not
Yep.
surprised. They were playing so much Warrior.
Well, if I
Is this
remember,
for
they played
Starflex?
warrior. They played warrior in this in
Yeah, Starflex.
cups, right? It was just but it was.
It was
the-
usually a pro warrior, though.
Multiple subject
I think we saw DPS warrior. I don't know if it. I didn't watch their weekend. It was the third weekend where people were playing DPS warrior in here, and they were really fast.
Yeah, it's for the reflex.
Now, what's funny about this is
Yeah, it's very,
Dan,
very close. I think the thing that's
Dan.
going to set them apart
I think,
from
is,
the start here is the fact that they're
like
able to
Super
put
Warrior
the
main
tail end of this Void
for
Elemental
raid.
versus from Looney into the boss.
So if there was anybody I would
Yeah,
have
Super Warrior main.
10 to 15% on the
I would have
bottom,
guessed
but
was
that
gonna
that Void Meta runs
do the
into
warrior
the
pick in here, it would have been Dan.
catch up.
But it may be one of those things where it causes everybody else to have to shift to
Lowest we have this weekend. We've
a spec
actually
they're not.
seen both of these teams already
'Cause,
do
like, for
exactly
instance,
this
if
skill back in their cup.
you move off DK, who plays DK, and it's probably Shelly, I think, and then is Looney comfortable on Evoker? Because that feels like it's pretty
So if everything stays the same,
specialized spec at this point.
triple threat should be faster. And you can see they're starting to catch up on the boss damage just now. There are
The Warriors
differences
hype.
though. Gear is updated. They now have access to the 298 weapons rather than the 289 weapons.
Warrior's definitely the spec, I think, or class.
As well as the trinkets.
Either
That they're
DPS
doing
Warrior
overall
spec,
going to
I
be
think, is
higher.
next in
It
line
also
for
means that
the
potential to one-phase
deserves
warrior
a
damage
season where
is
it's
going to be a lot higher as well. And triple threat are indexing
dominantly
just now,
meta.
running the Frosty K Arms Warrior combo instead of the Unholy Devourer.
It's just kind of hard because you need Fizz classes to play
Yeah,
with
I
a
really
warrior.
like this
Otherwise,
as
you're not
well. So
really
a lot of
offering a whole lot.
Frosty K in the group weekends, and honestly,
Well,
we just got
and that's the
some
thing where
thumbs
I
up, some
think
love and
Blizzard
clap for triple threat,
going
despite there
into
not being a spec ban rule,
Last Titan,
them deciding there is
I think they
different
need to do
specs
a
that
full
succeed at dungeons differently
rework
and tap
of
into that,
damage
where
types.
a lot of our other teams have
Like,
been a little bit
either
coy
just
around that,
reclassify a
but
bunch of
Triple
spells
Threat is going to
as
be the first team to reach
physical
out to
or have
Raw,
some
whereas
physical
next
element to
Spellbook,
them,
they have slowed down quite a bit towards the end here.
or
You can see how
straight
much
up
they're
change
cutting out on those
certain
claw
spells
exploits
to
towards the
be
end
different damage
as
types.
they're
Because
now
right now the
working
game
on their
skews
way as well to
way
get
too
into
fucking
the
heavily
back.
towards magic
Mainly because
damage.
they're doing this
And they just
Yeah,
need to
maybe
sit
for
down
fantasy, you would have to
and,
like
like,
rework a lot.
and just make a bunch of shit. Like, you can use, because they have all those like goofy damage types that are, you know, like volcanic damage or whatever the fuck, where it's like fire plus physical, and they either need to do that and make a bunch of shit
Yeah, they're also very
magic and
difficult.
physical, or
They're
they need to
not
just
like
straight up
two typical
reclassify a
control
bunch of
track, right?
currently
Easy
magical
sense
things
because
as
they're
physical.
not on their mounts, they're going to go to the close one instead. This does allow Looney to build up that next Void Metamorphosis, though, so they have
JB, this
to
is still like an interesting part of the map, but I do have something I want to like. Whenever we feel like what we're watching is doesn't have a lot of stakes to it, it could be in the next map or the map after or in between maps or something. Just remind me I have something to cook for you.
Okay.
Or I have something
Oh,
that
shit.
is cool for you.
Well, it's got to be somewhat soon because I think I'm going to get dragged away to team keys here.
No
Oh
way.
my god.
Bro, my team's got passion, and you just don't. You never know when your team's going to have passion, and you have to take advantage
Actually,
of it.
I
Fucking NA
that
players.
makes sense. Love passion.
Dude, my team has no passion.
See, this is what Dorky's only mad because he wants a team that has passion and doesn't have it. So
I want to play with Mistweaver, but like I just don't have fucking people to play with my Mistweaver.
I know. Well,
I feel like
first
I
off,
could just, like,
I need you to
prank
knock that shit off.
Why?
This right here is the people are like, why is NA so far behind the EU? It's because our fucking tank players are like,
Yep,
I want to play
yep,
Mistweaver this tier.
Yep.
Okay, but if I
Yep.
play tank, then who the fuck am I play with? You know?
Well,
Literally anyone you want. Isn't that the bit with the tank?
Yeah.
You can kind of pick your team.
anyone
Yeah,
you
but
want.
every healer I play with sucks. So it's like,
Uh-oh.
Wow. Okay.
Uh-oh.
We're just doing that.
if I play with myself like 5 times over, then I'd do it.
Excuse me?
Yeah. I-
Phrasing?
I could see that. No, he meant that.
I didn't think we'd actually see a team do it. But these Rift Wardens, when they're pulled
That was
away
not a
from their
phrasing
portal,
gap.
They just start pulsing AoE damage like mad, but you can see the comp that they have. With
There's a
the burst
Dorkin
damage
emote
that
for a
they're
reason, my
Mars
slime.
Warrior that's actually capable of a ton of funnel damage. They're able
All right,
to
so
Crossing
triple
is
threats,
popping
turbo
off.
gapping, right?
Fuck.
they end up dying to the AoE
Yeah.
damage. Nutty play
They
from
did a
Triple Threat.
double
They're already
elemental
through
pull
the 3
too, where we
Rift
just
Wardens and onto the 4th, where
ignored the
Sin
mechanic that
Spellbook
you're not supposed to
only
ignore.
just now dealing with the second
Well, I will
level
say
threat.
I
He's
did
so
notice
far
that
ahead now.
Spellbook has been moving up the leaderboards on live, which
Yeah, they've been streaming MDI too, which is never a good indicator.
yeah, I feel like they are accepting of their fate as a like fifth, sixth, or lower
we are not going to have
finisher
a
this
real set
weekend.
Again, we
Yeah.
are going to be the ones that determine how this series is going to
I wish
play.
streaming prac wasn't just like terrible, because it also would make the MDI more viable for some people for sure. Like the idea of just turning your stream off for like a month to be realistically competitive is like definitely a huge downside.
We must
Yep.
have missed it as well, 'cause it looks like
That's
Sin
also how
Spellbook
you know
actually
if a
also
team
won
is
their
not
rankings
serious
as
or if they're
well.
not going to
First
perform
one, I
well.
completely
If they're
missed that. I
streaming
thought it was
MDI
happening. So they're not as far
or just like
behind as we
streaming
thought,
period,
but even so,
they're probably
Triple
not going to
Threats
play well.
Dude,
already
yeah, and I know
lost
there's
their
like a lot of people in this who do the race and like they're used to that kind of like scrutiny and stuff, but like you know how like sometimes even teams that get along pretty well, sometimes it gets like a little real. You know, like someone has to bring up something and maybe you're already tilted and maybe they're not even being an ass. Sometimes they are being an asshole. But like sometimes they're not even being an asshole, but you're already tilted of your own mistake and you don't want to talk about it and you want to fix it. You're practicing for 16 hours a day for a long time. This kind of shit happens in every team. Dude, having that happen on stream is just makes it way worse, right? Because like there's
that'd
people
be
who are
sad.
in chat that are like taking sides.
But that's what EU keys are.
It'll tilt
does
you
that mean?
infinitely more, right? So like I think that also matters a lot, as it just changes the dynamic. Like in the race, you
The thing
kind of
is,
just
we
had to
need
get past
something
it.
like
but I don't
that.
know.
We haven't had that since Ambition broke up, and that shit popped off.
Oh, the
That was
nonverbal
good
shit.
times. Yeah, yeah.
That added a word to the lexicon.
Bro, your YouTube video on that shit did
Mine?
insanely well.
I have a YouTube video?
You can even see
Yeah, look it up.
background there, tagging some extra mobs on top of that. the
Max
side
is
boss-
DMing
Wait,
Frank
what
right
even
now.
was the YouTube video on it?
Plus
The lead
drama
kind of
maximum.
being maintained here for Triple Threat, although Sin Spellbook have maybe caught up a couple
People love
of
that shit.
percentage points on the boss. The damage appears to be very close to even between the two teams on
It
this
may have ended
triple
JPC's
boss
WoW
we're
career.
dealing with. The danger of
Yeah,
the
that was good
dungeon,
times.
though, still ahead as we head to the
There
third
was no
boss,
team
with
better
so
to hate
much
watch
potential
than
for death.
Ambition.
As
Like they
we
were just
approach
such a
this
good
room,
team to
I want
watch.
see if Wildlife is
Like hate
also
watch
going to be
specifically.
attempting
Dude,
to
speaking of
focus on
ambition,
this boss.
kinda, Ellesmere's UI is kind of taken over a little bit.
Oh yeah, that shit's like the new
It's
UI.
beast,
got
like-
over 1 mil downloads.
Dude, honestly, I'm pretty impressed with that, because like I know he was like crashing out over it on Twitter, and he was like, people are like, dude, you're literally working too hard. But he became so like insanely obsessed with just doing one thing, and obviously he did it really well to where it caught on. Like, think about how hard it is to make an add-on this late in the game that just like, I guess things were kind of reset this expansion, but like actually catches on and makes people swap to it because it's just better than what other people are making. That's like pretty impressive, especially from someone that I don't know had a lot of that experience before. They were just a player, right? But he
Nah,
was like,
vibe coded.
I don't give a fuck. That means nothing to me. If the product is
I'm
good,
a-
who cares? But yeah, I don't know. That's very impressive, honestly.
Apparently, he's got a top secret feature being released today, so you guys can look forward to that.
Well, it's not top secret anymore. Fucking leaker.
Dude, he reached out to
we
our
still know
guild.
what it is, so it's still a top secret.
I know what it is,
Wait, what
but
did
I'm
he
not
say?
going to tell you.
Here's how much
Like an
aura he
add-on
has,
guy or
bro.
what?
Like a couple weeks ago, before it like really started catching on, he like DM'd me and was like, "Dude, I think your entire guild should use my cooldown manager." He wasn't trying to sell it to us or anything, even though I guess
Holy, that's fucking.
if our
huge,
whole
man.
guild uses it, it is making him. Well, actually, I don't even know how he monetizes it, but
He doesn't really.
it's getting him like credibility, right? If like the top guild is using your thing. But
Wait, chat says he announced it already 7 minutes ago.
announced what?
Oh shit! Wait, link?
His top secret feature.
Oh shit!
Let's
I
look.
don't know what this is.
Is it on Twitter?
This has to be
Has
like
to be
some
on Twitter.
crazy fucking hack.
I hope it puts a map on your screen. Either way, he like messaged me that, and I brought it up to the officers, and they're like,
Look at his
"Yeah,
spells on frames. This is the huge feature.
yeah, we'll have some people download it." And then paying attention to like guild chat over the last like week or two, people have been swapping to it, and then also everyone else in the community is swapping to it. It's like a major FPS hack over like every other cooldown.
I have held off trying it out because
Yo, this is insane.
because it is so comprehensive that I didn't want to put all my eggs in one basket till Elsman proved that he was going to keep it maintained. Because what I didn't want to do was go through all the effort of swapping over to like a full like deluxe UI that was going to take over all parts of it, and then just have him like abandon it. Like, you know, at that point I was like, I don't know, maybe this is just a thing
He's
doing
clearly
for a
not
couple months and
abandoning
he's
it,
gonna
bro.
get
It
bored.
sounds like he's
Right,
losing his
and-
health and sanity over making
Right.
sure.
So at this point, I'm
When
like,
does he get burnt out though.
well, and that's just it. Is I've been waiting to see if there was gonna be some point where it was like that he was just gonna lose the passion and it was gonna get slower updates and whatever. But at this point, I feel like I could be fairly confident swapping over to it, and so I think at some point before next year, I'll probably sit down with it and try to configure.
Bro, you ain't doing shit, JB.
Yeah, that's the
I think
only
I could.
thing is that okay, I know he had to not really monetize it because there was like all that quasi shit and people are getting mad about AI and stealing people's shit. And then there's the whole like grift where streamers are selling their UI for money, which is extremely sketchy. And then so he's like, I don't want to deal with any of that. I think he's been doing like a subathon thing. Like if you sub enough to him, he releases new features, which is like kind of an interesting way to do it. But I'm thinking like now that it has so many downloads, he's got to be thinking like, I mean, it's the whole corporate playbook, right? You lose money and time developing something and gaining users, and then you find a way to monetize it later. I think he should be looking to do that because it did get to a level of popularity that's really good. I also think people who create shit like that should make money. By the way, they're
Yeah,
creating
you
a
should make
service.
money if you.
They're creating
something
something
that-
that like people want to use, and I don't know. That's nice. Although I know
Wonder
that
puts mad work into it.
yeah.
Okay, my group has fully formed on live, so I believe I'm being summoned.
No way.
Dude. Okay, I have to bring up the thing to you, JB, before you go.
Okay.
Also looks like triple threats like gapping anyway, but
Yeah, this looks done.
okay. You need to play the next fellowship season. You are one person I know that loved one thing about Legion where like you loved Titan forging and you loved the idea of like Mythic Plus loot kind of always just being interesting when you open to the chest at the end. That is that is the whole point of the new fellowship season. I played like I don't know exactly what I can and can't talk about, but there's some stuff that I think is pretty safe, which is that like I mean I played a decent amount of the like test that they're doing before the upcoming season on the 22nd, and like in the most recent resets, even if you're fucking zooted, every time you loot a chest, no matter what dungeon you're doing, it's hype for a long time. They basically did like crazy ARPG scaling loot. Like I don't even know what BIS could possibly be because of what you can roll on your loot, and your character's power scaling is just awesome. It's really fun, and you should play it. That was my whole bet.
Like that is the thing for me the like win scenario for Fellowship is that I have fun playing the game, not necessarily because of the leaderboard, but because I want to log in and try something out every day. Like to me, that's what gets me coming back to a game like that, is I want to have something I'm cooking in my head every night before bed. I want to have
That
a
is
thing
that 100%,
that I'm like,
bro.
I want to I want to end the day of playing the game of like, God damn, there's this thing I want to try out tomorrow, and then I want to spend all night like kind of kicking it around in my head of being like, dude, what if I did that? What if I used that piece of gear and like this
WoW
kind
just
of
doesn't have that anymore.
This season
And
is
yeah,
for
there's
real
really not
cookers,
that-
bro. That's all there is to it. It's for real cookers.
So, yeah, if there is something where every day I can feel like when I log in, I have something to test out, some new thing to try and play with, then I'm gonna look forward to that.
Dude,
and that's
no,
one of the things
no
I
one
disliked
knows
about...
what's good. No one knows what's good right now, and people have
Yeah.
been like looking at it for weeks. Like, there's actually, and I think there's infinite build variety too. Like, you can choose to roll a few things on your gear that like gets you more ults in a dungeon, or like more static stats, or like more of a specific damage proc. Like, it's just in like whatever you want to like customize in your gear. It's fucking good. It's a beast.
Well, and that was the thing that I felt like was lacking the last season I played Fellowship was there was obviously some itemization choices you could make, but swapping between the builds was so goddamn time gated. It took so long to like get new gems and then re-roll them and then get a new weapon and then fill out the talent points on a new weapon, and there were clearly choices you could make, but once you made them, you were super locked into them. And switching off of them was going to be a massive pain in the ass. And so I'd sit there and think like, oh man, it'd be cool if I could do this thing. And then be like, well, what is it going to take to do that thing? Be like, well, like 4 or 5 days of grinding tier 2 dungeons to farm up the mats for that. And it's like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that. That sounds awful.
Yeah.
So I need the options, but I also need the options to be convenient. Like, I need it to be something that I can just like log in, and which is one of the things about Shadowlands that I really liked with Covenants. Once they got over their fucking, it's cool to have decisions be meaningful bullshit. Once Covenants became like fully switchable on demand, that was one of the things I liked most about that expansion, was that I could go in and fuck around with like my Covenant choice, my Soulbind choice, move a lot of shit around, play different legendaries, try out different combinations of things, and there was very little opportunity cost to that. Like, I could just swap and not have to spend like currency or something that required me to farm shit, and that made that fun for me. And I would love to see a system similar to that in Fellowship, where there's like lots of options and it like encourages you to test it out.
I mean, after what we just...
All right, anyway, boys, I gotta go.
Yeah, see you later.
But I'll be presumably back tomorrow for some amount of time. If we're watch partying again for some amount of time. Like I said, when the team gets the pass, you gotta ride that lightning.
I would never count any team out.
They may get bored of this game tomorrow. Who knows?
They definitely need to
all right,
clutch
GG's.
up and clutch up
Gigi.
a lot based on what we have seen just now. It is possible. It might be a little bit different.
19 Algathar. Probably not going to see much cooking there.
Yeah, the threat is real.
Well, I guess it would be interesting to see what type of timers triple threat puts up, or if they play anything interesting, like a warrior.
Them a name that we're all coming to know and maybe fear a little bit in the competition, or be very impressed by, if nothing else. But I mean, you all also leaned heavily into triple threat. Now, since Spellbook, they have a chance here, right? They can.
Dude, I have a bad feeling that the rest of today might be not very interesting.
What do you think they?
But that's okay.
Probably
Bro,
is.
tomorrow's gonna be actually. It's so funny because like during the regular cup weekends, like the Saturday is so brutal, man. You're just watching matches that don't matter, and then after the first, no, I mean just every match doesn't matter on Saturdays basically, and then it goes from that to like the grand final or the global finals, right? Like tomorrow's gonna be match 1 Liquid versus Mandatory, match 2 Dignitas versus Triple Threat, 2 absolute bangers, and then lower bracket has both Chinese teams, right? And I feel like that's super interesting, and like those matches will be pretty close. Although so far it does seem like there are what 5 good teams in this tournament.
Yeah, I'd say so.
All right, well, We will find out very soon which route
Maybe like potentially 6.
Now, triple threat, they
Who's
have
6?
come on
7.
board, and if they again want
Spellbook?
to continue moving ahead in the
or
upside,
Anti's
Spellbook
Angels?
this
and-
would be a great place to seal the
Wait,
deal.
wasn't? No, it was
Now,
Anti's.
Spellbook,
Yeah,
they have a
Anti's
chance
Angels
to bring them
and
down to the lower bracket. Can they get a point on the board, and can they
what's that other
even
team?
this out? Triple threat versus Sen Spellbook. Here we go in their second
I remember who else
round,
played.
Zyro.
Okay, it wasn't a one-hit wonder. This is just what they're playing.
I mean, I guess Interrupt looked pretty good in that one run.
Wildlife playing Warrior again?
I'm playing it everywhere, and my team
Yeah, that's what I was wondering if he was gonna do, because this could be a really good warrior dungeon.
I have to agree.
This is one of those dungeons where it seems like there's a lot of AoE, but the AoE doesn't actually matter. You just need to kill the big trial targets. And that's like Arms Warrior's specialty right now.
Going to have Gooper Warnstone as everyone shadow melts by. Actually, it's the same exact thing for both teams. Shadow melting by and having the Warnstone come in, and we're into this first pull. Looks like the Bloodlust is going to be saved from both of our teams once again, too.
Yeah, a little bit of a scary situation for Sen Spellbook as they came into this pull. Looney dropped really low. That was also why that cocoon was deployed. But they were able to get on through it as well. Now, notably, Lust is not going to be used here by either of our teams. It's basically the same route we saw earlier today from the other teams as well. They're just going to get through this all by themselves. And a lot is in how quickly you can finish this off and get Veximus spawned, because that will save you so much overall dungeon timer here. So that is something our teams are looking forward to. And if you're looking at those
Looks pretty
HP
close
bars,
here.
it looks like Sen Spellbook might be taking the lead right here. The battle axes are still fizzling
they
out
should
here
pick up speed
as
on
the Veximus spawn animation
the boss.
is already coming on in. Where's the triple threads?
'Cause they'll have
Just
funnel for the
taking
boss, I would
a
imagine.
little bit longer here. That last mob being a textbook, taking them.
Because the weird thing about playing Devourer is
everything else
you actually
pull into
don't want
Veximus.
a lot of mobs
So
onto
cool.
boss
Exactly. Jade Lightning with the
as
spatial
a Devourer,
paradox
because you lose
tagging
damage.
all
But
of those foragers plus
every
the
other class
Ravager to
benefits
drag
from
into the
having
boss.
more
Same
mobs.
thing on the side of Triple Threat, although Zotzi did run a little bit further there to tag the mob.
that's
so
why it
it's
kind
a
of makes sense to
little
have a
less
warrior here
clean
instead of
a
a
gather.
Devourer.
Here is Sen Spellbook's pull, and as we look at these pulls, I want to keep an eye on one thing in particular. Boss HP. Arms Warrior Funnel is absolutely insane. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Funnel is not really in the game for a lot of specs anymore. Arms is one of the only specs that is still in the game for just a moment, though, as Shelly does go down to a lunge from one of those foragers on top of the AoE damage. They have the res, but they don't
On
have
Mr.
any
Spellbook.
reses for the next 7 minutes. Looks like they're
Sky.
back in
It's looking
stability
kinda
here.
cooked,
Sky
it's
dropping
already.
really low. Only has the bark available here, trying to get back to that incarnation. Tifa already back to it. If Sky can get back to the incarn, they're going to be okay, but if he doesn't get back, they're going to be in trouble. Instantly popping it the second it comes back off cooldown. They should be back to stability, but look at the boss HP differential. That's what I was talking about. The Arms Warrior has catapulted Triple Threat ahead on boss damage. 12% ahead already, only 45 seconds into this poll.
That was crazy. I was getting quite nervous looking at Sky drop so many times here, and look at that. While we already have this differential on Veximus between the two teams, Triple Threat is even still in their lust.
They're not cranking
even
this boss
still
as fast as I
profiting
expected.
from that, whereas it has run out for quite a couple of seconds for Sen Spellbook already. Certainly Triple Threat once again claiming that lead back to them. It was a nice, 2-minute timer in
Liquid
this
killed this
dungeon where
boss
Sen
at
Spellbook was ahead.
3:47.
Triple Threat kind of missed that feeling, I feel like, after that seed, and they're back
It'll be a pretty
onto
similar
it
timer.
right now. My biggest question, though, is how is their routing going to look like from here on out? We have seen teams kind of just beeline for Croc. We have seen teams do what we saw earlier today from Big Lucky, where they clear out the Overgrown Ancient first. And that is something I just want to know for both of our teams, to see where the popularity vote in the Elgathar Academy has kind of fallen since the group weekends. Often teams reiterate on that, and so that is something I'm just curious, as we are going to be seeing the Triple Threat finish out Veximus here.
Yeah, the funnel damage is absolutely insane. Of course, funnel
Okay,
is
never mind, they are
using
slowing down
extra
big time.
mobs to be able to do more single target to a priority target. Arms Warrior in particular, if they cleave 3 or more targets, they get to do a little more single target damage. It's not just a little more, though. As you can see, Wall Life peaking over 500k over that entire pull, a large portion of that being dealt to Veximus itself, and that has opened up the gap here. Triple Threat already done with Veximus. It's going to take Sen Spellbook an extra 20-plus seconds to deal with that boss. An entire death timer ahead on the side of Triple Threat as they head straight up to the Sentinel, the sentry here. Scary
I was
moment.
scared.
Maybe
Did you
Wallef
see
didn't
that?
quite. It almost looked like Wallef didn't catch the gust there, but caught the very bottom of it. Could have been a very unfortunate way to lose that 15 seconds of advantage, but everyone makes it up to the sentry, and we are on. Since
Dude, Liquid must have gone crazy
we're
because
talking we're about 22 seconds behind.
these guys
off
are
of the
like
first boss
20
split
seconds slower than
already.
what Liquid's first boss
It's
split
going to
was.
be a hard gap for them to close. Now, I think the important thing to mention is on mass AoE pulls, since Spellbook does have the advantage. Their comp just does more AoE damage, but Triple Threat can make that up and surpass them if everything goes right for them, if they get that funnel damage on the boss. Now, Croth, there is no funnel damage available on that boss. There's no way to get trash there, so that's going to be a pure single target race. Overgrown Ancient, you can pull trash on top of it, also spawns a bunch of extra trash, and we've already seen all the teams love pulling as many mobs on top of Echo of Doragosa as possible, even to their own detriment sometimes. So funnel opportunities are abundant in this dungeon.
That's true. I'm a little bit worried about the not quintuple Echo Knight pull that we saw earlier today. That one was scary, but it is going to be Triple Threat that will be arriving here on the Croth platform first, since Spellbook are just a smidge behind them though. So as we were looking on the boss progress differential, it looked like they were much further apart than what we're seeing right now, which gives me hope for Ascend Spellbook, as they're also a teeny tiny bit ahead in overall count. So could be that they're able to tie back in. A lot is going to come down to how they're going to be able to utilize the burn face onto Croth. I don't know if you think teams will be doing something different here than we've been seeing.
I feel like Algathar on a
I feel like the
19 with
popularity
no
boost,
snapping
just
is like
going into wins,
they should have this in
kinda
like
just
very few
drag
map
out
pools. It's just
time,
not interesting.
Get the burn phase and then just nuke the boss with
Yeah.
everything you have to try and get through it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think the key level being so
Also,
high
I think
for
this is
Algathar
just
in
something.
particular kind of
I think high keys like have a place in this. Like I remember the first time MDI was a
not
thing.
gonna be able to burn
I kind of
3%
felt
the
like
boss's HP with
anytime they did high
probably
keys in
even
this, they were like
plus
missing the
if you were to
point.
save it for the boss, which I don't recommend either
But I
way.
also feel like if there
So
aren't
I
high
feel
keys,
like
you won't
you're
ever
just
see
going to
wipes.
try to
So it's
stack
like
cooldowns,
deaths
probably
become
press
interesting
cooldowns
the
on
higher
roll,
keys
use the
you
haste
go,
buff
but
for just a
also the
nice
routes
augment
become
to your
less
damage.
crazy.
You're not gonna pop
Like
the
you could
buff,
argue
right?
if you're
And
doing a
you can go
lower
for a
key,
big damage amp burn during the fire
that
damage
you
amp
have
on the
maybe
boss, trying
more
to get
likelihood
close
of
as
deaths because
possible,
you're
so you
willing
don't
to
have
even
deal
try
with
a pull you would never
too
even
many
think of.
screeches
But like,
with
are they
fire
are there
damage
pulls on
also.
here that like they could be doing that they're
We
not?
did
I
see
feel
in
like
our
in all these
first run of the
dungeons,
day
regardless
that
of
the
key level,
damage
like they're
does get
doing the
pretty
pulls.
sketchy
They're
in
just
the
hard.
final moments of the
No,
boss.
not
So
really.
there's
Yeah,
definitely
I mean that's
potential
like
for
live
players
keys
to
too.
go down. We'll have
It's
to see
also
if our
no
teams are
affixes
prepared to
makes
deal
such
with
a
that.
big
Any
difference in
bad
MDI.
overlaps, maybe
Like
your
before, it was
healer
always
getting knocked
about the
by a screech
execution
could
and how
potentially
you
cause
did
some deaths.
sanguine or like how you
Either
managed
way, our
bolstering,
team's still working
etc.
towards that. Triple threat is through the
But
Alpha Eagle
there's just
crash
not a lot going
gauntlet.
on in
What
these
are there
dungeons,
birds here, by the way? Did we ever?
Oh, that's a
determine that?
good question. Why
especially
are
for
there
MDI.
birds here? I personally am a huge fan of birds, so I'm happy that there's birds here, to be very honest with you.
Either way, the big bird is here for Triple Threat. They've got to deal with Croth now, engaging the boss just now. Yep, army being used right on the pole here, as expected. That fire damage amp definitely more than a minute 30 away, so we'll definitely have everything available for the damage amp. I'm curious what Wallef is
This
gonna
definitely
do
would have been more
as well.
interesting as
I don't
TGP.
think if he pops that here, it'll be available for the damage amp, so I might just have to sit on that when it comes off cooldown. It's a little bit awkward for the arms warrior. Gonna be doing decent,
I mean,
significantly
today
less
is more
damage than you would
interesting.
expect. I do wonder
I
if
still
they'll be
feel
able to
like
get
the
execute during
ending
the fire damage amp.
is like
That would
just
be
as
huge for
hype in
Garrett.
both.
Yeah, that's a
Oh,
good-
yeah,
good
that Liquid
question. We'll have
Big
to
Lucky
see if that
Algathar was hype.
timing ends up
Yeah.
being
But I mean,
on
like,
their
there's
favor
never a
here
moment
as
that's
well, but
quite that hype on
now
day
we're
one in a
gonna see
TGP
them
ever.
move
You know?
through this boss fight as
Yeah.
simply as they can, try to not waste too much of their defensives. That's a big part, right? You were talking about how scary the tail end of this boss fight gets. So on our Demon Hunter, we want to make sure we're probably trying to maintain as many blur stacks as we can. And then on our DKs, we also just want to make sure that both AMS and IBF are still available for as long as we can.
Arms
over
warrior single
to
target.
really
Holy
make
shit.
sure we're kind of taking some of that pressure from the healer as the fight gets to that sketchy end. But we did trigger the wind phase for the triple threat here as they are getting the boss closer and closer to that burn phase.
Yep, it's the haste buff coming out now. No real delay on it for the squad here. They just pick that up instantly. It's just a little bit of an augment damage, although Wallef does have the cooldowns back available here. The minute cooldown being very strong for them. We'll have it for both of the damage amps. Single target damage of the Arms Warrior still not that high at this point on the boss, but of course will start to gain as the fight goes onwards here. Since Spellbook now getting to that first Ruinous Winds phase on their side as well. How big is the fire damage amp going to be? In just a few moments we'll see for these teams just how low we got. I think the lowest we saw on our first run today was 19% mix, is that right? In the initial Algothar
to be
run?
honest, did not track the numbers because I was so caught up in looking at the nameplates and their HP. Because that's where I get stressed, right? Everybody else is looking at the boss to finish it. The OG healer in me is looking at the group to survive. So here it comes though. We are starting to spawn that burn phase right now. Here comes the weakened, and that is going to be where everything is sent swag. Just use that army. And you can see that they're trying to burn this boss as fast as possible. I will say, I felt like they got it pretty low prior to this as well. And you can see that they're really making the most out of it. Boss now down close to the single digits. They're going to be getting there. But this is where it starts to hurt.
Yeah, that was actually an insanely fast burn there from Triple Threat. Boss super low. Here's that.
Dude, if Sen
Breach coming out
Spellbook
on
didn't
top
have a
with the
death, this would be
pulsing
like
fire
pretty good
damage as
match.
well. Goober dropping low using scales to make
I guess
sure
still could with how
doesn't go
crazy they
down.
could go at the
IPF
end,
also
maybe.
committed from swag there as well. Looks like
Yeah, I just
Zotzi is
think
able to keep everyone alive, and we're going to be beating that
Triple
next
Threat is
Screech
gonna pull
pretty quickly
much
for the
further
team.
ahead
Since
after
Spellbook
this.
now in the
Yeah.
damage up on their
Like
side as well,
from
but the push
here on out,
is
it's gonna be
not as
like
clean for
where
them. This
Arms
boss
Warrior comes
is
in strong.
quite healthy for them. This is going to be
So you
scary.
can see here, their single target is pretty dog shit.
Yeah, 8%
Dog
for
shit.
Spellbook as they're getting
Yeah.
through it. You can see some of the defensives are still available. I'm not too worried about this. I think it's close-ish.
This
to
is literally
what
the
we
best
saw from
Warrior has
Triple
been,
Threat,
though.
and they are going to
Kinda
be
cool.
able to finish out this boss fight right now and beeline for the Overgrown Ancient. I felt like on Vaximus they were way further apart than what we're seeing right now, which gives me hope for Sense Spellbook to try and catch back up and get back in there and maybe overtake in a series that in that first map looked a lot more lopsided than this map is looking to be between the two of them. Make no mistake, a single death on the side of Triple Threat, and since Spellbook are back ahead here, it's just a couple of seconds that are splitting these two teams right now.
I was expecting the Unholy DK to careen to the top of the meters here for Triple Threat, but the late cooldowns finally starting to see some of the potential of that class. Dan has the cooldowns on the pole for Sin Spellbook. They should be able to deal with this pack significantly faster than what we saw from Triple Threat. Again, mass AoE damage is what the Devourer plus Unholy combo is the best at. Triple Threat, though, on the back of the Guardian Druid damage from them as well, looks like they're going to be dispatching this pack quickly enough to where the Arms Warrior isn't that much of a detriment for them. I keep thinking this Devourer should have some advantage at some point in the dungeon. but
Why is the warrior
all that
owning
keeps
this part of the
showing me,
dungeon?
Arms is insane. They're totally
They gain a
okay.
lot of
The
damage
pack
from
dies
having
super
funnel on
quickly,
Trial 1
and
the
the
whole
funnel
time.
damage
So
on
like
the Vile
Overgrown
Lashers
Ancient
means
here,
they die so much more quickly
he should
for
just
Triple
do
Threat.
Giga
Whereas
damage
since
on him.
Spellbook,
I thought that was
when
just on
that,
lower
when it
target
runs
counts.
out,
What spell
when
is
it's kinda
that?
out of damage. The Army
Yeah,
DT combo,
just
when
3
it runs out
targets.
for Dan, they're kind
I
of
think
out
it's
of
just cleave,
damage.
right? You know, I
The
actually
pack
don't know, but
doesn't
I believe
end
it's
up
just
dying
cleave
as
and
quickly for them. Triple
some other
Threat
shit.
already in combat with the boss here. They've already dealt with the RP, and Zotzi also
The last boss should
collecting
also get
some bonus
owned.
trash as well off on the side. Gonna have more funnel for the Arms Warrior here.
Yeah, so he grabbed both of those packs, where Sense Spellbook is only grabbing that first one that you just saw Roybin tag in. Both of her monks are going to come back the same way. They're going to be using Burnstone, but notably, Sense Spellbook was kind of just waiting for Roybin to arrive back with the group before they even engaged this boss. It might have been also RP, was hard to see from the POV that we had here, but I think the boss was ready to be pulled, and they were just standing there for a couple more seconds to make sure she would be back with them. We have seen healers kind of just teleport back, snap back to the mobs, which can happen, so that might have been one of the reasons on why they wanted to play it a little bit safe.
Do you think
but
it's actually
I
better?
think since Spellbook doesn't really have
though?
the room to play safe here, so I would really like
don't
to
know,
see
let me
them
see,
just
so-
play a little bit more.
Like, are they planning
edge
on
as
beating
they're
Mandatory
dealing
or
with
Liquid
the
in
additional
Algothar with a
pack
warrior?
right now, and that will
Yeah,
put
so
them on
Liquid
the same
killed
count
their
as we
boss
see from
at
Triple Threat, I believe,
1438.
once both of those teams are finished with the bridge.
And this does
Yeah,
not.
looking at the count.
I mean, it's gonna be
above
close.
the damage
It's gonna be
meters, it looks
slower,
like they're
but
gonna be on
also Liquid had
exact
an
equal
insane
count
first boss
after they
split.
both deal with this boss, so
I think their first,
it should
their
just
literal
be
first
net
pull
the same,
was just a
with one
huge
final
gap.
pull going into Echo of Doragosa after this boss.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
these
they
teams
really,
are
like,
close enough
they
together
must have high rolled
to
or
where
some shit,
one
'cause
death could end up being
Yeah.
the
was really
difference.
slow,
Yes,
too.
Triple Threat appear to be about 20 to 25 seconds ahead here after the first couple of bosses. But again, that death plus the damage you lose from whatever cooldowns you were doing, whatever damage you had ramping, that could be the difference here. It could come down to another
triple threat is
DPS
pretty
race
quick,
at
all
the end
things
of the
considered.
dungeon on Echo of Doragosa. Triple threat, though, starting to pull a little bit further ahead in boss damage. They were about 25% ahead at the start here. Opened that up a little bit to 30% as more Hungry Lashers spawn and start to try to burn Teef down on the Guardian Druid. But it doesn't look like he's going to be dropping anytime soon, even with no cooldowns available. Cocoon being used from Zalti just to make sure they don't have an accidental tank death at the end. And the Overgrown Ancient does go down for triple threat. They have
1507. That's a little bit slower than I expected.
Just now dealing with that last set of Hungry Lashers on their end as well, but they need to DPS this boss down to keep it close.
That's right, and you can see them now set up. So Teef just walking ahead.
Okay, so they do have the
making
same
sure
count
one of
as
those
Big Lucky,
invokers
which
is
means they're not doing
CC'd off
like
to
with
the
Big
side.
Pull.
That one is going to walk in later. Okay, I don't want to see any comments of haha, they're missing count in Twitch chat. Okay, I told you right now there is an invoker. It's gonna walk in late. That is the missing 1% that you're gonna be seeing. But take a look at this as we're now into Echo of Doragosa, living up to the name. How many Echo Knights are we getting onto this pack? I'm seeing 1. I'm seeing 2. Can I find a third? Are you finding a third, Cyro?
Yeah,
there is
I
a
just
third.
see 3. I just
Yeah,
see 3
there
Echo
we
Knights
are.
plus
So
an
3
invoker.
we have.
Nice little easy pull compared to the 5 we saw earlier today. With the Bloodlust available, it should be easy going here. Zati spinning away, keeping the team topped through the Arcane Smash damage. Another one comes out, brings everyone to half HP. The damage, the scare is not just from the smash damage, it's from the overlaps. You get a debuff from the boss that pops on top of that damage. You take an orb to the face while dealing with smash damage. That's the kills you on this fight, but that is not going to happen for triple threat here. Echo Knights dispatched quickly, just the invoker left alive, and they're just going to keep it alive. That's funnel damage for the Arms Warrior here. They were 25% ahead on the Overgrown Ancient. Look at the gap now on the Echo of Doragosa, 30% ahead. This is the Lust push, though, for Send Spellbook. They will start to close that gap just a little bit here, and they don't have the 3 Echo Knights makes. They have 4
Dude, I
Echo
respect
Knights on
the
boss, so
casters
it's even
trying to
more
make this
healing
shit
for Royman to
interesting.
deal with on their end.
I respect it.
That's right. That is a lot.
They're
that
like
they
talking
will
about the
need to get
play-by-play,
on
like
through,
they're
but
gonna
will
do
they have
this and
the
they're popping
time
this,
to
and it's
do
like,
that?
bro, they're
I'm
20%
not
ahead on the
so
boss
sure.
without a death timer.
Triple
Like this
threat
is
are
fucking
marching
over.
towards
Fucking
that finish line,
Gigi.
44%. And that one
That's why I could
Walking
never be a
around.
caster. I could never do that. I could never like fake be interested in a thing and
You're
actually
excited,
pull it
yeah.
off. It would be so obvious that I don't care.
Actually deal with any additional interrupts to try and get it to walk on up. These guys are notably a little bit slow to get together, and they are now going to be finishing out on that invoker, giving them the final count as well as on Echo of Doragosa.
That's what we thought about the
that
liquid
final death
one, and then it was
really
1.5 seconds.
nail
Yeah,
in the
because a
top
death
force
happened
and
though.
Spellbook, but hold
Like
on,
the excitement
Triple threat
would be real when a death
dropping
happened,
a
because then
little
it's like,
lower
oh my
here,
god, it's
able to
close. But
hang on
until that
through,
happens, which like I don't
surviving
know, it's kind of
as
random to
Echo
have a death here.
Doragosa
There's
drops
nothing
into
that
the
you know.
15 percentile.
It looks like it's going to be a clean 2-0 sweep here for Triple Threat. Just have to keep it clean in the final moments of Echo of Doragosa. 10% remaining on the boss, and it looks like they are in the clear here. Although they have spawned a lot of extra orb spawners throughout the room, they kind of are in a bullet hell right now, dodging left and right to make sure nobody
It's
takes
actually
any
gonna
extra
be
damage. But I
on pace
believe
with
they've done it.
Liquid,
2%, and
Really?
Echo of
Well, it's actually faster,
Doragosa
but Liquid
will
had
go down for
a death.
Triple Threat.
What is
They're
Triple
halfway
Threat's
to a
timer?
BlizzCon spot as they move on in the upper
18-17.
bracket.
Okay, no, that's exactly
Triple
what
threat,
Liquid
they
did.
keep
18-17.
blazing through every dungeon ahead of them, upping that threat for the other teams as they realize that they are some serious competition. Our other finalists can't afford to underestimate them because they've shown they can take down even veteran MDI players like Send Spellbook. Triple Threat have moved ahead in the upper bracket, and they have sent Send Spellbook down to the lower. I mean, seeing Triple Threat play through this series, now, Send Spellbook, obviously, it seems like they just are not quite locking in the same
Dude, a
way
lot of
as
these
some of our
maps are gonna be a lot
fastest, most
closer than
competitive
I
teams. But Triple
expected.
Threat, what kind of strengths
Or maybe if
are
they're
we
just not
seeing
that
from them
crazy,
that's
I
just
don't
making
actually
them
know.
such a strong contender makes?
Like, it could
I
just be that these
mean,
dungeons aren't
First
that
of all,
hard to
that
put up those
warrior,
kind of
right?
timers.
We Talos was talking about it in his previous analysis segment. That warrior is doing so much for that team, and the fact that they're kind of just allowing themselves to be played around this warrior is doing a lot as well. The general just damage output from them, I think, is really, really high based on everything we've been seeing here. And I think their routes are also, of course, very good. Put that all together, good execution, good damage, good routes, you have a perfect storm.
It's definitely a really strong triple threat. And Tuttles, I mean,
Wow,
we're
they
taking a look
keep
at the
doing the
charts
triple
now
threat
and
bit.
thinking back on the series, but you stand by that. You still feeling like that Warrior's really what's making a big difference for them, alongside what Make said?
I mean, to be honest, intuitively, I feel like Arms Warrior probably shouldn't be that good now with our academy. I think the mob count, like the mob density, is just a little bit higher than it is. But out with our academy,
Wait,
it's kind
Gub
of a
is an
dungeon of a
Echo
couple of
guy?
roles
I've never heard of this guy
are,
before.
there's peaks and
Yeah,
valleys. Where
I said the
the
exact
first
same
two
thing
pulls,
last.
Pulls into Veximus are very, very challenging.
I forget
Like,
when it
where
was,
we
but I said
saw
the same
Shelly
thing,
go
and someone
down,
was like, "He's
that
a guy
kinda
in Echo." I
sets
think he's a
in
mage.
Spellbook behind, and they kind of carried that.
He's got to be
death
new, right?
with
Because I've
him
only ever
throughout the
seen like.
remainder of the dungeon.
I
He
think.
ended up
I
getting
mean,
target
yeah.
by
Just,
the
I assume so.
Genji,
I know
was
nothing
looking,
about
took
him.
a tick of the breath as well from that
Yeah.
Ravager, ended up taking him out. And for the triple threat,
Oh,
they were
she's a
able to just
former
kinda
Fortnite pro. Holy
quietly
fuck,
Holy
those guys gotta be
shit.
a
go on in
fucking
the
beast.
dungeon.
I bet that
where,
guy can
they killed
build.
Croth quite quickly. They had really good
Dude, have
single
you
target
seen the
damage.
type of
These
shit
pulls, Wall Life was really
Fortnite
able to pop
pros
off on,
do?
but I think
It's like, I don't even
they're
know what the fuck
just
I'm
buffing
looking at.
swag with the
Oh no,
5%,
I haven't. I
battle
mean,
shot
not in like
damage
5 years.
is a lot of that. They did end up doing
Like they like
so we
their
saw them
camera
actually
goes
lose a
crazy
map
and
to
there's like
Auntie's Angels
doing
during
the craziest shit I've
Group
ever seen. I don't
Weekend
even know what's
to
going
Zotzi
on.
getting grabbed back by the mobs. Fortunately enough, they've learned from that since Group Weekend, and basically all it would require for the triple threat here is to live the triple Echo Knight into the final boss. They were able to easily dispatch that, and this was the triple threat that we were kind of wanting to see whenever we saw them during Group Weekend. They were the number 2 seed coming out of the time trials. We knew that they had a lot of potential. That was the term that we used for them a lot, was potential. Especially whenever you have great minds like Teef and Swag on your team, we know that there's going to be a lot of potential for them to be able to be successful. It's all about being able
Dude,
to get all
Tettles just
those
said,
things,
"Oh, it's gonna
working
sound like
together
I'm
and feed them."
slandering."
And I feel
Never
like
mind,
for
I'm
the
not even gonna
triple
do
threat,
it.
They are that. They are a threat for this global finals.
What
I
would he
think that
say?
they went completely
Well, he
deathless.
said
They're
with
looking
great
absolutely
minds like
fantastic.
Teef
Wall
and
Life,
Swag on
that
their team.
main,
Now,
carry
I know
on this
nothing
Arms
about these
Warrior
players.
is
Maybe
Arms
they're
OP is kind of a
well-known
question
dungeon
that I have.
masterminds.
They're not electing to play that hero class
Right, but I
instead
feel like
buffing that battle
what
shout.
he did was just say,
really an interesting
these guys are in
decision
a
to
top
kinda
guild, so
just
obviously, but like, dude, there's people in top
pick
guilds that
Arms
are
Warrior
like
in every single dungeon we've seen
gameplay
so far
only
from them.
gamers. You know,
It's great to see how
like
they really
they're
built
they're
this
there
yeah,
because
I
of their
like that.
player skill. They're not
around this,
everyone is
and
Mirrors,
of
right?
course,
Like,
all
and they
of
don't
these
have to
players
be either.
coming
You
together
don't
for this
want
triple threat, these
like 30
three
of those
huge
people on a team.
teams
You
that
need a
they've
few of those
drawn
people, and then you
talent
need
from
people that are
now
just
coming
purely
together in
gameplay
this
only. And
one
I don't
new
know
team.
either way if those guys are
That, I
gameplay
think,
only or
experience that
geniuses. That's why I didn't want to say
also
it because
that
it could come
willingness
off
to
as
kind of be
slander. But like,
creative and figure out
does
how
Tettles
they
know that they're
specifically
geniuses, or
want to
did
approach
he
these
just
dungeons
make up?
is really impressive.
He made that shit
But
up.
Yeah, he just made it up,
this
right?
will settle out some of our bracket again, and we are getting a better picture of what tomorrow is going to look like.
Yeah,
So
like
can give us
you
a
ever see
little
the
bit of a
fired up
rundown of
crafting
where we stand
legendaries at the
currently?
beginning of
Yeah,
Shadowlands?
so we
That
have
clip.
this mandatory liquid matchup
Yeah.
tomorrow in the upper bracket, which is going to be an insane.
Yeah,
one
Fired
to
Up is
watch.
definitely
Liquid
a
looking to
gameplay guy.
perform after
Yeah.
practicing here. Triple Threat is going to be awaiting the winner of our next matchup, Dignitas versus Auntie's Angels. Should be an interesting one. I think Dignitas is favored, but that's going to be an insane matchup if we do get it. Down in the lower bracket, we have the China Finals rematch here. Interrupt versus Big Lucky to see who gets to move on in the lower bracket.
Dude, I was
Of course, we just
watching
sent Spellbook
like
down,
Boomy
and
randomly
they'll be
turned his
playing
stream on the
booster
other
of our
day,
next matchup,
or like it was
Dignitas
like a
versus
couple
Auntie's
weeks ago,
Angels.
and
I want to say, as
he was
fun
playing
as this matchup
Brawlhalla,
was to watch for Triple Threat,
and there was
since
just like a
Spellbook
bunch
looked
of
great, they
people
had
who just like
very,
joined in
very
this chat. He was like,
clean runs,
"Holy
just the
shit!"
one
With
death
goat
from
is back.
Shelly
I'm
in the
like,
Alcathar
this looks
Academy.
hype as fuck, but I've
Their
never seen
runs
anything
weren't
about this game
slow
before.
either. Like,
Yeah.
Spellbook was going a lot faster.
He's
than their
a
runs.
he's
People really
a. I
love
mean,
him
I
in
don't
Brawlhalla.
I don't know
Really
if he's
faster
like
than
the
Brawlhalla.
Brawlhalla
So
goat, but
I
I've
don't
heard
wanna,
people
like,
say that.
just gloss over this team and be like, oh yeah, they weren't that good. They looked great. They looked a lot faster. They brought extra strategies. They did the double Rift Ward and pull in the Seat of the Triumvirate. I think they're still a force to be reckoned with. They can certainly make a lower bracket run. Just unfortunate that they are already in that lower bracket.
I think that's a really good point because you're right. They played really, really
Was
well.
it ever
and I think
stated
there's also
why Boomy
direct
stepped out?
improvements
Yeah,
off
he
of
injured
what we saw
himself.
in
He had
groups
like a
and
really
some
bad
more
back
kind of
injury,
aggressive
and like
plays
couldn't
strategy
like.
to try
I
and be
mean,
more
him.
competitive.
He needed
But
to
we're
rest
up
and not
against
like
teams that
play
are
video
pushing
games
themselves
for
even
16
further.
hours a day.
I
Now,
think it's really going to be down to how
as far
fast
as
the
his like
team makes
recovery and stuff. I don't know if like he recovered from that and then Blizzard wouldn't let him play, or if like, because like Blizzard's really weird with their rules. Like if they swapped out Boomy for Cine 1 week before the cup like they did, I don't know if they'd ever let you swap back. Like they're pretty strict with like how many like team comp changes you can make. Maybe they would have made an exception for his injury, but it's also possible he's still not recovered. I actually don't know.
stuff from, you know, mobs that aren't right to missing segments of the map. So let's see here in Pit of Saron. Okay.
Something stairs.
Where are the stairs?
So there's
The second pack
that is not
after Ick and
Garfrost,
Crick
is
is
it?
not right.
Oh.
Guys, they switched Garfrost and
Oh,
Crick.
they
for
switched. They switched Garfrost and Crick. I think is that right?
Yes, that looks right.
the green guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
Oh.
Oh, is that it?
Wow.
Oh, wow. It's okay. We solved that
Was
one.
that
in
a- was
lightning
that a
time.
speed
I
run?
got a 2 for a 1. Poggers.
Oh my god.
Usually takes a lot longer. Okay, all right. Well, we're speedrunning in chat. Hopefully you also speedran that one too, because that was a quick turnaround. Now we've got our next one, Magister's Terrors here, so let's take a look.
Okay, that one is a little bit harder because there was so much crazy stuff.
It's so crazy how not
And
involved I am with
there's
this
a
part
lot
of the
of
stream. Like I
teeny tiny
literally
mobs
don't
that
even
are
know what
really
these
hard
maps
to see.
could mean. I don't know
However,
anything, man.
Where are the staircases, guys? Look for those.
Big question,
at
big
this.
question.
Look
I
at
bet
the
it'd be cool
staircases.
content normally though.
Yeah, to get closer to the. Oh, okay. The first pole of the dungeon's
The
gone.
first pull is missing. Yeah.
Oh, there we
Yeah.
go. Okay.
Where's our check mark? Where's our check mark?
I'm like,
Thank
wait,
you.
okay.
I'm exactly gone.
You're trying to slow us down artificially.
Are we sure about these stairs in the main area, guys? Are we sure?
Yeah, I was wondering.
No, those are all
I'm
there. I'm pretty
counting
I think
bosses,
they're right.
and I think we're missing one, guys. Has anybody seen the Gentris?
sure. Hmm.
Ah,
You know,
I don't know him.
he went out to get a little snack.
Okay. We don't need him. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And
Not
there's usually
know them.
3 things wrong, so there should be one more thing that we're missing here.
It's gonna be
Should be.
stairs.
Let's see. Chat was like right there.
How many
on
polls are we estimating for the
It's,
Spore God boss next week?
The
I mean, we killed it like a bunch of
you see
different ways
the
on
bottom
PTR
right
on Mythic
image?
when we
What is that
tested it.
weird walkway area. At
I
the
don't-
top of the bottom right image. What is
So
that? That's
normally
cool.
things are
Yeah,
way
I was
harder
wondering,
after
that's not
testing.
there,
What is-
is it?
No,
Is it
that's
a
definitely not
connect?
that.
Oh no, it's not.
But this
Okay.
isn't
was
one of those
connected to
situations,
the
probably,
staircase.
right? Because like the boss isn't supposed to be difficult, so I don't know. I could see us one-shotting it. It's the kind of boss where it's pretty pass-fail, so I could see us swiping a few times. I don't know. It's not a huge deal either way.
Of our broadcast day either, because we have some big AWC action.
Unlikely to be a
happening
BFA
right
half patch
after
rate
on the
again.
broadcast too.
Yeah, I mean,
But up
they
next, we are
specifically
gonna have
stated
the
this is not going to be
versus
hard for
Northeast
Race World
Angels.
First Guilds.
This is
They
the
have like
big
made
one
their
with
intentions
a
clear.
powerhouse of a team matched up with a team that genuinely surprised us with how aggressive they were and how well they were able to do in kind of unexpectedly overthrowing some other teams they were pitted against. It's going to be a very interesting one to see how these two match up, so don't go anywhere. Grab a little drink if that's what you need. Go grab a snack with the Gentrius, but then be back here to watch the broadcast in just a few minutes.
Dude, next few weeks is going to be so insane for streaming for me. On the 22nd, so 10 days from now, Fellowship comes out. That's an all day, every day for a long time. And then after that, like pretty much after a week of that, Diablo comes out. That's all day, every day for at least a week. I'm fucking so ready. This is like, this is among the WoW songs, this one goes crazy hard. Are we getting a return of the bit of the frozen camera? Probably. I don't know what's wrong with it. It hasn't froze today, but sometimes when I'm playing games, it just freezes. I don't know why some days it does, some days it doesn't. It's also only an OBS thing. I don't really know what's wrong with it. Is solo self-found happening this D4 season? Yup. Extremely hyped for that. You heard people were mad about the D4 PTR. Oh, I need to check that out then. I'm not sure why. Oh, I know why. Is it because of the uniques thing? Like, basically, there's a huge split in the community right now between, like, uniques being old uniques or uniques being what they are now. Like, they made uniques, like, unable to be enchanted, but I think you can, like, craft them, kinda. You can do, like, one roll. But it's, like, it's basically half the group wants uniques to be, like, this late season chase item like they were this season. It gives you something to still look for, and some people want them to go back to being pretty basic. It's more people think this season is not building on the momentum of last season. Oh, that's sad. Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to... I need to know more about it. Just hearing that phrase alone. Like, last season was so insanely good for so many reasons that, like, they're never going to be able to, like, capture that on a non-expansion release again. Unless you're saying, like, they're making changes that actively make the game worse than they were last season, then obviously that would be bad. Do you have a no-life fellowship team? Not no-life. I play with Dorky, Fired Up, and Lara. I don't know Lara's situation, but he seems to be on a lot. Dorky usually, like, loses interest after a few days, and Fired Up isn't, like, always available. But I don't know. I'm probably going to play with them anyway. And then if a few of them quit it off, I'll probably find some other people to play with maybe, or I don't know. I'm definitely playing the new class, though. Gundi is fucking sweet. Is Fellowship just dungeon grinding? In simple terms, yes. It's a game very similar to WoW Mythic Plus, but you don't, like, level or anything. You just kind of start right away. You start earning your talents and stuff, like, just by doing dungeons. Except this season, it's basically a Mythic Plus ARPG, but in this season, they made it more of an ARPG. And, like, the loot's really exciting. Gameplay is really fun, too. It's a sick game.
Long time no see, chat. We are back with our very exciting final series of our MDI day, Dignitas versus Auntie's Angels. It's also time for another prediction poll, so be sure to get in on that in the chat as well. And of course, a reminder, you don't want to go anywhere after this series because we have even more action coming for you today with a fun AWC playoff that we'll be having right after the MDI. Now, of course,
What?
Dignitas versus Auntie's Angels. This is a matchup that
Wait, today they're having an AWC playoff?
Some really big hitting teams. And Dratnos, Dignitas are our returning
During what?
champions and clearly beasts this season. So would you say that this sort of transition
Have you been playing PoE 2 at all?
Just as strong
He's a
for them
known
as our other
not
formats
PoE
with
enjoyer.
TGP?
Yeah, I mean, this
No,
was a
I don't
team,
like
so
PoE
for
1
those
because
who
I'm
have
too
been
stupid.
joining that might be like, oh, Dignitas, I didn't know they played
I
well.
actually did like
This team
PoE
used to be
2, but
miscount. They picked
PoE
up
2 is
and
in a lot of
joined
ways
Dignitas
trying to do
for
the
this
Diablo
season.
thing,
And,
where
they came
PoE
in
1 is
with
like a very,
bang
very
in
different
their
thing
group weekend,
for a different kind of
playing
player.
fantastically,
And I just heavily, especially
across
after last
those
season, I
matches.
just
They looked
heavily
like
prefer G4
absolutely
over
the defending
PoE 2.
champions that they are. But like you said, the speedrunning
So I've probably, I mean, I've played a few PoE 2 seasons and I've liked it, but D4 is
over
just
the past
goated.
2 years, where we've mostly been doing the key pushing format rather than the speed running format. In their group weekend, the speedrunning, they looked absolutely on form. They looked great there. But of course, it's a small sample size. We get to see more of them this time to see whether it is, in fact, something they're as good at as that key pushing that they mastered in the War Within.
It's true. I mean, so much of that time and practice they put in was with pushing those keys, which is a format they've said they even prefer. But their speedrunning has been so impressive. And on the other hand, we have Auntie's Angels, who have this experience in their roster. They have Divine as well, one of the longest running players in the MDI, who's seen all these different iterations of it. But this is going to be a tough matchup for them, Makes. What can Auntie's Angels do to stand up to Dignitas?
I mean, that's going to be one tall order, right? We're going to be starting in the Magister's Terrace. Out of all of the dungeons, this to me is the Dignitas dungeon. Like, they are so good in this dungeon. So it's going to be one tall question ahead of them.
One
that
tall
they will
question.
Need to solve. I'll be very honest. I don't know how they're going to do it, but if they do it, I mean, more power to them. That's going to be really impressive, right? So I would love to see that.
That would be so cool to see them be able to pull it off. I mean, they're going to jump in for this first map, and obviously as well, with the map bans in play, our teams are able to kind of pick some of the strategy that they would need here, whether it's to ban something out that'd be strong for another team, or to also maybe rule something out that was a weakness for them. So Zyra, how do you think the map pool looks overall for both of the teams?
We're seeing a lot of Mysara Caverns being banned out, just across all of the map series that we've seen. We haven't seen it at all today. We also saw the pit banned out by Auntie's Angels here. I wonder what the reasoning behind that is. Maybe the first few pulls in Mysara are just a little bit too volatile on the hierarchy level. The teams don't want to deal with it. That being said, we start off with the Magister's Terrace on 19. That's going to be a fun one to watch. We already saw how crazy some of the big pulls are from Mandatory earlier today. Interested to see what Dignitas's take on this dungeon is.
Current PoE 2 League is nothing like the previous ones. Yeah, I'm sure it's sick. I
Obviously,
don't want to play RPGs every day. I want to play them like pretty much exactly like every time a new season comes out in one of the games, and I don't feel the need to fill my time with them in the meantime, so I usually just stick to one.
But we've also seen Arms Warriors.
And PoE 2 was looking better than D4 when PoE 2 like after first couple seasons, but then not after the last D4 update.
Honestly,
I find D4 much more fun.
In previous weekends, I think, gave
The only
us
thing I think
so
I would find
much
more fun
to
than
just kind
D4
of
is
consider,
PoE 1
and
if I
it
wasn't
feels like two
if I was
teams were
smart
kind of
enough, but I'm not
experimenting
smart
with
enough for
what
that
they
game.
could do and found some interesting comps themselves coming into the finals here. But everybody looking down below, clearly Dignitas is highly favored in this matchup, and we have some predictions to do ourselves. Auntie's Angels has the potential to be able to upset, but Dignitas is a very hard team to do that against. So we'll start with Dratnos. What do you think for your prediction?
I do think Dignitas definitely deserve the favorite status here. I'm going to go 2-1, though, in their favor here. I think Auntie's Angels can pull off the upset in one map at least.
Okay, all right, Mix.
Interesting. I'm going to go 2-0.
I love Auntie's Angels. I think they're a great team. I always root for them when I see them. I think they have a lot of fun. There's some German players. There's a little bit of bias there. And I'm going to say 2-0 Dignitas.
Pulling a little like Dratnos switcheroony there, Mix. I see, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's fair. You can support, but also be like, hey, I think the odds are in Dignitas' favor. So, Zyro, which one are you leaning towards between our two?
Listen, Dignitas is heavily favored, but they might have some inner turmoil that is a little bit unspoken for.
What is Zyro
Today,
fucking
we saw
talking about?
Hearthjacks got picked up as a trial raider for Echo. Yarki's a raider for Liquid. How are they going to be able
yes,
to clash
they
between the
must
two,
hate
the
each
Liquid
other.
versus Echo dynamic? Nah, I don't think it's a problem. Dignitas 2-0.
You know, honestly, Zyra, thank you. You've given us a whole new element to really consider in this. Yeah, I mean, maybe there will be some inner drama, some tea to be spilled. But honestly, I feel like this team has played together so well and so cohesively that I would be surprised if they let it get to them. Now, you can see our predictions down below. Let me add mine into the mix. I want to believe in Auntie's. So I'm going to. You know what?
Do it.
I'm going to join Dratnos.
More power to you.
I'm going to do it. 2-1. I'm going to give Auntie's one map. I believe.
It's not a great
Dignitas-
sign that believing in a team means you think they're going to lose 2-1.
Yeah, I saw the little switch where where production was like,
Wow.
Rook believes in Aunties. I'm going to give the 2 to Aunties. And I was like, oh, no. Actually,
Yeah, Dratnos is the only one who
Dignitas
should be
does get the
trusted,
2,
exactly.
And I'll give the 1 to Aunties. But I still think that's impressive if you can.
Is there going to be even any third games today?
And I
Maybe
think
not.
that Dignitas has just been so incredibly just powerful, even in speedrunning. It's been amazing to see. I'm so happy for them. They finally worked their way up to get that crown last season, and I know they want to hold on to it. So it's going to be tough to take them down, but it's possible. We'll see. Now, chat, you can cheer for whoever you want to, but of course, thinking ahead, we have the series ahead of us with Magister's
Vin
Terrace
Terran
at
in
the
chat.
start. But some of those later maps, how do we think
I know I'm
they
not
might
gonna
be
change
trying
your
to
outlook,
play this
but
out,
that's a
Dratnos,
tough
as
look,
they
bro.
look at them here between Dignitas and Auntie's Angels in this full series?
I'm not dumb
Yeah,
enough
it's
to
gonna be
think I'm
really
going to
interesting
change
as
your
well
mind,
because
but
the
that's
spec
pretty
variety
brutal.
will
You
no
shouldn't type
longer
stuff like
in
that.
Play, which means Dignitas, they got a lot of mileage out of the Vengeance Demon Hunter in the Magister's Terrace last time they had this in the group weekends. This time around, that's not something that they have to contend with, but it also means that all that value they got out of learning Magister's Terrace with the VDH composition is sort of wasted. It's kind of an equalizer for Auntie's Angels here, unless Dignitas decide to use it again, but it looks like no, they're not, so they're over to that bear.
They are indeed, and they're coming in here. Dignitas versus Auntie's Angels. This is the first map of our final series of the day, and let's see what they're able to accomplish in it here, Zyro.
A little bit of a surprising moment as we finally are back to having a mirror match. First time in a little while here, Dratnos, but to be expected, I believe, as we get into the Magister's Terrace. Lots of mass AoE pulls that this comp is perfectly attuned for dealing with. Of course, the mandatory first pull here at the start of the dungeon in order to get past the wall, to get to the rest of the dungeon, to get to that Pyromancer. Of course, Bloodlust being saved, but the question after seeing the routing from mandatory earlier today, where is that Bloodlust going to be used? Are they going to use it on Arcanatron Custos? Are they going to go for boss damage? Or are they going to save it for the hallway pull just to live through that Runic Glaive damage?
Yeah, a lot of different options here for that Bloodlust. I really liked holding it for later in the dungeon, but it feels so counterintuitive, so unnatural to hold it on Custos, right? Custos, it's a big pull, it's a boss, and you have a damage amp from those worms. Really, the confluence of factors making it almost impossible to avoid the lure, the temptation of pressing the Bloodlust. I think a lot of teams will not have planned for a later Bloodlust in this dungeon. We'll see, though, if Dignitas or Auntie's Angels have found that strategy and also think it is worth using. As of right now, both teams are sort of working on the required trash to get into that main heart of the dungeon. The Pyromancer, the Blazing Pyromancer, marked with an X for Auntie's Angels and marked with a skull for Dignitas, is the primary target here. As soon as that goes down, they will be able to progress further into the dungeon. Unfortunately, gets a shield for Dignitas, is quickly removed though, and they are going to be able to get through that Pyromancer. A couple of seconds later, it's going to go down for Auntie's Angels as well.
The second that Pyromancer is down, they start to charge on ahead towards Arcanatron Custos. Are we going to be grabbing any extra trash from this first room? Normally, teams have been skipping past through here, just not dealing with any of the mobs, but it looks like Dignitas has gathered a few extra enforcers together for this pull. Everything being gathered up now on top of the first boss, a few mobs off to the side, and the Bloodlust is being expended here for them. Is that going to be the same for Auntie's Angels on their side? Same trash being pulled into the boss. Where's the Bloodlust? Is it going to be popped here? It looks like it's a no from them, so they're holding on to it, Dratnos.
Yeah, the Lust getting held by Auntie's Angels. This is going to be really interesting. So what we expect to happen now is Dignitas should take the lead on the boss's death, right? They are using that extra massive resource of the Bloodlust on this pull.
Yeah, but also knowing, like, you'd assume the Dignitas's route is just better, though, right?
Bloodlust in this dungeon, where Dignitas will only have one. Are they going to be able to leverage that for enough value to justify the advantage they are giving over to Dignitas
hey, Max, who do you think will win the World Cup? Dude, it's in my city, and I'm not following it at all. I usually don't follow it.
I'd rather be Dignitas. It's a huge amount of
probably America, though.
Auntie's Angels still grabbing extra blood.
I don't know. I'm going to make it up. Argentina. Making it up.
The boss damage push is absolutely insane for them. We saw Yarki's DPS nearing the 3 million mark during the burst there with all of the damage amp from the worms, plus...
I don't think we'll ever be competitive in that sport unless something like culturally changes in the country. Like we obviously, through the Olympics and other stuff, like we have a lot of good athletes in the country. We care about that, but what percentage of male athletes do you think prefer to be soccer or football players?
They're using it to
like of the best athletes in America, what percentage of them do you think choose to play that sport? Sub 2%, something like that. Like literally fucking nothing.
But if you look at the enemy forces count, Dignitas
and I feel like in a lot of other countries in the world that are competitive in that sport, if you were to ask that same question, the answer would be very high percent, right? So I think that's just because of that reason alone. There's just no way.
The Lust until their second round of cooldowns and used it to pull this extra trash pack. But they're going to end up taking longer and still getting less enemy forces count than Dignitas on the first boss split here. So certainly an advantage for Dignitas.
Did you see what Dignitas did here at the start here to skip past that first?
Every other sport pays more. Yeah, in America, but I think that's not true overseas, right?
Kira pulled the Spellbreaker to the side. Everyone ran through. Kira Wernstone to the group, Shadow melted off that Spellbreaker, and then they ran through. That way, they're only dealing with the 2 of them in this pack rather than the 3. That's a lot fewer Runic Glaive debuffs that they have to deal with. They've also CC'd the healers in the back, so they don't have to worry about too much AoE damage and interrupts on this pull. This is why they felt comfortable using the Bloodlust on Arcanatron. Now, they do have a lot less trash count because of that. Auntie's Angels can go for a bigger pull and potentially catch up just a little bit here.
Yeah, what are they going to do?
Very smart play from them.
Yeah, definitely a smart play from Dignitas. A cleverly executed movement through there. You can see Auntie's Angels also employing some crowd control here, but they are going to be fighting all of that trash at some point or other here, it looks like. And we have our first death of the series.
Top
It is
football
Divine
soccer players
going
make
down
insane amounts of
to
money.
the
Yeah, but like
Enforcer auto attack
not in the
there.
American ecosystem,
Brett, a
right? Like if you're an
very
American athlete, you're
common
most likely going to
issue
play pro
for
sports in
this
America,
composition
and that's
on
not
the
true in
healer
America. It is
particular.
overseas,
The
but
Mist Weaver dealing a lot of damage and
it's also not
healing, both of
popular,
which
right?
contribute
Like
to
what are the
threat,
chances
while
that
the
like
Bears' threat
a
is
young
contingent
athlete in
on targets
America
getting hit
is
by those
watching
thrashes, which
international
they don't always hit
soccer
everything with those
and
first
they're like,
few thrashes,
I
leading
want to do
Divine
that
going
as
down for
opposed to
Auntie's
watching
Angels.
like
That is
at the
15
NFL
further
or basketball or
seconds
baseball,
that
right?
they
It's
are
like
down, plus
extremely
that battle
unlikely.
res, something they won't have available for the next 5 minutes.
Oh!
And Zyro.
Oh,
bad
Auntie's Angels with the
turns into worse
deaths.
for
2
Auntie's
deaths? Is it a
Angels.
wipe
I was
though?
gonna call out for
Maybe
it, but
not.
You were in the flow. I didn't want to cut you off. These worms were dragged in so late for Auntie's Angels. As those worms start to die,
Is
they
tennis
explode
more
for
popular
damage
than
on the
tennis?
group.
Don't think so.
They had the AMZ down to
Facts.
try to counteract it, but it was too early.
Facts.
The AMZ ran out, and the worms exploded.
What are you
killed
talking
off
about though?
2 of their DPS players, which meant they lost all the extra damage from the worms. The pack lived too long. Yaunt ran out of cooldowns. They're gonna try to salvage this, but it's already cost them so much in terms of death timers. The
Pickleball's
pack
getting
is
huge
still
though, dude. The thing
alive.
that's funny
It
about
wouldn't
pickleball is
surprise
it's a
me if
game
they ended
for
up
old
costing
people
them
by
more
old
deaths
people.
here.
And the
They
few
keep running
times
up
that like
the
people have
timer
started
here,
getting
8
really
deaths
good
is
at it,
equivalent
really
to
good at
2
it, and started
minutes
hitting like
of
spin
death
serves
timer.
like a
Meanwhile,
ping pong ball,
Dignitas are just happily plugging away
they like
Serenal
banned it.
Sunlash. They've got a couple
It's like
Idyllics
once
on
people
top
are
of the
getting too
boss
good
as
at
well.
pickleball,
They're
and
loving
it's
life
not
right
just
now.
like stand there and
Yeah,
do
this is
nothing.
gonna be
The
a
rules were
great
changed because
advantage
it's
for
actually just
Dignitas,
about
right?
being
We can see at
relaxed.
the bottom of the
It's not
screen,
even
they've
about being
already
competitive,
gained,
bro. It's about like
3/4
just
of a
chilling
minute
out.
on that first boss split. Now they've gained a huge chunk of time, right? 2 minutes of death timers, another death coming in here, and this, oh my goodness, Zyro, this is a catastrophe for Auntie's Angels.
I mean, it's the worst mobs left alive. Each of these rune spellbreakers does so much damage. Each of these glaives do a ridiculous amount of damage to the group. And they're just out of cooldowns. Look at Divine Field. He's completely tapped on mana. Somebody gets that glaive debuff and they don't have a personal up. There's nothing that he has available for them. Drinking some Mana Tea now just to try to regen some mana so he can top his team off there. As fortunately, one of those debuffs goes on the Devourer Demon Hunter who can heal himself for just a little while. But man, this has just gone from bad to worse here for Auntie's Angels. Now up to 11 deaths here. 2 minutes, 45 seconds of death timer. Now an entire boss HP bar behind as well. They're probably somewhere in the realm of 4 to 4.5 minutes behind. In order for them to come back in this Dungeon Dreadnoughts, they're going to need something of a similar catastrophic nature to happen to them.
Yeah, this lead is not insurmountable, but it is getting pretty close here. Dignitas going to be activating that spatial paradox, and Verb actually going to be sleepwalking from long range one of those shredders. This is pretty cool, Zyro. That shredder, because of the extra range on that spatial paradox, is now going to be walking all the way towards where the group is, and bang, that's +1 extra mob that they're able to pull. It's not linked to those other mobs over on the side there, so some bonus count for Dignitas, the team formerly known as Mist Count, interested in that never happening again, grabbing that extra trash, making sure that they will be all sorted on that front.
Yeah, it'd be a little weird if we got to Degentrius and they had one single mob left behind. Not going to happen for them with that extra shredder, but we are into the Gemolist pull, the final massive pull of the dungeon for the team here. Tons of AoE damage to look out for. Consuming Shadows being channeled by one of the Void Callers, being countered by personals lit up across the board by the team, on top of an AMZ as well. Terror waves going out, need to be interrupted by the team. Individual interrupts being used there. No AoE CC available. That's going to be used on the next pull here. Have to keep an eye on the health bar of Kira now, as the Encarn has run out, Skin running out as well too. Just the 2 charges of Survival Instincts left for him. When are those going to be popped?
Oh,
when
he's
are those
chilling,
going to be used? Saving it for the perfect moment. But he is being brought down incredibly low by the Devouring Strike, still holding on to the SI charges.
Wow, that is incredibly disciplined from Kira. Incredible knowledge of how dangerous the situation is, but able to still hold on to those SI charges. And Zyro, something else that's going on here for this Dignitas run that may take a little while to notice due to some similarities in say, the icons. That Demon Hunter is not a Devourer Demon Hunter. Heartjax is playing Havoc, not only playing Havoc, playing Aldrachi Havoc here on Dignitas as well. So for those who don't know, most of this season, Havoc Demon Hunters, when they've been played, have typically played Fellscarred. It's a little bit more overall damage. Aldrachi, though, has received a string of buffs recently, and it features really impressive funnel damage, priority damage, damage to a single target that is surrounded by other targets that you can cleave that wounded quarry damage off of. This was something that was a huge feature of the Aldrachi Havoc builds back in War Within, and it is once again a huge feature right now during the current patch for Dignitas. So Hearthjack's doing a lot of DPS, in fact, doing top damage right now, but doing an especially large amount of damage to that primary target as a result of this build.
Now, does this build suffer on mass AoE at all? Does it lose out on potential max damage?
If you're doing mass AoE and there isn't a target that you want to die before everything else, or a target that has more health than everything else, yeah, you'd rather be playing Felscarred for sure, especially inside that burst window where, you know, those first 10, 15 seconds, you've got all those huge Demon Surge explosions, really impressive damage that other build can put out. But as long as there is a target that is the prio damage, each extra target is just more wounded quarry damage onto that main target. So the situation where you like big AoE is definitely still most of the pulls in a dungeon like this, right? You always have, you know, a tyrant, a void caller, a boss that does want to be getting that primary damage.
I mean, it's a similar concept to the Arms Warrior that we saw out of Triple Threat, right? That's another class that has great funnel priority available to it. They're using it from the Havoc Demon Hunter as well. I mean, it's a trade-off of buffs, right, as well, right? You're choosing a magic damage taken debuff on the enemies versus a battle shout. So, interesting variation here from Dignitas. We'll have to see how that plays out for them in the overall in the dungeon. For the time being, though, they are significantly far ahead in dungeon progression. Not to mention also the death timers that we've covered from Auntie's Angels. Auntie's Angels trying to keep it close, though, going for the Gemless pull on their own as well. Looks like everything is going clean for them here as well. Yacht still has a couple of cooldowns available for him. There's the Barskin being used on himself right now just to make sure that he's able to live through this damage. Has the SI in the back pocket as well if he needs to use it. Devouring Strike goes out. Quickly healed off there by Divine Field as well. Looks like they're through that pull, but all eyes now are on Dignitas. It is their dungeon to win as they charge up toward Degentrius.
Bro, today has been very
Dignitas
anticlimactic.
Already making their way
Let's say
up this spiral ramp. It's going to be one more big pull for Dignitas. This is the last opportunity for Auntie's Angels to stage a comeback. It's going to involve something going wrong for Dignitas on this very pull, but there are a lot of ways that can happen. The way that they're navigating around the edges here as well, very important.
Every series is 2-0.
-0.
Yeah, but the Liquid one was like a bit
like
closer than a 2-0, if that makes
succeeded.
sense.
Verb once again going to be using Spatial Paradox.
Okay, Liquid
plus
definitely
Save
did the
Bond,
most alpha
grabbing
thing of the
an
day,
extra
though, right?
Hollow Soul Shredder from the
Let's
other
talk
side
about it,
over
and I'm not
there.
even biased.
We have that Void
In
Terror
parentheses, I'm
casting and
definitely
quickly
biased, but-
interrupted by Verb there.
Check this
Meanwhile,
out, bro.
Dignitas gathering the rest of the trash, and I suspect that these two charges of Survival Instincts
The
that Kira
first
has been
game
holding onto will be committed
of
on
tomorrow
this pull
is going to
once that
be
incarnation
Nexus
falls
Point
off.
17.
Maybe. You never know.
Liquid's
I mean,
first
they have the
round,
bloodlust available for this
they
pull, and
banned
they're just
Nexus
opting
Point,
not to
which
use
means
it.
they've got
said,
some
"We don't
fucking
care."
sauce in there,
No
and they
safety
still won the
whatsoever.
series.
We're
That's
using that
alpha,
for
bro.
boss damage later on. Kira still
They
has not
banned their
pressed
best
the SI
dungeon to not
charge,
show shit.
opting for the bark
Beast
instead,
mode.
Still holding on to the SI, and it looks like, I mean, the Havoc is a little bit behind the Unholy in AoE damage, but like you said, he's just focusing down the important targets here, trying to get those terrors down, trying to get those tyrants down, and it looks like it's working out well for him.
Yeah, it looks like it is going very well indeed
Wildlife
for
alpha of the day.
Dignitas,
You can fucking
as it
say
looks
that
like
again.
they're just going to be walking up these front steps as well. And they should be able to get into boss combat fairly soon. There are still a bunch of enemies alive, but much of the danger has been taken care of. The Devouring Tyrant putting those decroding strikes onto the tank.
Or are they so bad at that dungeon they didn't want to do it?
But the Barkskin is there to help cover
I
it.
mean,
And we have two more
that would
charges
be
of Survival
insane.
Instincts that both can get used on
To
these
to
layered
willingly be
decroding
bad at a
strikes
dungeon, you
while
know
in
you're
combat with the
playing
boss
against
here.
potentially
Or we
the
can
best
just
team in
hold
the
on to them for
tournament on
next
the
dungeon,
beginning of
you
the
know?
second day.
Sometimes the best thing to do
Okay,
with Survival
finally
Instincts is
pressed
to
it.
never need to use it, but there we go. Finally pressed by Kira is an SI charge.
I was like wondering, does he have that key bound? I don't think I've seen him press it for the past 5 minutes. He's been on 2 charges ever since the Gemless pull. Finally pressing one here as we pull the trash on top of the boss. He's like, fine, I'll take the damage reduction, whatever. In the Bloodlust on the boss, the funnel damage is there for the Havoc Demon Hunter. Look at the damage, most of that being
Look
done
at
to
the
Degentrius. Dignitas are running away with it.
Yeah, Dignitas looking so good here. I mean, they're going to be killing this boss. Auntie's Angels are not that far behind, especially considering the 11 deaths that they had, right? Their route is not dramatically slower. I do think it is a little bit slower The execution gap, though, is a chasm here in map 1. I mean, this is a zero-death,
Max, seeing that Havoc make you want to play?
The timer is immaculate for them as well.
MDI,
the
no.
strategy with that
Honestly,
Havoc
MDI is really
as well
fun. There's just way
worked
too
out
much
so
practice.
nicely for
I
them.
feel like that's not like a
Whereas
really
Auntie's
unpopular
Angels,
take, though. I feel
things
like
were
most
going
people
well
feel that
until
way.
They weren't. Those 11 deaths all accumulated after the first boss. Really catastrophic for them.
I think one of the interesting lines of comparison that we're going to have after this dungeon as well is we can compare Dignitas's run to the first run of the day that we saw in this dungeon for Mandatory. Mandatory, when they completed this dungeon, it was a 16:08 deathless run. Dignitas look like they are on pace to potentially beat that here. They've got the Metamorphosis available and active on Hearthjacks here, bursting the boss down. Yargi will have his cooldowns up in a few moments here. Can they go faster than Mandatory? Is this going to be a team to watch? Are these going to be potential back-to-back MDI champions on the side of Dignitas? Of course, we still have a couple of days of competition left, but we might get a little bit of a preview here. Are they faster than probably their biggest competition this weekend in Mandatory? It's going to be very, very close as Degentrius drops below 10% HP.
Yeah, Degentrius just getting absolutely melted here by Dignitas. This damage is so impressive out of them. The final soak of the fight going to be coming in here right around the 16-minute mark. The clock is going to stop for Dignitas.
Dignitas have stopped the clock, and they have taken the first
Beast mode.
map. We knew they were going to come out strong here at the opening. They've been strong this whole season, but seeing them in such top form here for the Season 1 Finals is still just as exciting. Now, we had a bit of a mess, a little bit, over on the side there of, their competition. And those deaths, while it's something that definitely played a role, I think we can focus a little bit more on Dignitas's run overall. I'm curious, Zyro, did it look like they were sort of sticking close to what we saw in groups, or were there any evolutions to their strategy?
I feel like the pull routing in the middle section of the dungeon, skipping past the extra Spellbreaker, that was definitely different. They pulled more Enforcers into the first boss as well. Other than that,
Mr. Max, what's your fave and least fave map in the pool? Bro, I have no idea.
Skip mobs that are particularly more dangerous because we're on the super high key level.
I would say least favorite is maybe Algathar, because I feel like you can't really cook a lot in there. I would say all the 19s, maybe.
Pretty similar overall from the run here with Dignitas.
I don't know if that's a good take or not.
Kind of observations and summary of this map.
I'm so glad you asked, because look at the timer. We're on 15:59. Mandatory this morning clocked in 16:08. So Dignitas even faster than the Magister's tiers we saw from Mandatory. And,
Ooh.
They asked me to do a real analysis package here. I'm not going to do that. I'll show you the deaths. I'll show you where it went wrong, which is right here. But other than that, I'm here to talk about that Havoc Demon Hunter, because I believe that is the difference maker in
Why
this
does
matchup.
Nagura not do MDI anymore? Any Nagura fans know that lore?
On the Foul Reaver. Not this one. This one is playing on the Eldrachi, which is really, really, or the Felskart, my bad, which is really, really interesting.
You're saying you're not even going to watch the World Cup
sheer
final?
output,
I
you
might
would
watch the World
normally
Cup
not
final.
pick
Is that, when is that?
Eldrachi,
Is that like
ever.
soon?
It's not the best sheer damage output in dungeons. What it is
She
good
does.
at
She switched to a
is
German
getting
streamer.
that funnel
Okay, yeah,
so
but
unit
that
query.
usually just means for your own
There's a little bit of
channel,
this
right?
off
Like,
that that doesn't matter
I'm
if
doing.
you're
I'm
playing
on. I have a
something
German
like
following. I'm
Vanillas,
doing
as you can
German
see right here on the
content,
left-hand
whatever.
side. Please
But that's like
divert
on
eyes
your
to this
channel.
area
That doesn't
here,
mean if you
which
had
is
nothing
where you
going
can
on, you
see
wouldn't take a
that
casting gig
Eldrachi
that
Reaver
maybe it
really
pays well. I don't know how many
putting in
viewers
the
she gets or
work.
whatever, but like
so much lifting on this boss
you could
here.
cast in
It's just
English for an
really
event
cool
if you
to
still
see
wanted
this,
to. You know
where
what I'm
most
saying?
of the people wouldn't even think about bringing the
So what you're
Eldrachi.
saying is basically,
We saw
without
Hearthjacks
needing to
say,
be
"Yep,
even
actually,
more
this makes a
elaborate,
lot
she
of
just
sense here. I'm
decided to
still
stop
gonna be
doing it. Is that what you're saying?
benefiting of the long prolonged buffed up I-beam from the tier set as well. But I'm also getting a little bit more variety in my damage patterns. I'm not as reliant.
Group stages start
on that
soon.
metamorphosis,
Is it
and
all in
instead,
LA?
I'm just gonna be throwing
Or
a lot
it's
of plays
across
and getting my funnel damage
NA,
that
right?
way.
Just
It's
in a bunch of
really, really
cities.
cool
Is that what's
them
going
here
on?
in this Magister's Terrace.
I love getting to see these teams again, kind of bring
Did
these
you
picks
kick
up.
Dorky
They're
from
like,
your group?
"This
No,
is
I think he's
strong,
still
we know
here.
how to play into the strengths,
You
and
still
we're gonna
there,
do
Dork?
it." We saw that even in our past series, and now here to see it
Yep.
as well. I think is
W, yeah,
really
someone in my
exciting,
chat was just
with
asking.
Dignitas
I
in
just
their
figured
play.
we were both
But
probably
Seed
just
of the
talking about our own
Triumvirate is
shit.
Up next, and while this is
Maybe
one of
you
our
were
Yeah, dude,
non-verbal.
I was fucking
keystone
talking out
levels,
about Havoc
it
DH.
is something that still can provide a real challenge for these teams. Now, of course, if Dignitas
Dude, Havoc
takes
is so
this
fucking
one,
sick.
There's definitely
then
been
it's
more
over.
cooking
Auntie's
than we
Angels
were
are getting sent
expecting,
down
right?
to the lower
There are
bracket,
more like
but
different
Auntie's
comps,
Angels
just
have
in
an
general.
opportunity here to even out the scoreboard.
They're
So
from the good
Auntie's
teams too.
Angels
to avoid deaths. But Dratnos, I mean,
The
see
timers are all
triumvirate, what
really
are some
close,
things
but
that
in
we've
like a
seen from
different
the
way.
teams, and how can these teams choose to approach this dungeon?
Especially because they're playing different comps. Like these guys, they went
this is
super
dungeon where we
fast
saw
on the first
a
two
lot
splits,
of
but
Prop Warrior over the
their
last
last
few
boss
play
split slowed down a
weekends.
little bit.
That's
But I
the
mean, they
big
were still
question mark
faster
for me
than
is in a
mandatory.
world without the spec variety rule, do you still play the Protection Warrior in this dungeon? The Spell Reflect is huge damage on that third boss. It is an incredible time saver, but if you're not getting that benefit of then shuffling around the spec variety rule nicely for the rest of the series, is it still worth doing? That is my question.
I mean, I'll pass the question directly on to Makes. Makes, do you think it's worth doing?
I think so. I think it's still worth doing.
Okay.
Wait, yo, Siege of Orgrimmar came out recently, by the way.
Am I lagging on stream? Oh yeah, I saw that, dude. I didn't even stream the like world first thing. I normally do, and the only reason why is I didn't know it was happening. I deleted Twitter from my phone, which was great for so many different reasons, but that was the first time it bit me because I like just wasn't live for an event I normally would be.
If you can take 2 series in it, you
Is that a
have
hype
that
as fuck
path to
raid?
BlizzCon open.
Siege of Orgrimmar? I mean, I don't know. It wasn't really that hype of a watch because like it wasn't. So like Classic used to be kind of interesting races because like the top couple teams were all like pretty close. And now I don't believe that's the case anymore. Like I think like basically the one of the top 2 teams quit and the other one just like fucking shit on everybody. So it wasn't like interesting from that perspective, but I always find it fun for like nostalgia reasons. I don't know.
It's definitely going to be exciting to see as we come into our second game here, Dratnos.
Was that a go-to raid?
Alrighty, right off the bat.
Siege of
we can
Orgrimmar?
see
Yeah, it's one of the best raids of all
Warriors.
time.
It is still present, but it's not the same kind of.
It has
warrior
like
that we
arguably
saw
the
over
best
the
non-end
weekends.
boss,
It is the
non-second to last
Armed
boss of all
Warrior,
time,
Fronti's
and
Angels there.
just has a bunch of
Huge
like really good
amounts of that
bosses.
priority damage. The Arms Warrior though comes with a promise, right? You
Yeah.
invite an
Dude,
Arms
holy
Warrior to
fuck,
the
Hero's
group, and you
damage.
promise them that you are
Bump it
going to
up.
pull trash onto
they're
every
playing
single
Havoc
boss
again. That's actually
in the dungeon so that they can do top damage.
exciting.
Yeah, and we also
Havoc
see Hearth
versus
Jack
Arms
still
Warrior.
on the Havoc Demon Hunter, the pre-meta being used to have max uptime at the start of the
This is the
year,
first
so
first season that like
we'll
This has
DPS
to be the most
Warrior
spawn the boss within
unexpected.
just
has
a
been
couple of
seen
seconds of each
in
other.
MDI, right?
That spell
Yeah.
reflect damage on the third boss is going to be
Yeah.
a massive boon for Auntie's Angels if they can.
Well, it's been played like, you know, here and there. Like we played it in our cup back in Shadowlands,
really
but
make
it was like super
massive
niche
use
pick.
of the Arms Warrior like we saw from Triple Threat. I'm interested to see. Can we take a look at the talents and see
The
if
shitty
Hearth
part
Jax is still
about
on the Eldrazi
being Arms
River?
Warrior
Do
right
they
now,
still
though,
have that
is
funnel
if you
damage
don't have an
available to
arm,
them? 'Cause
if
there's
you don't
some
have
really
a
interesting
Restless
tech you
Shaman
could
in
do
your
in this
group,
dungeon if you really wanted
it's
to make
absolute
max
misery.
use of it. Like we saw Triple Threat pull
Oh, like
trash
no
on top of
mastery buff?
Aura at the end, but with the Havoc Demon Hunter, maybe you could,
Yeah.
you know, Sigil of Misery
It's
those
like
mobs in the back for
really
a
bad
while,
on
keep them
some of these
alive a
classes
little
not
bit
having it.
longer, and
Like, you know how we always talk about if you're playing without a Mystic Touch, or before if you were playing without like a
carry
Arcane
them
Intellect or whatever, it's like
into
the worst shit
damage
ever.
amp phase.
It's like
You know,
so much
once
worse if
funnel
you're one of
damage
these
drops,
classes that
blow
benefit
up the
from
boss.
auto attacks.
Okay, they can
Yeah.
go for some crazy tech if they really wanted to here. Let's see if they can pull it out. For the time being, though, teams neck
Like,
and
you literally
neck
feel
on
it.
boss
You literally
damage
just
on Zeral the
get
Ascended,
rage or
literally
energy starve,
within a single percentage point of
and
each other.
you're just doing 10% less
Yeah, the
damage.
Havoc Demon Hunter and the Arms Warrior.
Dude,
filling
I'm
a
like
very
lagging. Am
similar
I lagging on
role
stream too?
That is basically doing
Oh,
that
I am.
huge damage to the single target
Huh.
while surrounded by all this trash. Right now, both of them are also just doing top overall damage as well on this boss combat, but a huge chunk of that is damage to the boss. There's a slight difference in texture here. Hunter wants to find goals with priority targets, right? 3 or 4 things on a priority target, you're okay, you're happy. Elated about it though. You want 10, 20 little guys, right? These famished broken, just huge amounts of batteries that deal huge damage to the boss. For Auntie's Angels though, the Arms Warrior's like, you know, just get me 3 or 4 guys and I'm totally happy with that. That is all I need. Makes full value.
We'll have to see if the plan is for both of our teams. In our earlier match in Seed of the Triumph Sin Spellbook, and their competition go for the double pull of the Void Rift Wardens talked about that during the China weekend, right? Triple Threat and Sin Spellbook.
Yeah, I'm lagging crazy style chat.
It's not
Sorry.
going to be this Rift Warden. There's no Rift Warden nearby for them to go for double here. This is just going to be a single pull for them. Those last 2 Rift Wardens that they have to deal with before moving up to the boss Rift Warden were pulled together for our teams earlier. Have both of these teams also identified that strategy? We'll have to wait and find out. For the time being, just the single Warden to deal with, on top of a Subjugator as well, so they have to deal with these chains of subjugation. Most of their classes have a way of getting rid of that debuff. Looks like they've dealt with it on the side of both of our teams. Both Mistweavers also spinning to win, keeping everyone nice and healthy here.
Yeah, absolutely.
You are
Looking
fine,
great
MDI
here
stream
for
is
both
not.
teams.
Now
Zero
I'm
deaths
fine, but
still
when I
on
was
board.
lagging the
This
last
is a
couple
plus
times, I was
16
dropping frames
key
at the
here,
same time
which,
as
additionally, see
the stream was lagging, so it was definitely me.
Was certainly the dungeon where we saw the most catastrophes. So keeping this 0 death is going to be the challenge. Helping the teams is the fact that the key level is a little bit lower, right? 16 is the lowest key level that we have this weekend.
I might hit a
Of
refresh.
course, by no means is that
just to
a
get caught
low
up.
key, though. And sometimes the keystone going down in level can actually make the dungeon more.
Oh, and right as I do that, I'm lagging. Interesting. Maybe it is Twitch related. Oh yeah, Jesus.
Travel form, wild charge, stampeding roar from Kira, just absolutely optimizing the movement through here, into the getting rescued, into the cat form for a sec for the extra movement speed. Kira is just traversing this dungeon like it is a parkour game, right? Like he's just zooming around there, running over the walls, getting through here, getting every single mob gathered
Like
as
it's a
quickly as
parkour
possible.
game.
For a team that says they prefer pushing keys over speedrunning, they're pretty damn good at speedrunning, man. They have optimized.
That doesn't mean they're
the
bad
hell
at
out of
it.
their movement,
It just
and
means
it's
they
fun
prefer
to
one or
watch
the other.
them
I can
pull
see
it
that.
off. Fourth Rift Warden
Like in
now
a
going
format
down
like
here for
this, I would
Dignitas.
actually
That'll
heavily
start
prefer,
the RP to spawn the trio in just a moment here.
I would heavily
Still
prefer
dealing with
this
the
format
remainder
or
of
this
trash.
format over than
Metamorphosis going to
live
be available
keep
for
like high
Hearthjack's
keep pushing.
on pull here, as well as the Army of the Dead DT combo for Yarki as they engage the trio. Going to be using all of this extra trash to do a ton of funnel damage to the bosses.
Yeah, exactly. That is the name of the game here. This is the reason why both teams have opted for a funnel damage specialist instead of those Devourer or Demon Hunters. The ability to pull all of this trash onto the boss and then get full damage from it is a Famished Broken. Nearly sent to the moon there by Auntie's Angels. The low gravity out here on Argus, on the shattered remains of the planet, I think allowed that upheaval.
People are trying to
Just
stream
send
the
that
World Cup.
thing
Wait, who's
skyward
playing in the World Cup
20 meters up
right now?
there, but able
Who's
to
like the
return to Earth
favorite?
and get
Or
back
who are like
into
the
this
top teams?
AoE explosion as the demon or the evoker flying a circular deep breath pattern as well. A lot of fancy flight maneuvers happening for Auntie's Angels
France,
over there.
Spain, Portugal,
On the side of Dignitas, though, the amount
England.
of damage that they are dealing is tremendous here. You can see it, you look at the 2 damage meters and you're like, oh, well, on one team the DK is doing a lot of damage, on one team the Arms Warrior is doing a lot of damage. Actually, Dignitas' second place DPS is ahead of Auntie's Angels first right now.
They are pulling more trash, but that is like we're talking about. That's just funnel for your Demon Hunter. They're loving life right now. That Wounded Quarry is going insane on the boss right now. That being said, Auntie's Angels are closing the gap with the Arms Warrior damage just a little bit here, but they're falling ever behind in trash count here. Auntie's Angels is going to have to pull somewhere in the realm of an extra 10%, 12%, I believe, count at some point to make up the differential versus Dignitas here, and Dignitas are already ahead on the boss. So what is that going to look like, Dranos? Where is that extra count going to come from? Because the trash in the boss is a known quantity. Dignitas, it actually looks like they're going to be at 100% count by the time they're done clearing this boss room.
Yeah, exactly. Dignitas are just zooming through here, and that count not going to be an issue for them. It does mean they're not necessarily going to have funnel on that last boss, but let's see how they execute this skip here. Sigil of Misery running through, combat on hopefully only Hearthjacks, as Kira has already melded off that other pack over on the side here. And let's see, there's Hearthjacks now hitting the meld as well. And Dignitas getting in combat with the rest of this trash. If that skip was failed, we probably won't learn about it for the next 30 seconds. And
Bro,
then we will learn
Bosnia's
about
up
it
on Canada.
catastrophically.
Remember how we were
Meanwhile,
talking
Angels
earlier
actually
about how
have
every
Divine
country's
execute the
best
tank
athletes are
section
like
of that skip.
percentages of
Looks
them
like it
are
has gone
going to
properly
like the
for
sports they
Auntie's
really care
Angels,
about?
and they're, of
Canada's
course, not
like
able to access Sigil of
more than
Misery, so they're
50% of
actually
their
gonna
top
take some
athletes are going to
robots
try to be
down
hockey
here with
players,
them. This is
which
gonna
I
be
respect the
super
fuck out
scary
of.
for Auntie's Angels.
So triple Shadow
That's
Weaver,
my goat.
double Conjurer as well, so they're going to have to deal with these debuffs, knocking their players up. In
Like I
addition
think
to dodging
countries
the Void Cleaves as
countries
well, while
where
also
the
dodging
where if you were to
3
break down
barrages
where their
of
top
Void Balls
athletes
as
are going
well
to specialize
from
in,
the Void Infusions
if
on the
your
ground
country
that
is not a
Shadow Weavers
majority
constantly.
soccer, you're
They have
never going
turned
to
this
compete in
pull
that
into an
because there are
absolute bullet hell
countries who
nightmare, but
like
they're making it work.
they care more
Unfortunately
about
for
that
them,
than anything you
Dignitas
could
is
ever
already
imagine.
through the
It's
pull
like
on
the
their
like, dude, you guys think
They're
of like
onto
Canadians in
Viceroy
hockey,
Nezar,
like
and
that's
they're
like
just
every
catapulting
country in the
even further
world
ahead.
and
Boss
soccer.
RP still yet to spawn for Auntie's
You know,
Angels. That being said, Auntie's Angels,
like you're
this
literally
is
never
where
going
they
to beat a
should start
country
to
that
catch
cares
up
that
here.
much
They
about
have
one thing,
access to the taunt spell reflect here on the side of Jules.
except
the first
America
Mind
winning the
Blast
Golden Hockey
actually
this year.
wasn't
Get mad,
spell
get mad, get
reflected,
mad, get
and the
mad, get mad,
second
get
one
mad.
wasn't either.
Interesting. Yeah, the taunt spell reflect, a huge option for teams that are playing a warrior in this dungeon. Of course, easier done when you have a prop warrior, but we did see teams having their DPS warrior do it as well. We have also seen teams die for attempting it, so there is a trade-off there, but hopefully something that Auntie's Angels will make some use of. You can see that warrior, even without fully optimized spell reflects there, is still dealing a huge amount of damage for Auntie's Angels, and maybe now that the rest of the trash has been dealt with, this could be the opportunity to land some of these taunts.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're able to pull it off. Actually, you can keep an eye on that cast bar on the side, on the boss there. Anytime a Mind Blast is targeting the warrior, it means that they've properly done it. He can get a spell reflect and do roughly 2% of the boss's HP. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up. If you do it 3 or 4 times over the course of the fight, that's a tenth of the boss's HP gone. So it's very, very powerful if you can get it done. I think in the first half of the boss's HP, I haven't seen them pull it off a single time so far. And while they have caught up about 10% on the boss HP from use of that initial round of cooldowns, Dignitas still are holding on to a pretty significant lead. And again, Dratnos, I want to.
God, I have nowhere to play hockey
the
today.
trash count here.
It's a tough day.
Dignitas is done.
Usually I have a
They
skate,
can
but it's
just sit
happening
there
in
and wait
like
for the boss to spawn.
30
Obviously,
minutes,
it's
and
not
obviously I have
ideal,
this.
But Auntie's Angels
I need to
still
find
has
some
go
places
back
to
and
play
deal with
tonight.
extra count. They also have to do like.
I used to have a
bunch
Thursday
of
night
random
league,
extra
but
mobs
the
because they
rink I
already
played
pulled
at
the
actually
two
just shut
robots that
down
are
recently.
Normally part of that last pull that teams do.
So my
They're gonna have
Thursday
to go
nights are
back and pull
dry.
something completely
So-
different than what we're used to seeing.
They can take a 5-pack onto Lura, and that would give them funnel and also not take too much extra time. We've seen teams wipe
I mean,
to trash on Lura.
dude, I
but
respect
typically it's
Dratnos
when a
for sounding
robot
like this
is
is close.
involved. We've seen, in fact, a 2% HP robot leading to a wipe on Lura, so that is something you don't want to do. But hopefully Auntie's Angels here will just be grabbing this 5-pack over here, and yeah, you can see not even all dismounting as they are going to keep running forward and take this onto Lura. So the good news, they're going to have a lot of boss damage. They're going to have execute, they're going to have funnel, they're going to have all those things going for them. The bad news, Dignitas are going to be in combat so much quicker than them, and this is a boss that so often dies on a pretty strict timer when it does get that damage amp from the backlash. So Dignitas getting in boss combat. Auntie's Angels running down towards the boss. How long is it going to take them to get in combat here?
It's over, bro.
It
right?
looks like it's going to take them another 20 to 30 seconds here. This is
It's-
looks like it's
it's-
a nail in the
it's
coffin for
cooked,
them.
as they
If
say.
you're an Auntie's Angels fan or a Dignitas hater, I'm not sure I've even seen any of those in chat because everyone loves this team. The only
That is
real
true.
chance Auntie's
Miscount
Angels
does not
here
have
is
many
a
haters.
Technical mistake
They're
from
in like this
Dignitas or a
perfect
random death right before the
like
damage amp.
timeline right now
Is
where
Dignitas
like
gonna
people
be able to
don't really
pull
hate
off
them.
the quad chime here?
Like
Let's
any
take a
team
look
that's
at the
like an up
AOEs
and
after
comer,
that first
while
explosion.
you're
Looks
still
like they have
on the
dealt with
come up,
4 of
people
those
like you a
chimes.
lot.
Debuffs are only going to be stacking 2 at a
But
time
like
here.
once you
It's
start
gonna
getting
make the
some
next
kind of success,
line
you're
that
just
much
and
easier for
some
them
and
to
you just get more popular. Naturally, people just start
exactly.
hating.
A lot of safety, both
Happened to us.
strategically and in terms of just incoming damage taken. A very, very big thing here. It
Like
also
beginning
means,
of the
that
race,
you do get to sort of know which
we were
two
like
you have to
we were like
target.
disliked
Although
because
sometimes
like
it
we were
creates
this
a
team that
problem where
wasn't
3 people get a
streaming, so
beam
people just didn't
and
like us because of
all try
that.
and hit a
They
relic,
only
and
rooted
then
for
you
the team
might
they could
cleave them,
see.
but it looks like Dignitas are not interested in that sort of thing happening at all. We saw a ping even come out out 10 seconds before
And
that cast.
then we
Probably
started
somebody
streaming in
saying, "I'll
Eternal
get this."
Palace, and people were
Whoever else
tired of
gets
Method
this
winning
other
all
one,
the time. So
and that's
like
gonna
we just
solve that
gained fans because
entirely.
people wanted something
Lura
different.
entering
You know.
that burn
And then
phase.
we started
How much
winning,
damage will
and then
Dignitas
well,
be
then
able
there
to
was
do?
the whole
Lust is
NAE
rolling.
rivalry
The
thing,
Breath
which
of
is like
Beyond,
that's
the
its own
meta,
thing.
the Incarn,
But
every single cooldown from Dignitas is blasting into
now
Lura,
people
this
are probably
huge
like tired of
damage
us winning.
and I
You
don't
know.
think this is even going to end here. I think it's going to die before it does. Down goes Lura. Dignitas to the upper bracket. Auntie's Angels down. To
Like
the
for
lower
example,
bracket.
Miscount has no haters right now, but like if they won every MDI for like 2 or 3 years, they would get haters.
Finally win the MDI, and they are out to remain our reigning champions. There are still plenty of dungeons ahead standing between them and that goal, but here in this series, they have secured the win. Auntie's Angels.
All right, that's it, right?
That cleaner run and
That's
succeeded
the day.
largely,
Just
but
2 O's
unfortunately,
across
they
the
weren't
board.
able
All right,
to
so let's look
outlet
at the
Dignitas,
bracket for
and
tomorrow
yes,
if
as
they
we
link
said,
it
they
here.
will
That'll be
sent
interesting.
down to face off with Sen Spellbook in the lower of the lower bracket down there. Now, we can take a look at everything that panned out here in this map, but overall, I mean, Dignitas, they are so strong. Zyro, how is their performance looking here in our finals weekend?
I mean, this was a pretty fast run. Compares to the run we saw earlier already from Triple Threat as well. They're right on the cusp of that run time. These teams are so incredibly fast. Dignitas is looking like a team poised to be able to repeat, be one of the only teams ever up with the likes of Echo to be a back-to-back winner in MDI history. These were incredibly fast runs, but they're not done yet, right? They still have to win one more match in
Miscount
order to
players
get
are
the
humble. This
qualification
is
for
why.
BlizzCon. It's gonna be
So
a
you don't
tough
even know
matchup
that.
tomorrow for them up
Like
against
they probably are. It seems like they're good, but like what if like they aren't? You just like
And before we
they're
continue
not like
that, we can
popular
take a look in
streamers,
more
so
detail
you just like
here at
wouldn't
this
know.
one. Makes, there's a lot to look
You know,
ahead to,
or maybe
but
some of
what
them
were
are,
you
but not all of
looking
them
for
are.
in this particular
All I'm
matchup?
saying is, dude, they like
So I
if
actually
you
grabbed
win
a
enough,
couple of just really cool
it'll
things
just
from this
happens,
dungeon,
bro.
and we did see this
More
with
fans you
the
have, the
teams
more haters you
earlier
have. That's all there is to
already,
it.
and I know you guys talked about it, but just look at the sheer damage of the double rift wards. It's plus 16, and there's so much damage going out to the
Can we get a
entire
Yargi
team.
humble check? I
Every
don't know about
single-
humble, but
all
his
of their
Discord
defensive,
picture is an
AJ
Among Us
also
cock.
using all of the offensive CTs he has to protect the rest of the group, which is really cool. And then I was kind of puzzled as to why Hearthjax was playing Eldrachi here again. It made a lot of sense to me in that Magister's Terrace. I feel like in the Seat of Triumvirate, we could have also just equally seen that Felskar Havoc. And my
There's
idea
something
was
noble and
might have
humble
been the
about an Among
Surprise
Us cock.
fight,
Yeah, you
but
could look at it that way.
that wasn't really working out on the meters there, so I'm really curious about this one. But
All right, I don't care about the replay of this dungeon. They beat them by a lot. Cool. I just want to see. I want to see like what the matchups are looking like for tomorrow.
As well as, of course, that final boss.
Wanna see a
burn on
Bracky.
Lura. I'm expecting these to come into every seed of the Triumvirate we have this weekend, but it's still so
The
fun to see.
Bracky.
And I was a little bit worried about Dignitas here because they pressed their lust like 15 seconds early, but they didn't need all that. They just didn't need it. They knew that. They knew how fast they were on that boss meld. They said 15 seconds early lust press, man, it doesn't matter. We'll at least get our full lust.
You reach a point where I think you're just like, it's all good. Honestly, like
It's
are
mandatory versus
smooth
Liquid
sailing
and
from
Dignitas
here,
versus
and
Triple
love
Threat.
to
Yeah, I
see
want to see
them
the lower
just
bracket though.
absolutely dominate another dungeon. Incredible how quickly and how well they've adapted to the speedrunning format. And again, we only have more to show for them. But both of our teams have more that they can do before this competition is over. Now, Auntie's Angels, they'll be down in that lower bracket, of course. Dignitas moving through the upper. But everybody still has a chance, at least up until tomorrow, when we start seeing our eliminations come into
there
play.
it is. Okay.
So Dratnos looking over
Where's
our
my
bracket
camera,
now.
though?
How did
Probably
the
in the
action
way.
today set us up for day 2?
Yeah, we saw a lot of expected results in these series.
Yeah, upper
The 2-0s
bracket's a
were the
fucking
favorites,
goddamn banger.
although I
First
do
2
think the
matches
Big
tomorrow are
Lucky versus
goddamn
Liquid
bangers.
series
Then
was
it's
definitely a
China,
very interesting
China
one
versus
to see
China,
there. That was
which
one of
Big
the ones
Lucky's
that
heavily
had the
favored in
biggest
that if you
question
go by
marks.
their group
It
stage.
sets us up for tomorrow to be super exciting because we have mandatory versus Liquid.
And then Sen
That's gonna be
Spellbook and
interesting.
Auntie's
Triple
Angels
threat versus Dignitas.
might be interesting
That's
against
gonna be
each
a
other, but
banger.
I feel like
And
they're
then we
both going to
go down
get
to the
beat
lower bracket.
by
Interrupt
whoever gets
versus
knocked
Big
down from the
Lucky.
upper
A
bracket.
huge battle there for
So there's
BlizzCon
like
in the lower bracket.
there's at
Plus
least 2
Sen
good games
Spellbook
tomorrow, and
Auntie's
then
Angels, two
Sunday
teams
every
that
single
I think
series
came
is
in
great.
here as dark horses are now going to have to clash to see which one will get to continue in the tournament.
Indeed. I mean, it's going to be huge. Tomorrow is a definite make or break day for
So
our teams.
what's kind of
And we're
interesting
gonna want
tomorrow
to
is
tune
whoever
in.
wins out of Big
Absolutely.
Lucky
We
and
have some
Interrupt
huge
will go to
series ahead,
BlizzCon.
including
It's
those
the
first
it's
eliminations
actually
in
the
our
only
season
game
one
tomorrow that
finals.
decides a
Now,
BlizzCon
our
spot.
MDI devs
Actually, that's not
will
true.
be back with you tomorrow, same time, same
Oh no,
place.
yeah,
You'll
that is
see
true.
all the familiar
The
faces.
first game
But
of
if you don't want the
oh no,
broadcast to be over, then I have
if
some
you
good news
make
for
the
you.
upper
We have
finals,
more high-stakes
doesn't that
gameplay
also
before
guarantee
our
you a
day
BlizzCon
is
spot?
done.
Hold on, back
Last-
up.
Absolutely. We have some huge series.
So if you don't both of the upper quarterfinals technically guarantee a BlizzCon spot? I think. Right, because if you make the semifinal, the worst thing that can happen is you lose and you go to the lower finals, which is guaranteed to get third or fourth. But, okay, no, there's a scenario. Okay, so let's say, you know, these two teams, the teams who qualify are like 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4, right? Both, regardless of who wins or loses this, unless one of these two teams loses here or loses here. Basically, Big Lucky has to be in this match, or actually the only people who go to BlizzCon are Big Lucky and the teams in the finals, and the team who wins, or no, sorry, I'm so dumb. I'm doing this wrong. Let me move my camera. Move it here. Okay, so teams that go to BlizzCon, 1, 2, but this guy's also 2. So let's just say this is the winner, right? Like this is the winner of the lower bracket, and then 3. So these, if you make lower finals, you are guaranteed to go to BlizzCon regardless of Chinese team. That's correct. So if you do make this, you're guaranteed going to finals, because this is bare minimum going to be either 1/2 or 3. Right? You're going to be top 3 no matter what if you make this. So the only scenario that could get weird is if Big Lucky loses here, we don't care. But if Big Lucky, assuming Big Lucky beats Interrupt, they seem to be way faster. Basically, if Big Lucky loses here, we're gonna have drama, because what that means is the team who loses here won't make BlizzCon, where they otherwise would have been had a Chinese team been better, which is kind of shitty, but it is what it is. Question about map pool. So we know this is the bracket for tomorrow, right? So let's look at maps now. So in match 7 with Interrupt versus Big Lucky, the one thing we know about Interrupt is that Interrupt has a banger. Interrupt has a really, really good Pit of Sauron. They actually would have beaten Mandatory on it, but they had like a crucial mistake happen. However, it's not the first map, and we never saw them in Seat of the Triumvirate. We didn't see either team in Seat of the Triumvirate. We didn't see Windrunner Spire from Interrupt, but we did see Pit of Sauron, and they were really good in Pit of Sauron. So maybe this team bans Pit of Sauron, maybe. So that's like something kind of interesting, I guess. Likely drama then. Big Lucky would face a loser of Mandatory and Liquid, right? I think so. The way it looks like to me is like the loser of these two would go here, and the loser of these two would go here. But that's not always how it works out. Like, I know that's how I thought it worked out when we were doing the grand finals. But then, like, I remember in the grand finals, we beat Perplexed in this match, and then we went to the quarters, and then we lost to someone. I forget who. I think it might have been Echo. And then we thought we were going here, but then, like, I guess it, like, reseeds or something, and we went here. But they may have changed that. That was, like, fucking forever ago. Wouldn't it be the opposite to avoid rematches until later and losers? Yeah, there's some technology that happens down here. I don't know exactly how that goes. Anyways, they're doing, like, PvP now? What's going on with that?
Ahead, including those first eliminations.
They're doing a PvP thing now. My only question are my goats playing? I don't think like Liquid is like going super hard anymore though, or what used to be Liquid, like Trill's team.
You've had a full day
Trill's team is battling for the last BlizzCon spot. Wait, today?
Let's top it off with a cross-region AWC playoff. Our MDI teams won't know who are going to emerge as winners until the end of this weekend, but our final AWC team making it through to BlizzCon will be decided before the night is through.
Wait, who are they? What's their team name? Are they Guild Bean? Dire Wolves is them. Oh, okay.
Your host
Fuck yeah, let's get hype. So if they win this match, they go to BlizzCon.
And Zico. And honestly, I am so excited to get to see some AWC alongside our MDI audience. Now, you've already had an intense
shit.
Okay. But can you catch us up on how the
yeah,
AWC
Trill. Apparently, this is Trill's team playing for BlizzCon.
So,
What the
this
fuck?
Is the season. We've had 3 cups.
Okay.
In those cups,
That is so
teams have
random, but
gathered, points
that's kinda cool.
to qualify for the finals. The teams that made it to the finals just played last weekend. The top 2 teams from Europe and the top 2 teams from NA qualified to BlizzCon already. However, the team that came in 3rd place, they are playing here today. So we have the 3rd place EU team versus the 3rd
I kind of heard.
team, and they're gonna be battling it out.
I don't know if this is like bullshit or not, but I heard that like
and the
they
winner,
haven't been taking it as seriously as they have in the past.
It's so exciting. I know everybody's
Like
really looking
I
forward
know,
to the teams
like this
across
team, like
all
because I know in the
different
past, dude, if
sports
Trill ever
have
missed
just been
practice,
so
they were like
pumped to
yelling
make
at
it to
me,
that goal, but also to
and
be
they
a
were like,
part of
but I
these
think
seasons
now
here at the opening of
I
Midnight.
don't know if
And
they
now,
go
a lot
that
of us
hard.
watching are pretty familiar with
Like
the MDI format since
they
we
used to like
just
practice
came
all day,
from
and
that.
I think they're like
But then
slamming
what can you
slots
tell
now.
everybody about the
I don't
format for
know.
this cross-region
I don't know
play?
how much.
So even if
Like
you're
at least when I
interested in
inquired about it
the
before,
format that we have in front of
Trill
us,
made it seem like
because
they
we have one
were
team
much
from
more
North
relaxed
America,
with
we have
their
one
practice
team
and stuff.
from Europe,
But maybe if they like make
decided
BlizzCon,
home
they'll
and
like
away
fucking
servers,
lock in.
And there was basically a coin flip for these 2 teams.
Probably.
Europe won.
A lot
so
of
they will
the
get the home
PvPers have
field
been moving on
advantage
to
on the Grand Arena,
M+2.
and we will be going to
Like
a best of 7.
Chanimals,
However,
one of the guys
in
who
order to actually
wins
win the series, you have to
AWC,
be
he was
up
like playing
by
in
2
the Echo team.
points. So
Yeah.
if we get to game
He
7 and it ends up being 4
quit
to 3
recently, and
we
he's
will
just playing
actually
M+
play
now.
an additional game, and the team,
And I forget who else,
the
but there's
team
a bunch of
that's
other
up by
people like
4
Wiz
has to actually
K,
win
more people.
on the opponent's server. Just to
Well, I
keep
think
it as fair
PvP
as
in general, it
possible.
seemed like the
This team are
gambling
basically
thing
gonna
was
either
like
have to
an epidemic. Like
do a
they
complete blowout,
literally
or they're
all
gonna have to win by 2 points,
are doing
meaning you need
that.
to
Like
win
it's
Oh, yeah, I mean,
huge,
'cause
huge in that section.
opposing server. So keep it as fair as possible.
I think it's
Be
just 'cause
very
PvP fell
exciting.
off,
I
so
mean,
it's like,
both these teams
you gotta
are
make
trying
your
to earn
bag
that
somewhere.
additional spot for not only themselves
Yeah.
but their region.
I also
at
think it
BlizzCon,
depends on
and
your
I
viewers,
really
right? Like
can't wait to get into this,
I
'cause
think
these
the
kind of
average
matches
WoW
are
PvE
always my
viewer
favorite.
is less likely to like gambling
so cool to see. I
content than
love
the average
getting to catch
PvP viewer.
AWC. I love seeing
That's my
Arena
vibe.
PvP
I don't know if
can.
that's
So
true, but
probably
that
this is
that
gonna be
feels that
awesome.
way.
And hey, you know, maybe we'll just all.
I mean, it
be
kinda
here-
makes sense,
I don't
right? 'Cause,
know,
like, a
all
lot of
night.
the
we could just keep
past-
going, right? We could roll over to tomorrow.
I mean,
PvPers were a lot
it's
more in
possible.
that space,
Awesome,
right?
great. So we'll
Like, you think of
angle
people
for
like
that, but honestly, it's going to
Trainwrecks
depend a lot
and
on
Mitch
our
Jones.
teams because
Yeah,
of course
exactly.
this
Like,
showdown
they're-
is going to
they're
be
much-
Wreckful,
great
you know,
Another
those
way to
guys,
put
right?
it is they'd be
on the
much
BlizzCon
more
stage.
like
So, Supa, give
equipped to like
everybody
watch a
some info
kick
on
stream.
Who they are and how they've been playing this season.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, these rosters have legendary names, multiple times champions across the board between Europe and
But also, it
North
really
America.
sucks
You
for
really
PvP.
couldn't
Like,
ask
I've been
for a
seeing
better
so many
series to
Doomer
go
videos about
head-to-head
how
in this
like
kind of cross-region
Blizzard
matchup.
has
I was
abandoned
particularly
PvP
impressed
and
with
how it's like
Dire
it's
Wolves
all
of
fun.
North
Like
America.
I literally
They were
just like
able
see
to
random
defeat
recommended
Welcome to
videos
Zhang,
from
which has been
Ben
a team
Rookie
that was a dynasty for like
that are
5
just like
years of
this shit is
period of
over,
time where
man.
they didn't drop a single tournament, and they were able to beat them to get this 3rd place position.
Yeah,
And I
his
think
latest
nobody
video
was
is Blizzard
expecting that
intentionally killing
whatsoever.
WoW
So I
PvP.
think their opportunities there are pretty
That's
high.
a hard
From
W
the
right
0
there.
players right now.
Sea-Doo, just legendary healer amongst all of the ranks of the AWC. Trill, which might be a familiar name to anybody watching the MDI from the Race to World First. We call him Mr. World of Warcraft. He's going for the Race to World First title. I don't know if he's going to try to go for the MDI title at some point, going for the AWC title. And then Sam I Am on the Frost Mage has been their main
I mean, I don't
lineup.
know about
They
Blizzard
do have
abandoning
Lord
PvP,
Mez
'cause, like,
sitting on the Death Knight on the
I'm
bench,
definitely not
probably
like
for the
super
series,
equipped
but
to speak
maybe
on this,
comes
right?
in. We did see
But
a
like
little bit of Death
PvP
Knight,
is
in
something that
Europe, but
games
this
hope
was
is
a
really
very
popular in
impressive
their game
team.
because it's
Yeah,
really
they went
easy
down
and
to
it's really
F tier to
cheap.
get into this
You know, in
position for
PvE
third,
you have to
but the fact that they
create
were able to beat Welcome to the Jump
infinite
was
fucking
clearly
worlds and
impressive.
like things that fight against you
That
and
is
like
so
you know what I'm
fun.
saying?
That's
Like in
honestly
PvP they
amazing.
create
Here's
an
what I
arena
know about the
legacy.
they try to balance
these
classes,
teams
which is
in the
also
ADC,
relevant in
beating
PvE.
Yangzheng had to be huge
And then
for
the
them,
players
so
are just the
really
content.
impressive
If there
that
are
they
people
were
queuing
able
into
to
each other,
land it.
that's
But of
just the
course,
game,
these two
right?
teams
They
going
don't.
head-to-head,
It requires a
Direwolves
lot
and
less
Guildbeat,
production.
they're gonna try
And in
to
fact,
settle
in the
who's gonna
past,
be
when they've
making it
tried
to
to
the BlizzCon
overproduce
Grand
it,
Finals.
they've
So
not
chat,
really
make your
liked it, right?
predictions
So
on
like,
who you think will be
I
our winner in this matchup.
as
Now,
much as
these
I'm sure
matchups
Blizzard
are
has probably
somewhat, but
wronged them, and I'm
Direwolves
not
is a
trying to
name
be
that
against
our
the
MDI
PvPers. I
viewers
don't know enough
recognize and
about
they
it,
might
but like,
recognize some of the players of,
I don't
right?
know how
But
much
they're
cooking
also
you can
really
do with
long-established
PvP in a
AWC
game like
winners.
WoW. You
We
know?
saw in the past how much it's meant to CD when he.
I mean, I haven't
apparently
watched
Is it
the
just
video,
bad
but
tuning? It's
I
like
would-
just class balance is bad.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
some clips of,
I
you
would
know?
guess that
But
it's like, oh, they
Zico,
don't
what
give
do
a
you
shit
think it
about
would mean
tuning
for him to get the chance to punch
PvP,
a chair on the
and
BlizzCon stage.
they're just like neglecting
I mean,
the
I
problems
think it
that
would
they
mean
suffer.
everything to Sea-Doo, because like when
But I don't
you're
actually
a
know.
competitor, you always kind of want to end it on a high note. Now, Sea-Doo's been a little bit outspoken, saying that this might be his last time competing. He said that in the past as well. Let's be honest, but I think maybe he means it this time. I'm not sure. So you know, quitting on top, quitting on a high note, I think is always going to be a really good feeling for them. So I think this is kind of their chance to show everybody what they've got, and kind of like.
It is kind of crazy to see
They
these people
already
who
took
are
down
who
Welcome
have
to
been
the
in the
Jungle. Like, this is
scene
a team
for
that was winning everything. Like
such
they
a
did
long
not
time
lose.
now, still in the scene.
And
Yeah, bro, if you were in a
Wonder
time
if
machine
it's
back in the day and you just got
Crazy.
transported to
So
this
I
current
think
year
they're gonna give it
and
their
you
all.
saw
I
a
think
fucking
Sea-Doo
arena
will
tournament in
definitely be
2026 with Sea-Doo in it, you'd be like,
and,
holy fuck, that guy's still playing the game, you know?
I mean, even these guys, right?
What-
Like the
what
Naruki
happened?
season, Zico, like it's really the exact same
Don't get in
people.
his way.
Yeah, but that's more realistic. Like seeing someone who used to play the game turn into someone who casts about the game because they're passionate about it. I could see that. That just makes sense to me. But still playing after that much time is
I
like
think have a lot to show. And
crazy.
Guildbean, they've been on the rise from my understanding, but they couldn't
Wonder if
quite
this
seem
is
to
gonna be me.
overthrow some of these top teams to kind of guarantee.
Let's go.
BlizzCon
So who's the
spot.
other team?
So Ven,
Who's
do you think that
Guildbean?
they can conquer the legends of the arena that lie before
I
them,
have no
especially
idea.
here with Direwolves?
Yeah, I think what's really interesting, I mean, Zico kind of mentioned Direwolves, you know, they're legends in their own right, like we said, but
Oh, it's
Guildbean
Lontar's
also,
team.
I mean, these aren't young players.
Wrestler
These
Sean
players
Who is
have been around
that?
in the scene for a very long time. You have
He's a
names
European.
like Lontar, Zeepai,
Was he the guy who
Blizzo,
replaced that
and
one
Amaro.
Echo,
So absolutely phenomenal
like
players. They've been,
PvP
at
healer
some
that was
point
like a
or
total
another,
beast, and
considered
then
the
like they lost
absolute
one tournament
best
and
and
all the
pinnacle
Echo
of
fans
skill
wanted
at
him
their
dead?
classes. So I think this is going to be a very
I
difficult
don't
matchup
know.
for the side of Direwolves. Guildbean.
There was
Oh, yeah,
it's
those
him
are
or
other
it's him or
season,
someone
mostly
else. Like
because they didn't
basically there
have
was this
a
priest
rogue,
healer
and I
that was
think
like a
that's the
huge
main
beast
weakness of
for
this
Echo, and they
roster.
won like every
Zeepai's been
tournament
trying to
ever.
play it, but,
And then
Blizzo
like
has stepped up in a
their
big
one
way.
guy like
When
quit the
Walker
game and they
Bucks
replaced him
made
with
the matches
Lontar and they
very
lost one
close.
tournament and
His
people,
team is,
all the
really
Echo fans
well-rounded, has
actually
lots of different
were going to
compositions,
kill
but
him.
we'll have to see
Gosh,
if missing onto that rogue is going to cost them in this match too.
That sounds like when
All right,
Andy
it's
Brew
exciting.
took.
I mean, these two, I think,
now
honestly, it could be
Spud.
anybody's game, and especially when we have such a unique and interesting setup as this
Dude,
playoff.
Zeepai, that's
But
a name.
we have
I
to
used to
make
watch him all the
predictions
time
ourselves. Now, chat, they're kind of
to
in
learn
the
Ellie Shop because I played Ellie
Direwolf
Shop in
side. We see
PvP
it
too.
kind of swinging. Now we're 50-50
50-50
again.
is
So it feels-
crazy.
That is
Like,
crazy.
That's wild. This split. Zico, I'll let you start off. Who do you think is going to win in this playoff?
Wait, so RV is the
Oh,
best
throw me
two
out
teams right now, or
first.
what?
I'm so sorry.
Well, they're the last
I think
couple
you can do it.
teams.
You
If
can-
I
you can
understand
do
it
it.
correctly,
Let's
they're the
see. Let's
last
work
couple
through it.
teams
Oh,
qualifying.
so they're the
So,
worst two
I have
teams.
very conflicting thoughts
Well,
right now.
also
Like,
not
I'm
that,
for
right?
EU,
Because there are probably a lot of
I wanna
teams
Yeah,
go
that
like-
aren't
with
even in
you
this position.
boys, but at the
But
same
worst of the
time,
best.
you know, I got a lot of love
They're
for
both
the
third
guys
in their
from the
region. They're
Direwolves.
doing a playoff.
One last ride. I
Oh
believe
wait,
in the
is this
one
like a
last
special
ride.
situation? Like this wasn't even like a
Direwolves
scheduled
are
event.
taking
This is just
this
like two teams ended up with like literally identical points and have to play a one-game playoff for BlizzCon.
Can that
That's
actually
my
happen?
Is that what's happening?
Is that
Production, is that
valid?
actually a score that could happen?
Yeah, like a last
It is
day.
possible, yeah.
There we go. All right, 60-14. Okay, so shooting
It
high
was
there,
scheduled
Zico's
and
like, it's
planned.
gonna be
All right, never
incredible.
mind. Hard lying about that.
Because
But
like,
you
chat,
feel
who
the
are
same? Are we going that
who are the
long,
top
or
teams
where
right
are you
now?
at
I'm
with
I
guessing
this?
it's
think
like
Zico's
Echo
throwing this because he
and
knows there's no leaderboard for predictions for this. I think he
Blue
should
team,
throw
maybe?
something wild out there to try and. I mean, mean, this is everything for these teams. Like on Guild Bean, Maro came out of retirement.
Wait,
to play
it
on
says
this team
14
to
out of
qualify to
16.
BlizzCon.
What the
That's
fuck
why
does
he
that
came
mean?
back to the competitive scene. He's come as close as you can to winning BlizzCon.
How does PvP
away,
scoring work
and
again?
then retired, came back out of retirement for this run to go to
I
BlizzCon.
don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm
Their
very
roster's really
confused. Don't they?
stacked.
Isn't it like
Blizzard
best
on
of
the
5 or
Walker is
something? Like
looking
usually in
really
the finals,
clean.
maybe best of 3 before that.
It's really up to whether or not Sam can deal with that. 'Cause
Yeah.
We've seen the best European mages struggle, and I'm trying to just envision, can Sam survive Blizzo's damage in these games?
Zico's the meme,
I'm
apparently.
leaning into
They're
Guild
memeing.
Bean.
Crazy
I think
memes.
it's probably going to be 4-2 for Guild
Okay.
Bean.
Wow.
Okay. I like it. All right, Ben, do you have thoughts? Do you have follow-up? What's your prediction?
You know, I originally that was gonna be my exact prediction, but now I'm gonna change it because I don't like to have the same prediction as Super T's. It's never really worked out for me. So
Yeah, that's a good idea.
yeah,
You should change it.
I think it's gonna be a little bit more instead of going 4-2, I'm kind of leaning in a similar direction. Where I feel like Guild Bean, no, not 14-12. I would say 5-3 is what I think it's gonna.
You think it's going all
go.
Okay.
I think it's gonna go 5-3 for this particular match. Guild Bean, I just feel like, I don't know. I don't want to count Direwolves out. They're an incredible team, but Guild Bean, there's just something about them. They're such a phenomenal team. I think they also have just put in a ton of work, a ton of practice this season, and I think they're just going to narrowly edge out ahead in this one.
Okay, all right, I like it. Oh gosh, you know, I'm entering here at the very, very end of the season, putting together all the data you've all provided me. For my prediction, I love the idea of that final ride, that last howl. I think I'm going to have to lean towards the Direwolves, but you know what, Stupa, I'll do a flip of you.
I don't know if this is a good idea to say this, but let me know if you think I'm cooking with something here.
And we'll see.
I would be
a really good series, and we know it's going to be.
What's the best way to phrase this?
These incredible players going head to
I would
head.
be terrified to do this
course,
myself, and I have an
getting
extreme
into
respect
this entire playoff
for any
very
woman
soon.
that
Do you
wants
have any
to
final
cast
little
an
thoughts to
arena
leave our
game.
viewers with, or to entice our MDI viewers to kind of get locked in and get
I see what you mean.
excited for AWC Zico?
Yeah.
I feel like
Sorry.
I mean, I don't.
they are
I don't know
doing
if we have,
God's
like, the
fucking
same
work. Like,
audience
What's
anymore.
what excitement?
she doesn't
What
cast,
things are
just
also, I
host.
don't even know
You're
if-
okay.
AWC
Anyone
for MDI
being a
viewers,
woman and
watch
being
them lock
affiliated
in
with a
and get hyped
PvP
about
broadcast
this matchup.
anyway.
I mean, there's everything
Because
on
I
the line.
struggled
We got
to see they'd
old
probably be able
legends
to find the difference.
battling for the last spot at BlizzCon. This is winning.
I don't know if
BlizzCon
any,
is the
PvPers
ultimate
even
goal
know
as a
this is happening.
PvPer. Like, if you beat BlizzCon,
It's, like, so random.
you beat PvP, and that is what all of these guys want to do. I mean, it's going to be exciting action. We're going to see, you know, the best players of their class.
Yo, by the way,
really
have you
rise
seen
to
all the
their
game
occasion, and
announcements?
this is one of
Holy
those
shit, there's so
moments
many games
where
coming out.
it's ride or die. It's
no.
It's all or
Like
nothing.
what?
There is no more second chance. If you lose,
I mean, just like
that's it.
all
That's
sorts
the
of
end
stuff.
your year. It's over.
Guild
We're
Wars
gonna be
3,
sitting
Oh, I heard
bunch
about
of new
that.
Capcom games.
You're just gonna be watching from home.
Guild Wars 3 is kind of cool. The way I'm just not a big fan of like how do you put it, horizontal progression. Is that the bit
Yeah.
in
yeah,
that
yeah.
game? Like that just doesn't get me going. I get it. It's like a much more casual approach, I think. Like I need to make my bar go up and make my guy fucking huge. And if I'm not gaining in power, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I wonder what direction they would go.
That's the direction
Oh,
they're
shit, here we
going.
go.
I believe. Like I watched like a YouTube short where they clarified that.
Given them a tough ride this
They already have stuff on it?
Yeah, well, okay, I saw a YouTube short of, he's a Lost Ark creator, I think. Maybe he plays a lot of MMOs. His name's like,
Cannon?
yeah, Cannon, that guy. That guy, like, had a video titled, like, we have some idea of what Guild Wars 3 might look at. And I only watched it for like a minute, but like the first excerpt was the guy talking about Guild Wars 3, and he mentioned that like that was the same direction they're going at the game.
In the early stages of the match,
I
got
see.
caught up in a Stormbolt. Rogue is going to be a pretty good target here for the side of Guild Bean, but right now Sam I am also taking a lot of pressure. You see a
Dude, seeing Evoker in PvP is so fucking weird.
big damage onto Zipa.
I don't know what they do in PvP.
Zipa still has some defensives available here. Didn't use his trinket, and that is the big cooldown in PvP. You want to be forcing those trinkets nice and early, but look at that big sleep ball coming in onto Lontar. Lontar playing aggressive while his shaman is on half HP, and Samayam could just be forced into the ice block here. Cedo has a lot of work ahead of him, but rescues him back to safety for now. I think Sam is going to be out of the woods, and now it's going to be Zipai on the back foot.
Is Mage not just like the squishiest piece of shit in PvP?
Blind pick. Sam I am going to be put into the
I don't know.
doing what he can to control up the situation, intervening Zipai, but he's in danger.
Oh, wait, they're playing like the Giga EU team. Oh, shit.
I don't think
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is a matchup that
That's
Guild
not
Wars
good.
Lontar,
really
Zipa,
wanted.
deserve.
I mean, I could be wrong about that, but this is very surprising indeed. Cedo coming in on the Evoker. Sam I am, though, getting lit up and needs to be in careful. Keep in mind, this is a European
Mage is
server
mega
right now,
tanky
so slight
PvP.
edge
Ow.
towards
What the hell?
Guild Bean in this game number 1.
Let's see if they can take advantage of that. Mana is tight between both sides. You can track their mana bar below their health bar on that.
Holy
huge
shit,
roll
Sam I
on
am getting
top
shit on.
slot there, that blue bar, the lower it
Bro,
gets,
believe.
the worse it's going to be for that team. Cedo trades out an Emerald Communion, that green glowing icon, a major defensive. It regenerates mana and it heals up his allies. They're
So
making
like the
swap
thing I
odds
know
on
in
top of the
PvP, at
trade.
least watching it
Punished, but Blizzo
over the
on that
years, is
warrior.
like it's all about
Sneak gets
trading
something solid.
things.
Will it
Like
be enough? He's holding
when
on
you
by a
pop your
thread.
offensive
Comes the
cooldowns, you hope
shot.
you don't
It
just get
connects
their
the ring
personals.
line.
Maybe you
Able
get like a
to
Spirit Link
top
or something like
himself
that.
with
And then the
recovering
person who
position,
wins
bringing
is,
up the heat.
I mean, every comp's going for different things, but like the person who wins is like the person who got the other team to blow the most resources and catches them in a position where like they can die because they don't have enough things.
Partner to be free.
least high level PvP seems like that's what they're doing.
Although I heard nowadays it's a lot more cleavy, where like you kind of just mow them down. A lot less about setups.
That's another issue with the PvP when they say they're abandoning the game and stuff like that. I think PvP is a mode that's largely, again, grain of salt. I'm not like in the community. This is just outside perspective. Like, is dominated by people who have been in it, but they struggle to get new players to really want to PvP, right? So like Blizzard is like, okay, if we want to keep PvP alive, we got to get new players in. But like the choices you would make in PvP to make a new player want to play PvP probably go directly against what the people who've played for a really long time want in terms of like their mastery, their levels of like how much information they know and like how much crazy shit they know and do and like how hard that would be to get into, and that's like what they like about it, right? But those two things are at direct opposite ends. Like they completely contradict what the other person wants, to where like anytime they make those changes, PvPers hate it. No, Sam, he blocked. Anytime they make those changes, PvPers hate it. And then, but then because of that, new players can't. Oh, they're dead. New players like don't get into it.
Yeah, I've always said that too. Because like I said, the CC change was good because I don't want to just spend $15 a month to be a sheep and in a Cyclone the entire time. But that's what people here is like. Like they enjoy the whole PvP setup or CC chain setup.
Yeah.
And I've always felt like that was like one of the worst parts of WoW PvP, but
oh yeah,
apparently that's what they like.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm a PvE guy. When I play PvP and I'm spending a decent amount of the time CC'd, I think of it like those Mythic Plus affixes that people didn't really like. Like, what was the one where Melee couldn't play the game because, like, was it Spiteful? Where, like, you literally just had, depending on your class, you just had to, like, run out of Melee. Or, like, Necrotic for tanks, where, like, you just got enough stacks and you just had to literally run around in AFK. Like, any time a affix in Mythic Plus forced you to AFK, you're like, okay, this shit stinks. I don't want to not play the game. But like in PvP, that's just the whole bit. I know there's a lot of like strategy behind it, but like the reality is like half the game, if you're the kill target, you're like literally fucking not able to play your guy. That takes me out of it for sure. In the same way.
Their team does not have a rogue of the caliber that is necessary to compete at this level, so they're playing the warrior elemental, which is not a very standard composition right now in the meta, but it is their bread and butter. It's a setup that they have played for many years, so they're fighting against the meta, which the Direwolves have brought out in Game 1.
Man, this is making me so excited for BlizzCon, because this is when you get to see like the kind of the different playstyles.
I will say PvP at BlizzCon does go crazy though.
Those are some of the most hype moments. It's like I've watched a lot of PvP tournaments in the past, and like despite not PvPing in such a long time, those were still some of the most hype moments in any like World of Warcraft events.
Oh yeah.
So it's a big surprise, you know, when you're facing it for the first time. Meanwhile,
Dude, Goop is saying Scott's tripling his FPS with Ellesmere UI in Raid. Even having like basically the same CPU. That's crazy.
Gonna have to figure out. Of course, some of it.
Dude, yeah, maybe Ellesmere UI is the goat.
Advantage that game. We'll see in game number 2, and we'll also see in game number 2 if Guildbean decides to lock that in. Because I agree with you guys. I mean, I think it was gonna be Windwalker Mage versus Rogue Mage, and it sounded like you guys thought the same.
Yeah. Well, the one interesting thing about this matchup in particular is these two teams have had about a week to prepare for this, so at least 5 days, knowing exactly who they were going to be playing against, right? So Guildbean knows Direwolves is practicing for them, and the opposite is true as well. Direwolves knows Guildbean is practicing, so it could be a case where Guildbean is saying, okay, I bet Direwolves...
PvP skill greater than PvE skill. Dude, I love PvPers, bro. They'll literally just die on that hill. They'll never, ever fucking move. I just finished setting up UI. It's 100% goated. Yup.
Wait, so you guys gonna pick up Ellesmere as an add-on guy or what?
I don't know. I mean, even in the scenario where a lot of the people in the guild end up using his UI, I feel like it doesn't really make sense to pick him up as an add-on person. What's the point? So he quickly fixes his add-on. Isn't he like Isn't he already extremely motivated to do that, regardless?
That's true.
I don't even know what you'd be picking him up for. He already wants to do all the things you need him to do.
Didn't one of you guys do that for like Bigwigs or DB? I don't remember who it was.
Yeah, I mean both of us do that via Bigwigs or DBM and always have. It's not really. I mean, but that's like a very different thing. I feel like. Because like those people are like getting access to your like early logs to be able to update their add-on. That's a symbiotic relationship, right? Like those add-ons are able to get better versions of their thing early by having access to what we're doing, but we also can make better timers because of it, right? So like they're incentivized to work with us and we need to work with them. But like a UI maker, that's not necessarily true. Like it's definitely really important that something works right away, but like even if we were not using his thing and we hired him or didn't hire him, his goal on patch start would be like making sure his UI works no matter what, regardless. So I just feel like it wouldn't ever make sense.
Yeah.
Unless he creates an Ellesmere UI specifically for Liquid and no one else gets access to it, but that doesn't seem like that's the road he wants to go down.
That already takes off a little bit of the pressure. And then now, game number 2, you're going to play it on Empyrean Domain as well, which is definitely an interesting map pick. And yeah, this is Zeepai's Transform.
As a side note, I have an Elemental Shaman that I used to use this exact transmog on, and I love it.
Any comp changes?
Not the weapons. Not the weapons.
Doesn't seem like it.
The helmet.
Dude, does this mod go hard or what?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah.
From
all mogs that look like you're not trying really hard go like really hard.
Sorry to go you off, but I wonder on the MDI desk.
Everyone always uses that shield. The fucking bulwark of Azzinoth. That shit is awesome.
Talking about transmogs.
Well, I was gonna say, I don't think I've ever seen.
Wait, I just realized his stats. Holy shit.
I think that's the highest versatility
That's
I've
that
ever
PvP
seen.
shit.
So, Zeepai, I don't think he's using any tier gear, and he's just playing 0 crit, 0 mastery, the most versatility you could possibly use. So, in PvP, yeah, in PvP, versatility is really strong. Obviously, it makes you take less damage, and that's pretty powerful.
He's also stacking talents under the Healing Stream Totem to take reduced frost damage from the Frost Mage, and he's also running the Wind Shear talent below to reduce damage from a spellcaster if he lands an interrupt. So if he interrupts Sam at all, he's going to do 15% less damage. If he has a Healing Stream Totem down, he's doing 6% less damage. And he's running a talent to extend the duration of his Healing Stream Totem as well. So he's a tank shaman, basically. He's putting Flame Stroke up, lobbing out Lava Bursts, and as durable as you can get on this build.
Yeah, elemental warding too. I think shamans can opt into just like some passive damage reduction as well. So really difficult to take down Zeepai as this build. But there was still moments. I mean, even though he's playing this super.
Is this a best of 3?
Of elemental shaman, there was still moments in the match where he was going down to like
best of 5.
Oh, it's gotta be more, right? Because those guys were.
I would definitely say
I think so.
Not out of this yet, and I think
or
the
even maybe even
composition
like
they're running
best of.
definitely has the capability of winning. So
best of 6 wouldn't make sense.
Worse
Never
to
mind.
me, this is still like a 50-50 matchup.
Just comes down to mains, right? Like comfort here. Like this is just Blizzo and Zeepai playing mains. Obviously, Sam and Trill practice a lot on Rogue Mage, but I feel like Blizzo and Zeepai synergy on this. Like they have fought the best of the best Rogue Mage.
Oh, you need to win by 2, best of 7.
So are Sam and Trill going to be of the same caliber?
Wow, that is a lot.
Rogue Mages, and I mean that you're going to have to be, right? Because if you win here, you're going to go head to head with those teams in the near future.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because. You know, like we kind of mentioned it a little bit brief earlier, and that's something that I was actually going to ask you guys about. But the other teams, because ultimately what happens here is that one region
first to 4, but you have to end up winning by 2 due to ping. Bro, that's so weird. I guess that makes sense because are they trading off whose ping they're playing on?
Like I don't know, maybe this is an old thing.
They're swapping.
I feel like a lot of the
is it like loser gets ping advantage?
EU's easier. EU's way harder.
I would assume so.
Some of the NA people are like lol EU. You know what I mean? So I feel like with that in mind,
Yeah,
a
NA
lot of
just
the-
lost
a lot
and
of the
they're
teams probably did help
switching to NA servers.
you know, Guild Bean get a lot of
Oh,
practice.
apparently you just swap back and forth every
I
game.
actually-
Yeah,
I wanna
loser
ask
picks
them what
map,
they
I guess,
thought
is what the
we-
case is.
Whoever wins, I do want that to be something that we ask them.
It's like it's kind of like tennis.
But
Then you have to
what I
like
would
break
say
their
is,
serve,
I think
kind of.
it's
You have
way
to.
harder to get
You can't be the
practice
team that
against any warrior.
like loses
Finding
serve.
practice against RMP, you open your friends list. close
Yeah,
your
most
eyes,
games kind of do
and
this, like League of Legends
you
too.
have an RMP,
Can give you
but-
the
or
advantage
rogue
map or
mage
whatever.
X, you know. But finding an LA warrior and they have to be, you know, like top tier. That there is not a lot of people like on either region who fits that criteria. So I am curious how much practice Direwolves actually have in this matchup. I think Guild Bean playing their mains, playing the comfort, going out with you know, with a bang here, no matter what happens, is definitely you know, the right move for them. We'll see how it
Apparently,
works
Sidu
out.
is quitting
We have
after this
game number
tourney.
2 finally
That's what they
live
said
between
on
Guild Bean and
broadcast. But then
Direwolves.
Zico also said he's
Nah.
like said that previously and didn't quit. So who knows? But also, I don't know. I could believe it. I mean, bro, if you're slamming slots all day, like you're kind of over this shit, right?
I wonder how much they make. Have you ever gotten a offer from them?
Gambling thing.
Yeah.
I've gotten a few, but I never would do that.
Very efficient trade, much just like
Did they
game
pay
number
big
one,
fucking
but
cash
Sam
or
is a
what?
much larger
For me, the offer wasn't that big, but also like I don't think they would target me because I don't think I have an audience that would generally be super interested in that. Like I'm pretty sure that would directly kill my stream. I don't think the people who watch me are into that content whatsoever, even if it made a lot of money. Like I don't know if I'm big enough to say like if things ever went so south and I really needed money, I don't know exactly what I would do. I think it's hard for a lot of people to say that. Like I personally don't gamble myself. I don't really believe in it. I certainly don't want to be involved in people who watch me maybe having some kind of like addiction to that if they watch me do it, right? However, I don't know if I'm strong enough to say that like if I was at my lowest of lows and like something happened to me and I needed money and that was a huge offer and I could get money from that I wouldn't do it basically.
When that class icon disappears, it means
Yeah, I think that's like on most people's minds.
assist their allies.
Yeah, and Zepai right now is going to need a lot of assistance as he is taking a tremendous amount of damage.
What about
There's
swapping
the
over to
free mark from Nova.
OnlyFans?
Nice counterspell there, sniped by Samayam. They do get the follow up there as well.
Probably not.
How crazy of an angle would that be?
That would be a crazy angle.
And now Trill caught up in a stun here from Zepai. Stormkeeper loaded up. That means he's going to have a lot of damage here available for Samayam. And Samayam knows it, playing very defensive there in a position for a second. Zepai actually getting interrupted there by Blizzo. And Blizzo is just trucking out damage onto everyone. Full blind onto Lontar. So right now, Lontar is not unable to heal. But can they chain it? You always want to chain that blind with something else. Trill is looking for a kidney shot, but he was disarmed. Lontar with a fake cast gets the precognition, which means he's going to be able to free cast and avoid crowd control. Nice deep breath coming out to Blizzo. Also taking a lot of damage, but Blizzo dropping low like that, it doesn't really amount to anything because he has all of those defensive cooldowns that die by the sword. Kind of the two swords crossed icon that is underneath his health frame. And right now, Avatar popped also for Blizzo. So they're just trying to crowd control Blizzo as much as possible because he has a lot of damage available. You see Lontar lifting Blizzo even into the action there, but he tanks a polymorph as a result. Zepai could be in trouble. Doesn't have Astral Shift. Huge Ray
Oh,
coming
Zepai
in.
getting shit on.
Come on,
burrows
come on.
underneath the ground, so he's gonna be immune to
Wait,
damage
what is
for a
that? He
second,
just
but
burrowed?
Yeah,
in crowd
that dude went
What the
underground.
fuck? He's like a
That's got to be
lurker in
against the rules.
StarCraft.
That's got to be against the rules.
potentially still taking a lot of
What the
damage,
fuck is that?
just to recover him.
Wait,
Okay.
I want to burrow?
Yeah, dude. So they, how much? The question is, how much did they take right there?
Blinks forward, gets a counterspell. He's been doing an excellent job with counterspells, and Lone Star is falling behind because of it.
The
Well,
true
looks like
moles,
he's
bro.
out of
Sleepwalk, can he
defenses.
find it? Deep breath, immune by Lone Star.
Dude, I
Excellently
swear
done there
PvP has
to
some of the
immune
coolest
incoming
abilities
crowd
that they
control,
need
but
to
Sidu
add
is just
to
continuing
PvE.
to make a push. Needs to be careful.
Like
He's
the
not leaving
ice
his
wall
team
shit,
behind,
that'd be
but
fucking
finding
awesome.
the crowd control
What would be
is
the
Imagine
point of a
just, like,
shaman
crossing the
fucking
wall and-
burrowing in
That's
PvE,
Sidu
bro?
right now.
Nice.
Well, I mean,
There's
like,
a trinket
what if he
before
could just
blind.
like burrow
Are
and
they
just
gonna
go
commit it? They get a
through
polymorph. If they can get
a bunch of
trinket on
mobs?
Lone Star here, it'd be critical.
I don't know.
Blizzo die by the swords, anticipating a swap.
Avoid
It
swirlies
could be
and
a
shit
target
while you're
action moving
burrowed.
forward. Lone Star pre-obsidian scales another stun. Zepai uses Astral Shift. He's dying through it though. If they get more crowd control, doesn't look like they have it. Blizzo is chasing down Sam. Sidu's tanking wind shears. Now Sam
Smoke
doesn't
bomb
have
would
to
be
deal with it.
awesome.
And it's about breaking the defense of Guild Bean. They're just stacking on top of each other on the pillar, running circles around the pillar to try and break crowd control and to avoid casts. Now Sam has faked a lot of interrupts here. He's trying to polymorph the warrior. He gets spell reflected. He blinks away. He goes for another one. He gets storm bolted. Blizzo is shutting Sam down. This could be trouble for Sea-Doo. He's in a fear. He breaks it with his medallion. He tries to turn it around with sleep. They get a polymorph instead. Lontar responds with Emerald Communion to recover Z-Pi. Now it's Sam on the back foot, pinned in the spear. As Blizzard's into the kidney shot, Trill answers that to deny the Warriors damage. Sam is able to escape, reposition to the right. He's faking a lot of interrupts. I see precognition on Sam most of this game, which means he's outplaying his opponents, anticipating their interrupts and faking them on them to be able to free cast. But even with as much precognition as he's getting, mana is still even, and Trill is behind.
Yeah, Trill getting swapped too. Here gets Storm Bolted as well. No Cloak of Shadows, no Vanish on Trill, but Z-Pi actually in big trouble here. No Astral Shift.
Come on, Z-Pi. Need you to die real quick.
Z-Pi has a burrow back.
He can fucking go underground again.
Nice sleepwalk there as well. Slowing things down. Z-Pi going for the Stormkeeper here, going for counter pressure. Lontar's in a kidney shot though.
Wait, can they see their cooldowns?
Finds it. Z-Pi isolated here.
Oh, he's burrowed.
He's going to burrow once again. Going underneath.
Okay, you can do that.
Some healing, but no, they continue to
Holy shit, he's still dying.
Come on, come on. No way. Now he has Astral Shift. It's probably Big Shift too. Oh, he's getting fucked. They used everything there though.
Yeah, they're still going through him.
I don't think they can beat this shift, right? Unless Lontar's Are they like deep in dampening? No.
No.
Looking for the sheep. They lift Samayam on top of Lontar here to try to snipe yet another polymorph. But Blizzo pummels it. Another
Sam's getting shield on elbow.
Blinking in aggressively. Once again gets wind sheared on the polymorph. The line of sighting him. Samayam might be too aggressive, and Sea-Doo's gonna have to pay with the Emerald Communion.
Nice reflect there by Blizzo. He's doing such a good job controlling Sam. Here comes the spear. Sam I am is isolated. Can they take him down? Good crowd control on Lontar. Z-Pi's low. It is a race to the finish at 27% dampening between these two teams. Bloodlust popped here by Z-Pi.
I mean, it doesn't seem like they have a lot of pressure. I guess like Trill doesn't have a lot. He has no cloak, but they're trying to kill Sam. Sam uses his block. He instantly breaks it to keep the pressure. He's getting a poly on Lontar. Oh, Lontar full poly. Trill's banging Z-Pi. Go underground, buddy. Lontar rescues away. Oh my god.
That was crazy.
Oh my god, Z-Pi stays alive, but how much longer? 17 seconds.
I feel like Lontar's mana is looking pretty not amazing. But every time I mention mana ever, healers tell me mana is fake. That can't be true in PvP though.
They are 32% dampening. Surely the mana matters a lot.
Trill's falling behind the pillar. 0 mana on Lontar. Do they have some kind of stop? Oh, they fire breath. Oh, dude, they got all the offense right now. Kicked on Z-Pi. Dude, holy, how is he healing? Trill, no trinket, no cloak. No evasion. Oh, Trill's a blind right now. And a kidney. Blind Lontar.
Burrow again.
Oh, little dude's underground. Okay, dude, Lontar has mana again though.
Where did you even get mana from?
I don't know, probably AFK.
Rescue.
Oh my god, he ran into the spear though.
Oh my.
He ran into the spear.
Boom, there it is.
Dude, they speared Trill behind the pillar, but Z-Pi like ran around into where he could melee him.
By Lontar, though. Right before that, when they recovered from that first CC
Beast.
Unbelievable. He fake casted a Dream Breath with like,
dude.
Like
Look at this. Look at this chat.
Manages to recover him.
Where's EU? 2500 MMR EU equals 1k US.
They basically held down the gas pedal.
I think I love PV chat.
They were keeping up their pressure.
Yeah, that's beast mode for sure.
And especially Sam I am on that mage being absolutely filthy, just continuously chasing down Lontar, being super aggressive, looking for the sheeps time and time again. Good CC coming out from him, and good coordination between him and Sea-Doo, also dragging him, lifting him with that rescue on top of the enemy healer to actually be able to secure that crowd control. And I mean, it was a well-fought series for sure from Guild Bean, but you can tell it was not too easy here to deal with this. And I think this was the moment. Look at Lontar here. He gets the fake cast right here on the Dream Breath. They get the interrupt, and then he gets... actually, I think they kicked too late there, but they gave him the precognition, and in the end here, Sam I am sniping the counterspell there onto Lontar. Lontar actually had recovered a little bit of mana, so that was a crucial counterspell coming out from Sam I am. And Blizzo unable to do too much here, despite going for the gnome pick actually on the warrior, because you guys were talking about that being an orc anticipating the sub rogue. and actually swapping over to the Gnome here for a little bit more mobility. Wasn't enough. Just Direwolves looking too hot here in game number 2.
Yeah, and this is the version of Direwolves that I like to see.
Dude,
they
my
were
goats.
really pushing the pace.
I don't know how long this is gonna go though.
Just rescuing Sam I Am on top of Zeepai. They were smothering Lone Star.
Yeah, I
They
think
were
we'll
getting
do keys
sleepwalk
real
after
soon.
sleepwalk, kidney shot, polymorphs, interrupts. I don't know. Like, it is exceptionally difficult. If you're a PvPer and you've tried it, interrupting a Dream Breath from an evoker it's one of the hardest things you can do. And I'm telling you, Sam I Am was nailing them just over and over. Just basically pre-CSing. You basically have to counterspell within like 0.2 seconds of the cast going off. It is super difficult to do, and he was doing it. So really nicely done there by the Direwolves. And to me, this whole season has just been, if the Direwolves can play aggressively like this is when they look best. So I hope that kind of trend continues.
Sam looked fantastic in that game. He had precognition. Remember him when he was playing the balance turret?
What does precog mean? Is that the like fake cast bullshit?
Yeah, so precognition.
Yeah,
is a
it's when you
mechanic
fake
where
cast.
Classes in the game have the ability to interrupt a spell bar cast, but if they miss that interrupt, so if you start your cast and then you
Okay,
stop
he's explaining
your
right
own
now.
cast, and the other player thinks that you're still going to finish it, they use their interrupt and they miss it, you'll get a buff called precognition, which you can choose as a gem socket. So Sam's in their heads. He starts a cast bar.
He's in their
tricks them into
heads.
thinking he's going to finish it, and then stops his own cast, and he gets that buff, precognition, which makes him immune to crowd control and immune to interrupts. So as a Frost mage, is very important. You cast a lot of spells like Ray of Frost and Polymorph. So Sam pretty much has that up the whole game. So he's in the heads of Guildbean. Van Ruki points out he's sniping out these millisecond counter spells on Lontar, Preservation Evoker being the hardest class in the game to land an interrupt on. Sam is nailing those. Sam is having a really good game in that last game. But ping disadvantage makes it a bit harder, I think, to do those things. There's a little bit more delay on your cast, a little bit more delay on the input before your counterspell goes through. And you have to win in this series 2 maps ahead of the other team. So you have to win on the away team's advantage. So can Sam be able to do that with the ping disadvantage?
Yeah, it's also harder to land your kicks.
By win first to 4, win by 2. So what oh, that's why Zico guessed like fucking 16 to 14. Like he thinks they're just gonna keep trading.
How it plays out, but also about the maps.
Oh.
Every map has to be selected before we can repick another
So,
map. So we might be,
even if you win the best of 7, it can still go back and forth.
map picks. So typically,
Yep.
Dallar and Sewers is like somewhat of a normal map pick. We get Dallar.
That kinda goes hard.
Frequently. Hook Point is common. Empyrean Domain that we just saw is one of those larger maps that rogue mage teams, especially mage teams in general, like to play on because it's very easy to kind of chase down a healer on those maps. But we might see some more unconventional ones like the Robodrome, like the Cage of Carnage, Mugambala. These are all maps that they get picked, but it's in very rare niche situations. And as we continue, if we keep ping-ponging between the regions, like Guildbean wins on EU, Direwolves wins on NA, that's going to be another like little curveball that the teams are going to have to deal with.
All right, 14 seconds.
You know, it's interesting because this series could go the distance after seeing this now, just 1-1. Like, you can only play a map once until all of the maps have been played. So we might see maps we'd never see in the AWC because usually the series is best of 5 and there's a lot of maps, so it's over before you see a lot of them. We might actually run the string of every single map, North America versus Europe, in this series. The first time we've seen like this level of stakes between these regions as well. This is going to be an insane. This is the series to let your friends know about, to say the least, leading into BlizzCon for the final spot. Guildbean, they're out of time. They got Dalaran locked in, so I'm imagining they're either leaning into that Warrior Ellie or possibly a Windwalker. And they are going to bring Blizzo in onto the Windwalker. Morrow is coming off the bench. He just came out of retirement to play with
Who's
his
Morrow?
team.
Is that their mage player they're bringing in instead of Zeepai?
And now he came out of retirement to play with his team. We're going to see him on Mage going head-to-head with Sam. And Sam is having a good series, but we've seen a lot of mages explode to Blizzo's damage on this Windwalker monk.
Yeah, I feel like this is such a nightmare situation for Sam, and I think this is where Sam is going to be truly tested. So you can see, take a look at how he's building his character. Very standard Frost Mage build that he is running, but this is like a matchup of the Titans. You know what I mean? Sam I Am going head-to-head with Morrow. Absolutely legendary, but I was saying, when you're on kind of a ping disadvantage here for Sam I Am, we've seen the kind of damage that Blizzo can put out on that Windwalker monk, and it is scary. Blizzo is a monster on that monk, and he's going to be running at Sam. every single time he uses the Zenith, he's going to be able to essentially one-shot Sam. So Sam's going to have to be very much on his toes in this match if he wants to survive. But I think this is going to be a very explosive game, and I think that Gilbean is just tired of being on the back foot from that game number 2, and they want to be the ones pushing the pace here.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like if I was on Dire Wolves, this is the matchup that I would expect and probably have prepared against the most. And there's a lot of teams on NA that run, or can run this composition. So probably there is a decent amount of practice here on Dire Wolves in this specific scenario, which is going to be needed for them because, like you mentioned, Van, this is a matchup where Blizzo is going to be able to one-shot the mage. And when you're playing with the ping disadvantage as well, it's very easy to pull a Venruki.
What is it? What is pulling a Venruki?
You gotta do that even here.
Every single mage in this AWC has died without blocking multiple times. Also, having to Ven one time and it's just forever marked down in history.
That's why that's why I appreciate Chanimal so much, because he says pulling a Raikou. It's like I get a little bit of a break, but I can appreciate you too. Not
dying before ice blocking. Oh damn, bro.
Now, he's not here. I can't talk behind his back. I gotta say it to his face.
That's all good.
No, but it is like it's a valid point though. Like it's very easy to get one shot by a Windwalker, especially when there's a little bit of delay on that block button.
Yeah, a little bit of a delay. He's gonna be saying, "I pressed it, Sidu. I pressed it." But yeah. This is interesting. I mean, we're all tied up between these two teams. Both teams, once again, as a reminder, looking to earn a spot at BlizzCon for not only their team, but their region as that 6th team. So much on the line. These teams have had a week to prepare, and we are going head-to-head. So Gilbean bringing in Morrow on the Frost Mage, Blizz on the Windwalker Monk, and Lone Star on the Evoker. Dire Wolves sticking with the same composition.
All right, let's see what Blizzo can do and what Morrow can do off the bench. They have destroyed multiple mages throughout Europe with this composition. That Windwalker Monk Blizzo does a huge amount of damage. Trill on that Outlaw Rogue is going to need to shut him down. He's moving into position behind the boxes, prepared for his team to launch a strike. Lontar tries to root, doesn't find it. They get the sap, but Ring of Peace comes down from Blizzo, disrupting this initial pressure. Beautiful Ring of Peace placement from Blizzo off this initial stage. And now Sidu into a polymorph. Sam is the target. And Blizzo has an ability called Zenith, which is that box with the 2 on it below his health bar. When that starts glowing, you know that Blizzo is about to do some serious work.
Yeah, Blizz is basically the Terminator in this matchup, and as soon as he connects here, there it is, he popped it. Let's see what happens. Sam I am trying to... Oh, beautiful Ice Nova there from Sam.
Yeah.
We love to see that. When the Monk is rolling, you can Ice Nova him mid-animation to cancel it. And Sam I am basically nullifies that entire first Zenith, but here comes the second charge, though. You have 2 of them. Blizzo with uptime right now. Is he going to choose to pop it? He gets crowd control by Sidu in anticipation of that Zenith, but still looking to hold on to it for a little bit longer. Gets caught up in a full polymorph. Lontar now in a Ring of Frost. Beautiful 3 versus 1 situation. Mars isolated. Look at the CC chain coming out from Dire Wolves. They get a full Ring of Frost. They continue the chain, and they isolate. Oh my god, there's the Zenith though. Huge damage onto Sam I am. Blizzo, if you can connect. Oh my goodness, needs to be very careful right now. Dragon's Breath coming out. Sam I am being very greedy in this position, and it's gonna pay off. Sidu just responding there with the Emerald.
Oh, Sam!
Oh, there it is.
What?
Headshot. And there it is. I mean,
what the fuck just happened?
I'm pretty sure Sidu got caught up. I think in a polymorph.
Hold on.
Wait, that was
rewind.
Mars match. It is breath coming out. Sam being very greedy in this position, and it's gonna pay off. Sidu just responding there with the Emerald.
I mean, he just died.
What do you mean by?
He actually just died from like 40 to 0, 30 to 0 instantly.
Zenith timed out. I'm pretty sure Sidu got caught up. I think.
Holy shit.
Dude, that is fucking awesome.
He plays it greedy and it pays off. 1 second later, he's dusted. Like, yeah, he's gone. Gilbean, this is the map. Yeah. Oh no, we talked about it way too much. But it happens. This is what I'm talking about. I mean, Blizzo has been practicing the entire season, killing Europe's best mages, taking down the likes of Raikou and Tessia and now Sam I am asked to go up against this well-practiced Blizzo, and it's a very difficult thing to do. We could take a look at the replay here, Sid.
Oh my god, we really want to do the Sam dirty like this? Like, it's like,
that was
good here, they're getting Ring of Frost on Lontar, they're getting good CC, and then Blizzo's like, hey, I'm in this game, remember me? I am the Terminator. I might be gnome, I might be small, but I am mighty. and Blizzo just rolls up on Sam and just connects and does so much damage. So Tigers lets the Frost Nova, gets in melee range.
I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna lose some keys.
And just
W.
clobbers him with
See you
a
later.
Rising Sun kick. And
GG.
he is so dangerous on that Windwalker. Which makes me wonder what Direwolf's response is going to be in this series. Now seeing that this is a threat.
I'll probably
I'll
probably dip too, Chad. I'm like kind of interested in this, but like not super. So I'll just be live for MDI tomorrow. GG's, fellas.